Yo, yo, yo. Hold on, I gotta start spaces up. What am I supposed to name this again? Alright, I'm starting spaces up as well. I'm sorry if I'm a little slow this morning because I genuinely am so tired. I went to bed so late. To be fair, though, if you check out the chat, you'll see exactly why. One second, guys. I'm just looking around real quick, make sure all the links are sent out. We're all good, I think. One more second. Alright, that's all sent out. Spaces is live. YouTube is live. I got Triple Q Spy sent out already. I did that 9 hours ago. They're already up again. Oil Dollar Semiconductors update is up. If you're in the VIP part of my chat, you have a lot of shit to look at. Oil Dollar Semis, key level for sectors. Last night, I Googled it. I was like, all right, what's the max images you can send in a Discord message? It said 10. And I was looking at the bottom left of my screen and I was like, huh, I have 10 sectors I like to look at. So I sent all 10 charts. I didn't do like long explanations, but I did rechart literally every single one of them. I even have new level colors. So yeah, pretty cool. Spy, as you guys already know, we were kind of looking for this area to get tested. That already happened with extended hours trading. Same here with Triple Q. They didn't go up as high as I was expecting, though. I was wanting to see if they'd make it up to here. Dude, someone just joined my spaces and then requested to be a speaker, and then I didn't see it in time, so they left. What the fuck? Alright. Morning, Fipo. Morning, Aloha. Morning, Garden, Maddie. Venture Fit, good to see you. Come on, wake it up, get pumped, let's go. Oh, I'm awake. I've been ready for this since yesterday. What else? What else did I post? There's a lot of shit I posted, honestly. Just go check the chat, see what you missed, see what you didn't miss. But yeah, let's get into this. So I need to start with the watch list. Everything else is already posted. Actually, I should probably repost this real quick. I said it yesterday, I'll say it again. 743.49 to 746.40 is the key pivot area to start the week. That's the TA for SPY to start the day. Triple Q, it's going to be a little different for Triple Q. They're not up at the area. I don't know why I'm zooming that so far. Don't ask questions. Just kidding. Ask questions. At your own peril. triple Q key level to start the week is 690. God, dude, I'm sorry for yawning. It's y'all's fault I yawned. But yeah, I challenge you to go look in the sectors and swings channel. Oil, dollar, semiconductor update, also the sectors charts and all that. Triple Q posted just now for anybody in the premium section. I just posted SPY for chat. Now it's time to make the motherfucking watch list. And then we gotta chart up I already have SPX charted. I have to go repost it in VIP. But the problem with that is there's no extended hours in SPX. So I gotta wait for it to open. Well, what's up, guys? What tickers are you guys looking at? I'm about to start making the watch list, which it might not even be needed this week, to be honest with you guys, but fuck it, I'll make it anyway. I've been telling you guys this for probably like 4 or 5 weeks now. I think if you go back in streams and in chat, the number of times I've said this is probably annoying now, but I'm going to say it again anyway because we're finally here. This is the most important week of Catalyst season so far. This is the most important week of earnings, round 3. On the 29th, we have the interest rate hike. Potential news, of course. Might not see the hike, might see the hike. It's so far a higher probability that you're not going to see the hike until September. September is where all the odds are being weighed in on that the hike will happen. So that's expectations. Now that we all understand expectations, if we do see the interest rate this week, if we do see the hike, yes, that will bring more fear into the market. There already is a pretty good amount of fear in the market, but it's not like we're in the most fearful market. So that's one thing to keep in mind. Joined main job, so can't really participate / listen. All good, dude. Thank you for even being here. I am on fire. Thank you. Thank you, God, for the files you posted in the cord last night. Why? What did you like about it? Or which ones did you like? Also, that'll just help me for the future so I can remember what you like and don't like. Yo, what is up, Letterbuck? Buenos dias. Letterbuck. Oh yeah, new colors. Also, I found a really cool screen you should all go take advantage of. If you're someone who actually cares about the colors of your levels, go to if you're on Thinkorswim for Schwab, I don't know how to help you if you're on anything else. If you go to, no, I'm sorry, right click the level, edit properties, click on the color. After you click on the color, click on the word more. After you click on the word more, click on the letters RGB. After you click on the letters RGB, go down to color code. You can type in whatever color code you want for these levels. I'm pretty sure Leland showed me this a long time ago, and I never went back to it. But yeah, there you go. And you can do that for your 50% too. If you edit properties, then click on the color option for whatever coefficient for the fib you're looking at. Click it and then open it all up. That's not my current color anymore. That it was orange. I'm rocking whatever the fuck that color is now. It's like blue, light blue, royal blue. But yeah, pretty cool. The things we get excited about in here. The high to the load because I genuinely don't know. So it looks like we don't even need pre-market low. You need previous day close and PDCP. All right, got that done. All right, now we need to see where the hell is open. There it is, PDO. The helly. And then honestly, just because this day looks pretty extended, let's add this day's 50% too. Because fuck it, we ball. Zoom on over back to today. So as you can see, that level's not really in the way now, but could be helpful in the future. And honestly, I'm kind of like this little range we got going here for Tesla. What the hell is that high? Did anything else do that? Oh, that's Sunday. I'm fucking stupid. It's like, what the hell is wrong with this chart? All right, there we go. Pre-market high, previous day close, PDCP. Didn't need PML because there's better levels just outside of it. PDCP is the most important level I drew. So, honestly, pretty easy watch list ticker for Tesla here today. And the reason I clicked on Tesla first is because they don't have earnings this week. They had that last week. Though I would like to say, if there's any week for anybody in here, if you've ever been like, man, I've always wanted to take a week off of trading, this is that week. This is that week. And it's funny because I only talked about the earnings season catalyst. I only talked about interest rate this weekend, but we also have the Iran situation looming. You know, oil looming. If you go to the oil TA, just from what we've been covering the past couple months. Oh my God, please load. I think it's because I left my chart open all night. As you can see, though, you know, oil has been rallying. They even made it up to 92s, which is nuts. 85 was kind of our expectation. They went a little bit higher than my expectation. I hit the only other next level I had in the area, and then closed back under it. Failed again with the news that just came out, and now you can see they're kind of in an area where they can try and hold. So there's still a little bit of fear there for the oil chart. You know, if they're going to end up holding, does that bring into question? Does that bring more pressure to the equity market, the SPY market that we're all looking at? And then on top of that, the dollar's still in a position, right? You could see the oil took a big drop down because of the news, of course, potential Iran deal. But with the dollar also still sitting here, that's the second thing that still kind of adds pressure to the equity market. You know, it's still in a position where it can do damage to what we all know and love. So keep that on watch. That's why I keep reposting those. That's why I keep going over those live in the stream. Very, very important. But yeah, a lot of big boys have earnings this week. TLDR. So let me go back to this. I'm going to finish making the watch list, and then we'll get to yapping about the market. I'll just try to talk as I'm making this shit up. 727 watch list. Start with old Tesla. Above 318.25, target 320.72 dash 322.42. That's the main key. Oh. And then put it in parentheses again. 320.72, 322.42. Below 313 to 314.74. Oh, I didn't draw the rest of this, did I? So I wanted to know from here to here. 310. Honestly, it's pretty easy. 310, 307.50. And then put and potentially. You always do the and potentially whenever it's like an extended target. Like my expectation, if it does break 313, is 310. 307.50 would be great. Anything further than that, and yes, it's a level on the screen, but we gotta be realistic. 303.25. All right, Tesla done. What's another ticker we can do that doesn't have earnings this week? Preferably something that already did it last week. And then we'll probably do coin because honestly, it's crazy how much I've hated on like a lot of the crypto scene has been pretty like kind of hard to support. Like I don't care if people are buying Bitcoin or not. That's not what I mean. It's the whole entire community itself, the ecosystem of it. That's like been kind of meh. And like even for someone like me to say like coin is an easy chart to trade, it's pretty crazy. This might be one of the easiest charts on the market you can trade. For short-term scalps, that is. Again, I'm not speaking to long-term movements. I actually think this thing is a lot like Boeing in that sense. Now, even though I just said preferably things that don't have earnings, I think I'm still going to add this to the watch list just because it is a little bit later in the week when they have theirs. I think it's Thursday. And I really want to add this to the watch list because it is such a good pre-market. That's still Sunday. I'm still marking Sunday. Jesus. Okay, we're just going to keep the 160.70 or 160.91. We're going to go from the previous day low up to the previous day high with our fib tool. Because I just want to see where's the 50% of yesterday. And it's really easy how you can just quickly mark that. And then I'm just going to combine it with whatever the nearest level is because it is that important. I need to switch the chart up like this a little bit, though. There we go. That's a little neater. Yeah, even though I just said I'm not going to do it, I'm going to add coin. Oh, sorry, I'm just typing. I'm not saying anything. Above 163.31, target 164.89, 166.91. Below 160.90s, expect pullbacks towards. And now we're about to have to figure that out. Because you're supposed to do the 50% of the gap up, but we don't know where that's going to be. Actually, what am I saying? Fuck 160.90s. Below gap. Up 50% level. Towards, and then we'll mark the key level I have. Oh my god, I'm a genius. Not really. And then we'll get another level in there. The higher low of that dip by 155.50. All right, nice. We got 2 done. Tesla and coin are done. Welcome if you guys are getting into the stream now. We have SPY done, Triple Q done, oil, dollar, semiconductors. We're going to talk about the sectors a million times. Talked about some of the scares this week, the important stuff going on this week. Welcome to the stream, though, guys. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good to see you guys, though. Real quick, I'm making the watch list, and then you will have all my attention. Let's finish making this real quick, though. Welcome, 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 though. 1 second, my good friends. Tesla coin. Any ideas on another one, guys? Nvidia could be on there. I just feel like I'm kind of fucking y'all over by putting Tesla coin Nvidia. I even made a watch list for like stupidly cheap tickers that could be options traded for like $50 to $100. But these are going to be for swings. These are not for day trades. Which, don't get me wrong, it's not like I've been posting expensive swings. I could show you all the list in a minute, but I was looking through that the other night, and I was like, man, I'm actually kind of proud of how like the price range I keep my swings in. There's a couple that go over it where it's like I could see people just avoiding that just because, if they're a smaller account, you don't typically swing a lot. You're gonna find those cheaper plays more attractive, less energy. If you're someone who doesn't swing a whole lot, you're not gonna go throw a bunch of money like $245 per contract and get multiple contracts. That's no, it's not gonna be something you do. Bitcoin. Yeah, IGV up today, which is honestly a huge thing because you got to remember some of this recovery has been without software support. So if software gets into this fight more and if semiconductors are still bouncing, there's no reason to believe why we shouldn't see continuation for those semiconductors. Which, honestly, why don't I just add stocks to the watch list? I've been posting this exact key area, and it's funny because it looks like I just charted this morning to get it like this, but we actually had this last week. I deleted everything, recharted it again late last night. Everything is still the same. So nothing different, just redone. 539.61. All right, so 535.11 to 539.61 is key for direction on semiconductors. And chat, while I keep going on, why is it so important that we give a shit about where the semiconductors go? Why is that so important? Why is Bueller just repeating that over and over again? 535.11 to 539.61 is key for direction on semiconductors. If you don't know what that is, I guess I'll type those out. And yeah, I'm sorry for yawning. I really am. I'll type some out on the watch just in case somebody's like, what the hell is a semiconductor? Let's try to find another ticker for the watch list. SOX is offensive / leader. That is true. That was not what I was looking for, though. The weights of SOX, like what is a like what are those? It's just one of the subsectors of the tech sector, right? So you have XLK. If I was to split XLK into a couple slices, two of the biggest slices would be software stocks and semiconductor stocks. When you're looking at SOXX, you're looking at semiconductors. You're looking at Nvidia, MU, AMD, AVGO, a couple others. Those are just the main four I always remember. If you're looking at IGV, you're looking at all kinds of software. This is the other half of tech, So, and this is why I keep saying, like, if this joins the fight, this is really good, because if you guys look back, just to show you, we actually haven't had any of their help on this recent, slowdown, I guess you could say, where the market went down and then just kind of sat to the right. They continued to sell off. So actually, this should have been worse. And I talked about this on my stream last week, and we made a huge big tweet about this as well. But it's honestly impressive how we haven't fallen more. It just shows the resiliency of the equity market. And then look at us now. 9 out of 10 people last week were saying, "Oh wow, watch out, lower open's probably going to happen just based off this." People in my chat are saying, "Watch out for an inside bar." Like, they at least know, hey, no, it's going to probably do a little quick cough here. Even if it doesn't go down more, it is going to sit to the right for a second. We didn't even get that. We're opening back up higher up again. We're almost like lower high. Now it's back up again. All right, now is it about to be another lower high? Is it retaking here? And so right now you're looking for that SOXX IGV strength. And it's also a good thing that oil is back down, because this takes away from our market. So it's relieving some of the pressure a lot of us have been screaming the red flags about. Seeing oil go up, seeing the dollar go up are both clear signs that, yeah, SPY can come down, right? So when it has these moments of the chart right here, over here, where it has fallen, it has recovered up to the gap 50%, most of its gap fill, and then it shows off that seller sign. Yeah, it makes sense going into the next week, or into the end of that week, that we probably will see a lower open. So now that we've gotten down here and everyone's super bearish again, regardless of the news coming out, it's going to bring what? It's going to bring chasing. People are going to chase this chart because they think, oh my God, I'm missing out on the biggest dump that's about to happen. Now we have a higher open. All those people are liquidated. So we might have the energy to not just open higher, but maybe even follow behind it. On the other side of that conversation, if we fall outside of this, that just reveals, okay, we're still in the same trend as we have been the past few, not just weeks, but honestly, months. We've been doing this. Anyone freaking out now going, oh my God, man, this market's so hard to trade, it's so impossible. Brother, no, it isn't. We've been doing this for months. This is why I like to go over this stuff in the stream, because this right here is the exact same thing as we've been going over. I gotta zoom it out again. As when we did the same thing back here. It's doing the exact same thing. And this isn't even the first time it did this. If you go back here, it did it again. Now, it did go down afterwards, but it's not to say, well, every time it does this, it has to go up. You know, it did the whole consolidation phase after multiple gaps. You know, gapping up small body candles is the most natural. Gapping down small body candles, gapping up small body candles. These are the most natural, clear sign of overbuying or overselling. We've been seeing that to both directions as we hit both boundaries. We get up here, small body gapped up candles. We get down here, small body gapped up candles, gap down candles. So it's exhausted by the time it gets to each side of that boundary. It kind of feels like that now. Like it's done its gap up. It's holding this area. It's gone up to here and hit this. It's falling outside of the bottom of it again now. It almost feels like it's exhausted to fall again. So I'll have to see where that goes. I need to find one more watch list ticker, guys. I've just been yapping and yapping instead of posting and posting. Where's Boeing at? Do they have earnings? Yes. I might have to do Meta or Apple. Honestly, the Apple chain's a lot better than I thought it was. Oh wait, no, they have earnings too. That's Thursday. That's not that bad. Tomorrow, though, that'll be impossible to trade. Maybe Microsoft. I feel like that would make what's his name happy. Oh look, I even named the chart Miker. It's funny. Oh, that's that level. Wow. Okay, I already drew all those levels. I best step in on some beat. Some white ones. Torah. Inside bar on Microsoft. Daily IB. God, that looks so much cleaner on the daily. I'm just going to leave it on the daily. Key levels for short-term direction is between 384.84, which is just the previous day control point, dash 387.52. And that gives us, hold up, all we need for Microsoft. This is just a pivot point from the drawdown trade. That's why I was checking that first. All right, watch list done. I actually kind of like this, despite, you know, it being kind of a weird week. It do be a weird week. Oh, good find by Letter Buck. I didn't even notice that because I don't think I looked at the daily. Good eye. I was so hell-bent on that inside bar too. I remember looking at that Thursday. Outside bar Friday. Wow, good eye. Daily watch list posted. All right, so I just said this in Trade Floor. I want to repeat it to everybody here in stream. Normally I say let's eat in all caps. I said let's, and then I typed be careful this week and not blow our loads before better weeks. Again, if you blow your load this week, I'm not going to feel bad for you. This is the most clear, be cautious type week that's honestly happened this year. Oh, I need to show you that setting I found today. Oh my god, y'all are gonna think I'm actually a genius. And I'm pretty sure Leland showed me this a long time ago, and it's in another one of those things that I just forgot. You know how it go around here. And honestly, it's really cool because I can show you it as the market opens. This is so cool what I'm about to show y'all. If I knew this existed, I would have freaked out. But either way, I can't wait to show y'all this because it's such an easy, stupid little quick click kind of thing for Thinkorswim. Tesla, please go up. I knew you had Visa typed in here. I didn't have to know. I have to look to know. IGV, Microsoft, PanW. Yeah, my bad. I didn't even say what the software weights were. For your IGV weights, PanW, Microsoft, Palantir, CrowdStrike, Oracle, CRM, APP. I'm not going to read the rest. NOW is in there too. But yeah, a lot of software stocks. Very, very important. I vote go up. That's funny. All right, remember, guys, live on Spaces, live on YouTube. Let me know what you guys are looking at, though. So far, we did the daily watch list, talked about SPY, Triple Q, talked about some of the sectors, talked about the dollar and oil. I started the stream a little bit later than I wanted to, but it's okay. Been live for over 30 minutes already. That's all that matters. Minute and a half, guys, and the market is open. Right now is a great time to go grab a water real quick, stand up, get some blood flowing in that body, and let's get ready. Triple Q is losing previous day high in the pre-market. Really good mention. Yeah, remember, tech has kind of been the leading momentum for a lot of our moves lately, so that is going to be very important. A lot of people are going to be like, well, what the fuck is up so much? Well, tech is up a lot. Banks are still moving up to this exact second. This is the second largest sector in the market, and they are still pumping new highs right now. And remember what that daily time frame looks like. Zoom in. Oh my god, I didn't mean to do that. You know, they're fighting all-time high supply right now in pre-market. They're potentially getting another high on the daily. Comms at their lows, they're going to be opening just slightly higher. Honestly, they're not going to be up much higher. Highlighted area right here is key for today. I think I posted this like 11 o'clock last night. Actually, what time was I posting all that? I gotta know. I gotta go look. Yeah, 11:54. I'm over here spamming charts at people still. How dare I? How dare I? All right. Discretionary. They're going to be opening also only just slightly higher. They're only about $1 up. Healthcare. They're only slightly up, but they're also around all-time highs. So it's not like they're one of those charts that's like comms or discretionary where they're at their lows. Market's open, guys. Market's open. Bueller, go post SPX. Hurry. Hurry. Come on. Oh, I don't have to add anything. Maybe I'll see. Let's see. Where is it at? Oh, we do need to add it. Okay, everybody add that if you're an SPX enjoyer. Oh my god. Zoom out. There we go. I always try to make sure I post this. Man, a lot of posts up. Not gonna lie. Welcome to the stream, guys. Market is open officially. Oh my god. And one more thing to say in the stream before we start really get going. On X, thank you guys, seriously. On X, I did my first article. This article has over 8,000 views, which honestly is not really impressive to most pages on here. But to my page, that is very impressive because you guys know me. I don't really have like promoters or like a lot of people who are loudmouths on social media from my group. It's just people kind of come to my group and if anything, stop posting. They just kind of like get in here and we just focus on ourselves, which is honestly completely fine. But seriously, guys, thank you again. With just y'all's support, you know, we got that like that's fucking insane for my page. But also, this is super informational, and like I said in the article, with my very first article, I'd like to cover something part of my daily and weekly routine, sectors. So if you guys would like to go learn about sectors, check this shit out. This has everything I talk about in my stream here in like a visual that you can actually look at. Really, really cool. And most of them, I just kind of cover like a lot of my shorthand notes, things I think about them, things I've seen, things I've experienced. And then I cover like rotation advice, basically rotation strategies, just rotation. What is this thing normally doing? What affects it? Where does it go when it's affected that way? Shit like that. How much of spy is it? As well as triple Q, just to kind of show off like how much more simple it is to pay attention to triple Q, just because it is less things to look at, less components, not just by number, but by importance. But yeah, thank you guys seriously for that. I'm genuinely like proud of that. All right, now here's the thing I wanted to show you guys for people on TOS. If you're on your chart like this and you click style, you can actually remove extended hours without opening up the settings tab. It is fucking amazing. Watch this. Oh, it's off. Let's go. Didn't that look nice? The way to do this is if you go to the chart settings tab, click that. Bro, I can't tell you guys how many times I have seen these arrows and never once looked at them. Go to equities once you're in that settings tab. Sorry, brain farted. Where it says show extended hours trading session, click display this setting on the style menu. It's that little arrow that looks like something that you shouldn't click. Click that. It'll like make it gray. Apply, click OK. And then now, instead of clicking settings, you can just go to style and click it here. So now I can just easily go in and out of extended hours instead of opening up the settings of the chart every fucking time. Very cool. Let's draw our 50%, guys. Everybody draw your 50%. Honestly, let's see how basic I can make this chart. Oh, wait, I can't remove this chart. I need this one. This is like the bearish scenario. If it was to continue down, where would it go? These are all targets. It failed to break the final little barrier it needed to break, but it did go down and test that after rejecting the Leland fib, which, remember, if you just go from the high to the low of the dip that initiated the lower high, rejecting the past high, it gives you this for a golden pocket and 50%. We use the 50% to make our decisions, but I wanted to show off both that day. But since then, I've kind of been using it as like a just little guide. So now that we're above this, we either cool off and make it down to this, which... Oh my god, that's crazy how that lines up. That's why my chart looks like that. Because there is genuinely some insane 50% right there. But yeah, if you want to keep it super simple, your chart could look like this. If you want it to be a little bit more hands-on, draw it like this. This is for like chilling and not being as stressed the fuck out. Because we are definitely a lot more bullish than bearish right now. We should make it up towards towards this close. Should. The laws of nature say we should see it go up to test that because we're above these key levels. But honestly, I really appreciate when the first 20, 30 minutes after a higher or lower open are kind of passed on, so I can see if I get any more context that makes me more, that makes me feel more favorable about something. Because it should go up to test this, just because it already is above this, just to keep it as simple as possible. Oh yeah, check out the new post on Twitter. That was another reason I was up late. I actually, for once in the past like 3 weeks, have been like kind of killing it on Twitter and actually posting like regularly, like I do in Discord. So I put up like 8 scheduled posts or 9 scheduled posts yesterday. I'm fucking on it for this week. I'll be honest. But yeah, check out the post. Preparing for another taco week of the Islamic Republic of Spyran. Thank you, Aloha. Good morning, late start. All good, bro. I woke up a little late too, honestly. I was staying up and installing all those cameras into your house, Data J. It was insane. And not to watch anyone else in your family, strictly angled it just to watch you. I want to know when you're getting up. I want to know when you're going down. Imagine being like a first time listener and you came into my stream and that was the first couple of things you heard me say. Wait, this guy stalks his own people? No, just Data J. Just Data J. All right, now let's look at the momentum of the market. What's moving things? What's not moving things? Because, that's kind of important. Software stocks above a good pivot point. They are moving higher above the today's open so far. Semiconductors are underneath their... Wow. Guys, you can't make this shit up. The past few weeks, semiconductors have tried to hold the market up, for tech at least, and tried to move up. Software has been doing everything it can to not help. I go to the semiconductor chart after seeing software moving up, and what is it doing? It's doing its best software impression. This is insane. So you actually have a very split tech sector in terms of momentum, guys. That's not a good thing. That's a red flag. Oil still looks like shit, though, so you're fine on that. But that should look like shit based on the news. The dollar is still flat, though. It's not like it's down and out for the count. That is a little concerning, I won't lie. To start the day seeing the opposite effect of what we saw the last couple weeks. This is what software is supposed to be doing. Come on, semiconductors. It wasn't too off from the first things I heard you say. What was the first thing you heard me say? That's actually funny. Huckett, what platform do you use? You're on Thinkorswim as well, or what are you on? Maybe I just quick clicked it and I got it wrong. Could be me as well. Let's see. No, it is 741.86. Like I said, sometimes when I'm drawing this, sometimes when I'm quick clicking and I don't zoom in enough, it'll go from the close to like the low, or to the high, or to the close, or to the sometimes it doesn't draw it right. But you are correct. But it looks like when I redraw it, I get that same exact level as you. And honestly, 6 cents really isn't that big of a deal. But I know what you're saying. It's probably like, yo, what the fuck? I have the same platform as him. I can get the rest of these assholes not getting it because they're on TradingView, but I'm on Thinkorswim. I get you. But it looks like I just drew it wrong. You were right. I thought those red blinking lights were the smoke detectors. No, no. Those are Android cameras ready to shoot at on command. I can't even speak English. It wasn't. Oh wait, I already read that. Nice, Maddie. Also, good looks, Maddie. How are you doing? I can't remember exactly, but it made me feel concerned. Jeez. What made you stay in here? I don't think I put cameras at your house. That was just at Jade's house. Rain day, baby. Nice. Does that mean you get to chill or you still have to go work? But in the rain. SPY lost control of current day open. That little bit of concern because we're seeing semiconductors not quite help out with this software move up right now is a little bit concerning. But they haven't broken anything crucial. They're just rejecting a very crucial directional area. Getting up to it in the pre-market, rejecting, falling out of it in the open market. IGV getting on top of a good level and not just sitting on top of it, but rallying above it. So they're not doing just nothing once they got above the level. They're moving. Bitcoin also pumping right now. I think China stocks are up too. Yeah, China tech stocks are up. Nvidia down, Apple up. Nvidia down, Apple up. What a start to the day. Start to the week. Oh, also, don't forget about this bad boy. Do not forget about McDonald's. Do not forget about McDonald's. I know I won't. You don't have to like the food. You don't have to like the restaurant. That's not what I'm asking you to like. But check that shit out on your own. Let's do a sector check real quick. Utilities lower open, building a couple hammers to move up. Base materials look like they want to head down after a higher open. Energy pumping. If energy's pumping, is oil moving? Looks like oil's going down more. I'll have to check on that later. Industrials are still up. They did break the previous day high after a higher open. They have a red candle down at the very first level above the previous day high. Sorry, 184.18. Staples are getting a spike that is also a little bit of a red flag because as we know, as we see this move up, that is a cause for concern for equities because this is a flight to safety, a defensive sector. Healthcare getting a good pump. Discretionary, very high open today. This is why Triple Q and SPY look like they were going to start out super, super hot. They're slowing down at the 111.20s, which fair enough. They did open pretty high. So not like they have to just pump. That's why it's so impressive when you see something pump after such a higher open because it's like, wow, it had the energy to not just open higher, but make it even higher. Comms, very impressive run to start today. Higher open, and they're still pushing higher, which out of any sector, you would expect them to finally get some buying just because of how far they're down. On the days we do get buying, just because risk-reward wise, they are still the most on discount. And I believe that's a new all-time high on bank sector. It is. Right? Yeah. 57.13, new all-time high on XLF. Banks are hot to start the day. Watch out for direction from here. If they do come back down and hold this, that's one thing. If they come back down here, reject it, that's another. Tech, as you can see, selling favored since the open, rejecting a key pivot area. So it's expected that if we're not holding this or getting above it, that we are rejecting it and pulling back. Towards previous day close, there's another key area here that we have not broken yet. So we're down, but we're not out when it comes to tech. And that this is exactly what we're seeing and feeling on these SOXX IGV charts. You are down, but you're not out yet. This is kind of on its last leg. And this isn't down or out. It's up trying to hold tech up a little bit. So keep your eyes on those subsectors. It actually looks like those are going to be your main key influences for tech momentum to start the day. And remember, your staples chart is up. Still above good levels here on SPY. Like I said, down but not out. I think that's a really good way to explain what's happening right here on these charts. You show them full bit. You got 3 leads to scope. Coin go V. Yeah, coin's really just a demon. I'm done being surprised. I'm not ever going to be surprised by that again. I refuse it. Holy shit, Visa. Oh yeah, I did add Visa back to the watch. I had to add a bunch of weights back to the list because since I extended this back down, I had so much more room. So I had to add a bunch more. Just some of the top weights though. If you haven't already figured it out, I do have like SPY, Triple Q, IWM right here, and then it goes to SPX, the dollar, oil, software, semiconductor, cyber stocks, Bitcoin, Bitcoin related ETF, Chinese tech, and then it's all the top weights of the market until about here, and then these are all sectors of the market. So I have like sectors of the market, and then like macros of the market, and then everything in between, all the equities in between. I was going to say it, but I think I just saw SOXX get a bounce on the percentage right as this got its first bearish hammer. These are perfectly not going the same way to start today. Your subsectors of the tech sector, which is your main momentum for the market. Again, the spike up in staples And the fact that dollar is not given up yet are both red flags for the equity market, which is what all of us like to look at. I just like saying equity market because it's easier than saying, I don't know, just it feels dirty when I say stocks. It's like, come on, man. Let's try to sound a little professional here. Bueller professional? LOL. Welcome to the stream, though, guys. If you guys are in here, make sure to drop a like on the stream. If you're there on Twitter, you don't have to do anything. Welcome to the stream, though, guys. Hopefully, all the posts around the weekend and here to start the day, hopefully, these help you feel prepared, or at least, you know, whatever. Hope you check it out, though. And remember, this is your biggest risk off week in probably months. I haven't said risk off in forever. I've said trade light. I've said, hey guys, don't try to blow your load. This is the first week in months I have said this is risk off. If you're going to trade at your own risk. This is a very, very crazy week of news. All kinds of catalysts coming out. I'm sure volatility's already spiked a little bit. I didn't even bother looking. Why did I type two X's? It is spiking a little bit right now. You can see, though, recently spiking, though. As we get closer to that news, expectations get closer, this starts to trade up towards those expectations. As those expectations finally get hit, this will cool off. So, as this rises, though, you should see more expensive contracts, more volatile options chains. And that's really all you really should use this for, as a gauge of volatility. Nothing more. Man, when I first started trading, I don't know about the rest of you. Feel free to let me know your experience. But when I first started trading, I can't tell you how many people told me that that was an opposite to SPY. How many people told me like it was word of God, you know, telling me that that is 100% opposite of SPY. I can't tell you how many people I saw say that when I first started. I cannot tell you how many. I mean, it might have been thousands of people saying, no, that's an opposite of SPY, or this is that. It's crazy. It's just a volatility gauge. It is not an opposite to anything. I went out into the hallway because I wanted to see what my dog was doing, because honestly, it was a little too quiet for my liking. So I went out into the hallway and she's like poking her head around the corner. She's got like this like cow in her mouth. She's like holding it, and like you could just see her head poking around the corner with the cow in her mouth. It's fucking cute. I mean, I'm a man. I don't find shit like that cute. Sit, dog. The happiest dog all the time. Watching the next 30-minute candle on Tesla in 8 minutes. Good looks. Welcome, though, guys. I don't know what keeps bringing you guys back to my streams, what I say to lock you in here. How many of your families I have held hostage in a secret, undisclosed location to get you in here. But welcome to the stream. Make sure to drop a like on the stream. Say hi. Let us know what you're up to, what you're looking at. And hopefully I can go over some cool stuff today. A really big part of what we do here is we track the market. I just like doing that for fun, honestly, and plus it is genuinely beneficial to just be aware. Small caps up today. You know, whenever we have like perils in the market, a lot of the time you want to look at defensive stocks. You want to look at small caps, you know, things that are lagging behind, things that react to those pullbacks. Macros, you know, the dollar, oil, You know, looking at Bitcoin, looking at all kinds of shit, really. Chinese tech, just really everything. And then the sectors. Sectors are a really big part of our stream. Whenever I go through these, try to have like a big pie chart in your head. And as I go through them, try to fill it in with green and red. You know, which one has more control of that pie chart. And that's really what we're doing, you know, by looking at this one. And not every slice of pie is equal, right? This one is definitely the biggest slice of pie by a lot. So it needs more value than the others, right? These next few, these next 3 or 4 are pretty similar in size when it comes to slice. So it, you know, let that help you out in your little visual in your head. Oh, Staples getting a rejection here. Staples getting a rejection. Let's check those offensive sectors. Getting a bounce in tech. Now, the final question. Has software and semiconductors finally started headed the same direction? It looks like we get a good bearish hammer right as Sox is looking like it wants to turn back up to go towards that pivot area. And holy shit, can you stop messing with me, Thinkorswim? There you go. Very, very important momentum. Everything is like perfect opposites right now. Dogs are cute. Nothing not manly about it. So true. Triple Q holding previous day control point, overnight gap 0.5 for now. Ooh, good looks, Garden. See, that's the kind of messages I like to read. Holding previous day control point. Which that's from here to here. And then she said the overnight gap 50%. So you go from previous day close up to today's open. That is crazy. Good looks, Garden. Now let's go post that in Discord as if we came up with that. No, I'm kidding. I'll make sure you're the one who gets the credit. But I do want to share that in TradeFloor because that's interesting. That is a very interesting update because when I'm looking at just SOXX and IGV, in my head, it feels like we're at a pivot point for the sector, strictly because I could feel its strength slowing down on software, and you could see it and feel it here on semiconductors, the opposite direction. So it just kind of feels like we're at a pivot point. So that really does confirm all that. Like it just felt like we're at something important because it's like, okay, why are these like complete opposites right now? good eye. Seriously. I really like when I see guys and people in chat going in there and be like, yo, this lines up with that, or yo, Bueller, these two levels, these 250% are here, you know, where current price is reacting for 20 minutes straight. It's very cool. Plus, it just shows me that you are paying attention on your own. You're not just waiting for Bueller to say everything, you know. I don't want people like that in here. Only time a manly man can cry is when watching is something with when a dog dies, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, I don't like to see animals die, man. Not even just animals, but you know, animals you've bonded with. That's especially when it gets like that's the gray. That's the gray line, the red line, as they might say. A little bit of a pullback in SPY. We did see a lot of red flags up to this point, so honestly, not really surprised if we do break previous day high and make it down to this area. This, if anything, isn't really bearish. It's almost like we're getting a balanced test to the downside because this right here is the pivot point right here. So coming down to this after breaking key level, that's not the craziest thing. Now, breaking this would bring a pretty quick pullback, probably. That would bring your more aggressive selling, most likely. XOK still heading down. As your software sector slows up, I do see more selling in semiconductors in the current candle. So we might be seeing those turn in the same direction for once. It just might not be to the upside. Oh, no. Green candle in software. I'm making sure to keep on watching that because it is honestly incredible how much of an opposite those have been just these past few sessions. It has been a clear red flag to me. And then those are all the days Triple Q has struggled. It's crazy. Yo, Data J, did you see that new odd stats post I put on my page? If not, I'll read it out to you. This shit's pretty crazy. Here it is. Still have all night to go, so this hasn't triggered yet, but in the history of SPY, there has only been 9 times where it gapped up 0.5% on a Monday after dropping 1% across Thursday to Friday of the previous week, with VIX between 15 and 20 on Friday's close. Only once did it fade that gap up and close below the open. That was last Monday. So just to kind of say that more in English. In the history of SPY, going back to 1993, after having a combined return in the previous Thursday and Friday of about 1% or worse, and VIX closing in the high teens, it's only gapped up at least 0.5% on Monday 9 times. 8 of those 9 times, SPY just kept on going up after that gap up on Monday morning into the close of the day. So that's what today should be doing. The only effing time it didn't, as in the only time it gapped up under these conditions and didn't keep going even higher into the close, was last Monday. And this is all his wording. None of that was my wording. I'm just repeating it. So basically saying, what are the odds this happens again? You know, almost alluding to it should drop because these stats are so like rare. Pretty crazy, right? So he's calling for a drop. Just because that stat is so rare and it shouldn't happen 9-10 times in a row. Here we are. And there is that dip we were talking about. I'm not calling out anything this week, but I am going to give you guys directional signals here. And like I said, guys, we've been seeing red flags all morning. Software and semiconductors are not on the same page. You even have semiconductors pushing away to get a new low of day in. What else was our? We also had staples popping up. Anytime this pops up, I know not to be super bullish on the equity market for the day, just because I know that this popping up can be a short-term seller sign, as we go over a million times in stream. If you look at your other sectors, not really any of them except maybe banks have done a good part of a good. Actually, that's a lie. XLC has done amazing. All right. Well, besides these two, there's no other sector that's like doing really well to start the day. That's an offensive sector for the market. So you really have just C and F working by themselves right now. Tech is actually technically red right now. Semiconductors new low. We'll see if it holds on to that new low or not. And you do finally have a couple candles in the same direction as each other. SOX and IGV, the two subsectors of tech, which is a main moving momentum factor of the market. You know, as these both go up together, we're going to see really good moves up together across the market. When we see both of these drop, we're going to see really good drops across the market. Coin doesn't care. Nvidia down bad to start the day. Tesla tried to get their hand over 314.74 and 313s, ended up giving that up within the very next candle. Since then, it's just been selling almost into the lows of yesterday now. Or, sorry, Friday. I'm going to do that a lot. I'm going to say yesterday, and I meant Friday. But I think we all knew what I meant. Hopefully. But just to clarify. And guys, we have not hit 30 concurrent viewers in a stream in a little while. I kind of let my channel die, took a very long break. I'm back. We've been at it for months now. We've been killing it. 30 concurrent viewers, guys. Thank you again. I can't thank you enough, seriously. Hopefully we keep these updates going. Let's go. Round of applause in the YouTube stream. Thank you guys, seriously. And I can't thank you guys enough. Mm, mm, mm. Semiconductors still selling, guys. You should still be seeing selling pressure across your semiconductors. Nvidia, Avgo, AMD, MU. Jesus. Avgo. Where's Avgo? I know it's up here somewhere. Here it is. Yeah, Avgo's still selling. Oh, I'm hovering AMD. AMD. IGB's still not the craziest sell off yet, but this isn't the main momentum. This is. We know if we're under this, we should be seeing selling. Guys, I've been posting this since last week. This is nothing new. Seeing us not be above this should be a red flag for you. Is anybody ignoring this and like, why am I in longs? You should not be in longs on a lot of these setups right now. Now, if you're looking at something different, ignore me. I'm talking about most of the market and tech. I'll make sure to be clear on that when I go over whatever. I would like to say SPY is at the crucial point. Remember what we said to start the day. If we are going to go down under the previous day highs, under the 743.30s levels, we are most likely going to visit the pivot point that decides direction. We know that. A lot of the time we make good moves up or we make good moves down. This is the area we're going towards to kind of give us that balance to start the day. Holy shit, a gifted membership. Matty Ice, thank you, brother. Seriously. Someone named Wolverine510 got it. Congratulations. You just want a brand new car. No, I'm kidding. This guy's on Twitter is X Market Plumber. I just realized that. It's funny. And seriously, thank you guys for real. Like, it is honestly incredible how much. I mean, I sit here and act like it's hundreds of people, but it's like 40, 50 people. But I think it's crazy that I have 40, 50 people around the community because I don't do like all this promoting. You know, I really do kind of leave it on y'all to share the group. Because in my experience, the best way to grow your community is genuinely just making other people do it naturally. Whether it's word of mouth or just being like, hey guys, check out this. I've been killing it. You know, like I don't really want to go out there and be like, look, guys, I'm proving myself to you. I don't give a shit. I'm making money. I don't fucking care if I have to make Timmy 2022 2047 on Twitter feel good about himself, you know, while I post something that I've been doing. You know, I don't really care about that. But I'm also not going to do the opposite and go on there and spam a bunch of gains posts and never show losses like 90% of Twitter does, and make you feel like you're stupid and everyone's killing it and you're bad at trading. Like, I hate that aspect of Twitter too. So I just go on there, I post informational stuff, I post my links, I post my streams, I go on for spaces now. I want to make more articles now that I know that that's a feature. I didn't know I could do that. I think I've been paying for X for like months now to have that blue checkmark thing, and I did not realize I had that feature to do articles. But seriously, thank you, Maddie. Thank you so much. I know it's only a single gifted membership, but like seriously, that's still really big for this channel. I try not to take anything too. I try to take everything serious. You know, when I see someone subscribe, it's like that's 3 more people than last week. You know, who cares? But it's still very cool. So I do appreciate whoever's out there in the group. You know who you are. Sharing my links, sharing everything I've been doing, just sharing it around because you are the reason we're growing. It has nothing to do with me. I mean, I'm the content, but like, you know what I meant. I'm not gonna go out there and be like, join my group, please. We need more people. Like, I don't care about that. But if people naturally join in and naturally enjoy their time here, you know, that's what I want. I don't want to advertise to get people to like it. I don't want to have to feel like I have to prove myself to somebody. I feel like I've already done that to myself. I don't really care about proving myself to others. Neither should you, to be honest. You should only care about proving yourself to yourself. Fuck all the rest. IGV looking a little toppy. A little toppy. Selling has continued on semiconductors, so we should still see selling pressure hold across the market until further notice. I would like to say Triple Q has made it down to its previous day close, so maybe they get a couple inside bars in there. Maybe not. We'll have to see. Let some more time go by. Let me know if you guys are looking at anything specific in the chat, and I'll try to click through it as I see fit. I'm trying not to click on too many individual weights today just because we do have a lot of crap in the market this week. So I'm trying to keep it more macro style this week for the streams and spaces and stuff so people have an understanding of, where to look for next, not really trying to grab calls on a 5-minute chart on the peak of catalyst season. SPY teetering on the 50% of gap, and you'll hear it in my tone this week. If somebody makes a mistake or somebody goes out of their way to chase something or is greedy on something, like, I don't care, because you made the mistake by even thinking you could do that to start the week. Like, how many weeks are there in a trading year, guys? And you're wasting it all on one? That's how I see it. SPY teetering on the 50% of the gap. It is at a very crucial area, guys. You do bring up a good point. And remember, we're kind of watching a combination of levels today. It is honestly a whole area there today. So don't just watch 50% gap, but that is very important to see that break or not. Good looks, though. Good looks. Good target updates, everybody. Letterbuck gave a great update on the Triple Q gap fill. React's honestly been killing it. Nothing new there. ESB, I've been seeing you get more active in the chat. I love it. You were one of the people that got Lifetime, right? Like, you were one of the winners or whatever. Yeah, I can't tell you how awesome I am to see that, because you have no clue what got that, the Santa Claus situation we talked about. But I think it's incredible somebody who got gifted one of those memberships is still here, still active, still killing it. I think that's really cool. I knew there'd be one person who'd do really well, and there'd be another person who was just like, I don't really need this, I don't want this, Because I think out of all the Lifetime guys that won that giveaway, I think there is one person who's kind of just I haven't even seen them type besides that first day. But yeah, that was very, very cool. But yeah, shout out to you. Still seeing seller-friendly signals here on SPY as we reject the 50% of the gap up and the top of this little key area here. Which, remember, we're still in it, but the fact we're rejecting on the inside of it is adding on to those red flags we're already seeing pop up across everywhere. Seeing software still slow down. Seeing semiconductors continue under this area here. I mean, I couldn't have said it any better. SOXX. I won't lie, my TA is a little scary accurate to start the day. I think this will be a great week to keep pushing my limits, but not go overboard with trading. So therefore, next week will be a gold mine. Really good pullback here, though. Really good pullback. Like we said, all these red flags that kind of gave us that early scare. You can see staples here popping up. Red flag for the market to start the day. I said, Staples been green all day. Red flag for the rest of us. Man, let's go, guys. I fucking knew, man. I knew if we just stayed locked in, we would be really good on direction. Anytime I stray away from my path, I lose grip on direction in the market. Sometimes it's resetting the chart and kind of just getting a good re approach to it. You know, kind of feeling it out again. Sometimes it's just going through your sectors again, kind of refreshing yourself on what's happened. Where is the bulk of the market at? Where is the bulk of the market heading towards? Sometimes it's just taking time off, taking like a couple days off each weekend, you know, to make sure you're 100% reset for the next week because of all the things you have to think about. But you don't need to be thinking about too much. If that's what you're stressing about, then genuinely you need to relax. And yeah, this has a lot of room down at previous day close still. If this was to make the move Triple Q did, this still has room to previous day close. Keep an eye on Triple Q and Tech to see if SPY is going to make that gap fill or not. Because if Tech starts to bounce, SPY is not getting the gap fill. Keep an eye on your Tech momentum and all the red flags that kept popping up, like staples, defensive sectors showing signs of life. Dude, this sucks too because comms and discretionary are up and holding really well right now. The only thing they don't have is Tech. Today could have been a stupidly green day if Tech was green right now. Crazy, crazy, crazy what we're seeing to start today, to start this week. Most important day of the week, too, is definitely Wednesday. So things should be decently moving up until then. Up to that point, things should start consolidating, being more indecisive. Probably even end of day tomorrow, things will start getting even more decisive. If that starts sooner, though, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh my God, I'm surprised. The Islamic Republic of Spyran. The community around you is awesome. I appreciate that. I'm glad to hear everybody's on their best behavior. At least when you're around. When you leave the Ream ESP, they start saying some heinous shit. Apple wants up. It's me, sorry. Just sit behind the scenes trying to learn as much as I can. I appreciate you, Christian. Oh, no, you're talking about the lifetime thing? No, I'm not talking about you. Wait, Christian, you were another lifetime person that won that same week ESB did? That same day? I kind of forgot who all won that shit, I'm not going to lie. Well, shit. No, I wasn't meaning you. I've seen you type in stream a couple times. But that wasn't what I meant. I actually really liked my lurkers. The lurkers is the larger part of my audience. Yeah, you probably only see like the same 10, 20 people type all the time in Discord and YouTube, but I have a lot of people who still watch each of those channels live because I can see the analytics of it all. And then you see it with the numbers on YouTube and Discord, and X. Like, there's still plenty of people who watch me. It's just getting people to interact. That's another step. But that's not really what I care about. What I care about is just people understanding the key information. Like, don't just sit there and suffer in silence. But if you get everything, like, then yeah, I mean, you don't really need to type all the time. This motherfucker Ace. I like the people that come in and say one thing, then never message again for the whole day. I'm pinning that. That's pinned message of the day. Ace said that if he did that again, he would gift 100 memberships. So hopefully he holds up his end of the bargain. I'm just not as confident yet to type my heart out on here, but we'll get. No, you're good. Honestly, Christian, a lot of it's not even us typing our heart out. Like, I know what you meant, but a lot of it is just us throwing ourselves out there and yapping. You know, getting it out there to get more comfortable. But what I was gonna say though is like, being a lurker is not a bad thing. I was a lurker. I was in one trading group before I made this group, and it wasn't a real trading group. It was like one guy who said he was part of the stock, like that he worked at the stock exchange, and he didn't. He lied to us all. So that's a whole nother story. But I remember that though. I remember like, oh, T-Bone. Oh my God, I'm so glad you're here. I caught up. Off topic. But lurking is important. Like, you don't need to be a talker or a typer. Too many people these days want to be that, want to be seen, want to be shown, want to be highlighted, want to look cool. To be honest with you though, it's always the lurkers that I enjoy the most because they don't have egos. You know, not to say that people who type have egos, but they're occasionally, and you guys know what I mean. Occasionally, you'll get those people who get really cocky with it, really egotistical with it. I have people to this day in my own Discord community that will just be in there just to fake be friends with everybody and invite them to their community or invite them to their group chat that they're wanting to start up and get people that they're familiar with, you know? So trust me, it's the lurkers I love the most because they don't have egos, they're not loud opinions. It's just they're just there. You've been lurking for 6 years but just started trading 5 months ago? Holy shit. I've seen your name forever. Where are you from? Venture Fit. I won't lie, I have seen your name forever. But yeah, T-Bone, I caught up, bro. I caught up on OP. I even watched yesterday's episode. I'm a little pissed that I did it, though. Because I watched all of it just on a Saturday. And you were right, I was missing out. I almost cried. When they cut Robin's hair and they were like doing it for the Soul meetup or whatever, I was like, holy shit. It's finally happening. Seeing like more celestial dragon shit too is honestly cool because like, yeah, finding the One Piece is one thing, but man, the whole like behind the scenes shit that's going on in that shit is crazy to me. That's a big reason I like FMA Brotherhood so much. I really like the peel onion layer back kind of vibe, where it's like you don't get the whole picture until you see more, and it just keeps going. It keeps going. It keeps going. It keeps going, and your mind just keeps getting blown. XOK Doji candle here at low of day so far. We'll see if this reacts to move up to see if we're going to get a lower high under this area here. If we get a lower high under here, that is going to probably cause more selling on the tech sector, which will most likely bring impact to the market. Now, if it retakes this area, doesn't just react to it, then we'll maybe see more of a relief bounce. But until then, we are in a completely seller-friendly tech chart right now. Your triple Q has not broken previous day low yet. That's probably due to discretionary strength and calm strength. These are the other two sectors within that folder for triple Q. So that's why triple Q is not bleeding as much as it could be. What is my dog chewing on? Hey, what are you chewing on? I just want to see what you're chewing on. You don't have to growl at me. Okay, growl at me. Here, you want to hear a growl? Give me that. 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 Whoa! She almost bit me. Let's just say she got a shirt that she's chewing on and she doesn't want to give it up. Yeah, it's not even about the OP. Yeah, exactly. I remember as soon as I finished, though, I was like, dude, I can't wait to tell T-Bone. And on my AOT rewatch, I'm in the last season. I was listening to FMA OST all last night while charting. It was crazy. I'm speaking like a different language to you right now. NVIDIA at 200. Something I didn't think I'd be saying today. IGV pulling back still, but it's not like an aggressive seller-friendly pullback. They're still resilient to the upside a little bit. Semiconductors, though, they don't give a shit. Did y'all hear her growl in the mic or no? I'm gonna be pissed if that didn't pop up. Oops. Yes. Were you surprised by Shank's brother too? No, because that wasn't even the first time that was revealed to us. I don't remember when it happened. I remember at Mary Jo, that's when they did the whole thing where they try to trick us all and make us think that's Shanks. But there is another clip somewhere that I saw in the show. I don't remember where it was or what it was, but something happened and it showed another version of him where it didn't have the scar. And it's like, oh, that's not him then. I don't remember where it was, but yeah, no, I don't know if I was surprised. I think I'm just left with more questions than I had before. I definitely wasn't surprised though, because I was like, this doesn't seem like some shit he'd do. Because from how I gathered it, Shank. Here, we'll talk about it later. We'll talk about it later. It's only 9:30. I'm not gonna annoy the rest of the stream with that yet. I'll annoy them later. Still looking to see if software picks up and sells even more with semiconductors. Because if so, it should happen. Because semiconductors are selling so strong, software should pull back now. And you should start seeing comms and discretionary start flipping red soon. Which they're not yet. Staples still popping up, another red flag for the intraday charts. Is anybody lost on the charts right now? I want to make sure we're all good. I feel like I've been really clear on direction for this morning, and I'm trying my best to kind of keep adding on to that storyline that we've been using today. We're all clear on that, right? If anybody's lost at any point in the stream, be like, hey, Bueller, shut up for a second. Update me. What did I miss? We're all good, though, right? Triple Q lost PDL. Good mention. Triple Q just filled gap. Good mention. Oh, the one from May 5th. Or y'all should see that dog when she's like comfortably sleeping and you try to go mess with her. Sometimes she'll let you mess with her, but sometimes she'll like growl at you. And it's, I don't know, it's kind of funny because I've never had a dog that genuinely does have its own personality. Like every dog has a personality, but some of them are like very like that's all they're going to be is what they are there, you know. But this dog has like so much personality. It's insane. Grady, stop yapping about One Piece, but we can't get him to shut up about his damn dog. This hat. Oh, so that thing I was reading out to y'all about the stats with SPX and Spy and all that. This has now triggered. Let's see if we manage to go 33 years with 0 events and then get 2 in back-to-back Mondays. That's funny. I can't wait for y'all to see some of the scheduled posts I have for this week because I have some posts that actually make fun of financial Twitter, but in a funny, you know, jesty way. I'm not trying to be a dick. But 2 of them are like genius ideas. Actually, I really want to show y'all one of them. Okay, so check this out. So I made a FinX Feeds bingo card. And these are just like things that you'll probably see on your feed like 6 million times if you follow just like two people in the financial space. You'll see these posts everywhere. So I made a FinX Feed bingo card with ChatGPT. I typed all these things out, but I told it to make the image for me because I'm too lazy. And then I still had to download it and bring it to Photoshop because it can't listen. It is amazing how LLMs don't listen. It's almost like they're not actually AI. But yeah, let me know. What do y'all think of that? I think that's pretty funny or what? Oh, this time is different. Oh, the bottom right one was probably my favorite. Because it's insane how many times I see people put up like a bearish post and then it's quote tweeting something from a prediction market, and then it'll be them sharing like a very vague opinion. It'll be like, "Damn, market's reacting to this," and then they'll have put like a GIF, and it's like a big face that's red or glowing green or glowing red. They're obviously being bearish or bullish on something, and then they share a very vague opinion on something and quote tweet with, and then at the bottom left it'll say paid partnership, and it'll have Kalshi or Polymarket. That is something I see way too fucking much. Oh, this is a good one. Unpopular opinion, and then shares a very popular opinion. I can't tell you how many times I go on X and I'll see people be like, hot take or unpopular opinion. And then you read it and it's like something you 100% agree with. And you're like, huh? How is this a hot take? Tech still selling, guys. Remember, XLK equals cheat code. XLK equals cheat code. Can I do this? Yeah, I can. Oh, well, I guess that's all you get to see. That's clickbait. Like, this will change it. Yeah, dude. The amount of times I see the most vague posts where it's like, dude, this is going to change everything. It's like, what's going to change it? Explain your post. Pretty crazy. Holy shit, at Data J. Highest probability for outside bar. AM session, fast, under 60 minutes, trendy price action, low chop, doesn't return to PTCP and later candlestick. Previous day high to PTCP to PDL. Elevator down. Damn, you're like reading out like the matrix of the outside bar. Damn, you're a nerd, bro. We kind of both went in there and typed some nerdy shit at the same time. But you're like an actual nerd. Your post has numbers in it. Let me guess, you do math in your free time. Oh, my bad. I didn't read all your messages, Venture. My bad. I'm the worst. Great job, streamer. What did I miss? I joined your old Discord in 2020, but was in the military and had to deploy overseas. Holy shit. Went on a mental health journey and started trading now that I got my mental together. Dude, you're a legend. Well, thank you for serving our country, brother. Mad respect. Sorry I didn't read your message just now. I clearly read over it. I don't know why I didn't read it. Thank you though for your service, seriously. Sorry I had to shut my door. I was gonna say I actually had two uncles serve. One of them I don't know what he did, but the other one was in Desert Storm, and he's not alive anymore. But pretty cool though. I have a lot of people that were in the military in my family from back in the day. Two-figure day so far. Let's make it three. I loved it. That could be $10. That could be $99. That's funny. I still like the half fig joke. That shit actually, it was like dumb, but it was really funny to me at the moment. And it honestly sat in my head, and now it just feels like a great thing. Half fig is fucking hilarious. I was hoping someone was going to add that to their name or something so we could keep that joke rolling, and I'm so glad it was Kevo. Because that was such like a good, stupid little, quick little joke. I like our group. We like everyone in here pretends to be like broke and down and out and fucking out all the time, but then you like actually see the reality of things, and you're like, oh wow, you're actually all killing it. A lot of people in my chat really do make things out to be like way worse than it is, so we like to joke about that in here. Because I would say that's more of the problem in most traders in my community is like it's not even levels or stuff like that. Like it's just they overthink shit too much. Every time I talk to somebody, it's like I always have like such a simple answer for them, and they always like, "Oh my god, you're so amazing!" But it's like, dude, you're just overthinking it. Like if you would have stepped back a couple feet and looked at your own situation or see what are the things you're messing with, like you would also realize, oh, I shouldn't quit overthinking so much, or quit trying to overtrade, or quit trying to overreact, or stop being greedy, or whatever. $80 when I wrote that. What do you mean when you wrote that? Does that mean you already traded again and you lost some? Or you traded again and you made some? Still seeing selling in SPY. Still seeing selling in tech. This should not be surprising anybody. Good shit, Terry. By the way, Terry, I don't know if you're in the stream or not, but you had a really good post this morning. And I went back and looked at it, and I was like, we have a lot of similar levels. And I was looking at it, and I was like, okay, I can see he's a little locked in the way he's typing. I said pre-market stalling an old level. Above it, I like 749, 752. Below 744, 738. Just giving himself short-term plans. Like, that's what I want to see everybody doing, is what you did. It doesn't matter if you're right or not. It just matters that you're prepared. My dog's just staring at my door because she wants me to let her out of the room. You're staying in here. You're trapped forever. And I've already said it a million times. I'll say it again. I don't mind people having the same game plan as me or finding my charting the levels, or just seeing if they can get the same levels as me and the same plan as me. Like, that's what I want to see you do. It's when people try to act like they're the ones who originally posted it. It's like it's not about who originally posted it, dude. It's just about being on the same page. Some people lose sight of that. Their ego gets in the way. I mean, I have an ego too, but I've been ego checked so much at this point that I am an open book. So like my ego's like, don't get me wrong, it still exists, but it's like it's just out there and exposed now. So it's like I never want to ever pull it out of the closet because it's just like I'm just gonna look like an idiot. The market is the greatest natural ego check in life. I mean, there's nothing greater than it when it comes to ego checking. Oh wait, Terry Bud's the guy that's in my spaces right now. He's the one that's busy at work. That's right. I remember that. I remember that now. My brain just started like firing off in all directions. Honestly, I'm really proud of everybody if they were just focused today. This is incredible what we're seeing to start the week. I would be a little cautious for more downside now, though. SPY has hit my larger time frame key area, so I am expecting some consolidation, at least even if it's just 15, 20 minutes and then we sell more. Doesn't matter. Should react to it somewhat. Right now it is on SPY. I don't think Triple Q's reacting. Oh, no, it is. I'm sorry. It is hammering out. Hammer time. Hammer, hammer, hammer. IGV's done a really good job of not selling off completely. They did pull back from their highs, but they have not sold off. Which, if they look like this at the same time as this chart did, this would look like that. But like times two. It's crazy. Like that looks like it's the end of the world. We're only down 0.1%. God, I need to quit yawning. I bet I sleep really good tonight. No way I don't. I wish they would add this setting to the other screen I was talking about. I can't tell you how many times I go to the time screen just to adjust how many bars are to the left or to the right. That is the one downside to Thinkorswim, in my opinion, when charting that TradingView users don't ever experience, is the amount of times we have to struggle to zoom in or out on something. It's not really our fault. I blame it on TD Ameritrade and Schwab for not fixing that still. TD Ameritrade for making it, Schwab for not fixing it. All right, let's see what she was chewing on now that I can get over here. An old shirt. Jesus, there's an entire hole in this thing. This dog is insane. It was so far because I had a runner that I wanted to get out of at PDL, but had to get out earlier for non-trading reason. So 2-figure day, but should be a 3-figure. Hey, all good. You did your damage in the time period you could. Good shit, W Data J. Let's check out the Discord real quick and see if everybody's losing their minds or not. I have been seeing people kill it in here. Yeah, not buy, not yet. Entering another gap. Good looks on Letterbuck's chart. Ryaku's had some really fire updates last week and this week. Honestly, for the past few weeks, he's been kind of on it. I guess Kevo's busy today. It's like Kevo and Ryaku are the same person. It's weird. One of them's here, the other isn't. Then the next day, one of them will be here, the other isn't. I've never seen a picture of them in the same room at the same time. Just saying. Me, of course. All the good morning messages. Really nice, though. I like how it's not like a bunch of spammed messages. Like, almost every message is genuinely helpful. We're adding on to something we're saying, like us two right here. Good shit, guys. I don't know if Terry heard what I said to him in stream, but whatever. Hopefully he catches a replay or something. I like telling people they're doing good in chat when they're actually doing good. Not just to be nice. Chat's looking pretty fire again, man. We've really revived this demon again. And that's just streaming 3 days a week and being a little bit more active on Twitter. It's funny how that works. 736.08 is a 0.5 fib from 626 low to 715 high. Why is that? Why are you drawing that? Or what is that? I just remember those were 15-minute candles. Also, can we get a quick respect check here on the key support here, key area here? All right, this is insane. Here, I'll show y'all. Where am I at? God, I hate how Twitter works. Here we are. Key pivot area to start the week. We're up against it last night. Here's some cute little arrows. Here we are this morning. And here we are now. Oh, whoops, it's not the chart I want. I want this one. Actually, I'll just do both. Wait, let's do a cool arrow. So we can look cool. Oh, here's that post. Preparing for another taco week in the Islamic Republic. Dude, I might have been the only person on Twitter who called the not taco situation, though. Hold up, I gotta search my page. Yeah, here. 11 days ago, I said this. This might, and it might finally still be working. Not that we should want to see tacos, but this is the longest we haven't seen that peace deal hit. It's been almost 2 weeks of no peace deal. From the last round. Of course, it's been a lot longer than that, as you all know. I'm not trying to pretend it hasn't. LW's back in the green. Dude, I don't even want to look, but fuck it, let's look. Wait, this is your average? I think my average is 48 now. My average is not far from this. I did lower it significantly, though, which I can't really complain about. But now I own a lot of LW. Like, almost a little too much. I'm not going to lie. As this goes up, I'm selling some just so I have less of it. To get more either Netflix. I can't buy more PayPal. It's still at my buy area. Yeah, it's literally at the spot I said to stop buying at. So I've only had since February to buy. So I've had 5 months to buy with my strategy. And I think I only have like 102 shares. It's like 102.3 shares. Because I buy like a certain amount each week. Some weeks I'll add in a little more if I see it like going down more and I'm like, I like it down here. PayPal at 40, that's fucking nuts. Like, I remember saying that 100 times on stream. Either those two. Bull's a good speculative one. And honestly, probably the safest option would probably be Sophie, which is still in buy spot. I pretty much like this under 22. I won't lie, I've been fucking killing it on my stock picks. Literally anybody who has followed me in the last like 6 years has been killing it, and I don't brag about that enough, to be honest with you. It is incredible to me how well we did on different picks like this. 6 to 7 years ago, a guy in my chat, Jonathan, and myself were heavily promoting buying Tesla and Apple before splitting was even a thing on either of these two. Since then, they've split, rallied. I think Tesla split twice now, rallied. A lot of people on those have like $60 to $70 per share. You know, some people like on Tesla have it at, I think it's like 150, 160s from when we originally posted it. Like, my stock picks are fucking amazing. The one stock I haven't done great on, we did really good on Target as well. I hate that this one worked as quick as it did, because I won't lie, I was trying to post this for like as long as I possibly could, and it did good, around April all the way into December, but I didn't start posting it until about August of that year of 2025. So we only had till like pretty much the end of the year. Basically, we had the last quarter of last year to buy. Once it got above like 100, 110, it kind of made it uneasy to buy more, so you just kind of sat on what you had. So we didn't get as much as we wanted, and that's what we wanted on PayPal, and I'm really glad it's working out, because this did give us pretty much double the amount of time as Target. So we were able to accumulate more shares without going over our buy price. I just have that cutoff, you dollar cost average till you get to your buy price. Once you hit your buy price, it's like, all right, I'm done. No more buying until it gets back down to it. I think it also just teaches good patience. But yeah, I'm trying to think of the ticker I didn't do good on. I honestly try to delete them from my memory after they happen. Oh, ET's another big famous one we've done for the chat. Yeah. I'm just trying to share this for anybody who might be newer in here. We've got some really good stock picks though, but my stock pick strategy is very boring, and I think that's why a lot of people don't follow it. But I have to show people the results. Like, it's fucking insane. And I have a few friends in the chat. There's plenty of people in chat like Matty Ice, Leland. There's tons of people in chat who own some of these different stock picks from over the years, and you can ask them how well we've done. It's not like it's just me, but I just don't like to put that on other people and be like, "Yeah, guys, follow us, this and that." But I think when you learn my strategy, you'll be like, "Holy shit, that is really boring." But then you'll also be like, "But I see why it works," because you're pretty much like limiting as much risk as you possibly can while maximizing your reward. Now, the only thing that sucks and doesn't suck is what I just finished explaining. You know, how long does something actually consolidate under your buy price? You know, what's that buy price? And then how many weeks do you get under that? How many months do you get under that? Most of the time, you get like 6 years to 7 years, or 6 months, 7 months, 8 months if you're lucky. Like on PayPal and other occasions, like in Target, it's like a lot less than that. Which technically it was longer than that, but I meant like when we got onto it, it was a lot less than that. Which you have to be aware of that. You know, if you're late to it, you know, you don't have as much time. All right, are things finally starting to slow down? Because they should. Because I see Triple Green getting some bid buying. Yeah, I talked about Target. I don't know why I even said that. I have all of them right here. No, I did cover all the ones. Come on. The rest of those are like speculative or like we're not touching it. Shares of ASML BESI automatically halted from trading after dropping 8 to 8 points. Holy shit. Even these two levels that you could have deleted just to kind of stay focused on this and the 50% and the key levels down here, it's crazy how those ended up being used. Rejected, sat in between, fell, rejected 50% of gap, fell below, retook. Now it has the liquidity grab, the 90% entry to make it to this level. I'm not going to lie, the price action has been super clear today. Oh yeah, Kimberly. But though I was just reading the ones that I actually came up on my own, or you know, invested into hardcore. I do like a lot of other speculative picks. Bull's good, of course. Just that is 100% speculative. Kimberly's actually a good one. I wouldn't even say that's speculative. Kimberly Clark, but that's a Matty Ice one. Rivian, Matty Ice. There's also a couple that Tobias has on his channel. I need to look through those again. I think sorry, excuse me. I think another crazy one is UMAC. This is the one I was telling y'all about from that one page. Trump's son is on the board for this company, and I forgot all the reasonings, but this is one of the drone companies that's actually getting attention money wise, not just attention wise. They're actually getting the money and the important stuff. So if anything does continue to accelerate with like drone stocks, this is probably the one to look at. Of course, since then too, it's just settled and coiled. But that's something crazy that I think about all the time. It's like, dude, y'all have Trump's son on the board. How can y'all fail? You literally can't fail. At least for now. Dude, I can't tell you how impressed I was when I saw that article I have. Does refreshing screw up spaces? Oh, it does. My bad, Terry. I'm back in here. I didn't realize refreshing the page fucks it all up. Damn, YouTube kind of beats X in that way. Apple new high of day, good looks. And remember, we know that these two sectors help us. Software is still in a position to do damage to the upside. If this recovers, that's further, just like what we saw today with the downside stuff. You know, the fact that this pulled back as much as it did with just semiconductors, imagine if they both go up together. So I would look at seeing if previous day low can get hit on semiconductors. We have this level here as well. If you go from the high, the low of that candle, high, low of that candle, high, low of that candle. Let me remove these. So what's going on? Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button. Let's get some fire emojis on the latest post in the trade floor. React's spy call just now. Let's get some fire emojis on that. We'd like to support our fellow BB traders in here. Damn it. Really good mentions all over the trade floor by a few of you. Really good mention by React specifically. He likes the amount of downside movement. He likes the short term upside pressure. He aims for a target. Good looks. I also like that he doesn't get too greedy too much on the trade floor either. Like, I can't tell you how much I hate when people go into chat and we'll be like, guys, I'm getting calls or puts, and then you'll just see them like continuously hold forever. It's like, my brother in Christ, you need to exit something. It's not about getting the biggest gains, it's about securing gains. Those gains are not yours until that position is closed or trimmed to some extent. Seriously, again, thank you to Matty Ice, by the way, again, for that gifted sub on YouTube. I forgot who that went to. Rigged. What's impactful is if we pump with semiconductors, though, because software is still green by a good margin, almost by the exact opposite percentage as semiconductors. So imagine if this not even just went green, not even went up to just here, but imagine going up to previous day low. Or any of those short-term levels I just showed y'all on stream. Like, that would give you instant confidence of like, yeah, we're going up more. So it's still all right now, but if you get that to add on to it, oh my god, we might be back at above previous day highs on this chart. Guys, the levels are leveling today though. What's up, Ace? Ace doesn't like me anymore. I don't know why. Bro acts like a stranger to me now. China. Yeah, China or K-Web up almost 3%. Matty Ice looking not so nice. Matty Ice, Matty not so nice. Yo, Maddie, does that mean you have time to play something today? Is that the context clues I'm picking up on? Or shall I go fuck myself? It is 10:05, by the way, guys. In 25 minutes, it's the end of what? What is it the end of in about 25 minutes? Who remembers the answer I'm looking for? I almost gave y'all more help, and then I stopped myself. I feel like that was enough. Y'all probably should get that. SF, I saw what you typed. It's too late. I saw it. You can't retract it. My brain has it. Unless you do one of those surgeries on me. No, you're good. I got what you meant, SF. You're good. Phase 1 of the day, though. Exactly. You guys are 100% correct. I'm kind of throwing on to add on to what ESB said in the Discord earlier, but just kind of, we kind of made a really good amount of movement already. Just to kind of prove that, too. The DTR versus ATR is already red. Tech on tech violence. That's what today's stream should have been called. Tech on tech violence today. In the stock market. I don't know why I said on the stock market. God, dude. It's crazy because like this time last week, or maybe it was later in the week last week, some point last week though. I was sitting here word for word saying everything I've said in today's stream, but like to the opposite. Uh, it would be like, yo, software is red and semiconductors just keep going up, you know, like it's funny how we're sitting here the very next week in what feels like an opposite seat. I didn't mean for that to rhyme. I feel like fucking Dr. Seuss up here. I spent money, 4 more Oracle, 30 more CRSR. Honestly, CRSR is a really good mention. I honestly always forget about this one, but Corsair is a genius one to be a part of. Is it going to run to 100? Probably not. But Corsair is doing good. And $10 is kind of a crazy price for them. That's a pretty scary fucking chart, though. But this is good risk. I don't hate your risk. I would honestly just keep this on watch. The monthly time frame, low to high of that first pop before slowdown. Just for a short-term look. And then you can watch it on the daily. But I would not chart anything on the daily. You should only chart like weekly and monthly on this. I do that with a lot of my like equity picks because I don't want to sit here and be like, you know, over here and micromanaging it when it's a larger time frame position, when it's something that's meant for a longer hold, you know. So doing this kind of charting where you're like, oh, this level, this level, this level, like that doesn't help. That's just gonna make you think more about shit that you don't need to be thinking about. Good looks though. Corsair is a great ass mention. And then you said Oracle, which honestly not a bad mention either. I remember I was looking at this just the other day. Because it's kind of crazy what price it's at. And pretty sure they're I didn't mean to do that for this one. I meant to do it for this. Pretty sure they're a larger weight now as well. If I remember correctly. Yeah, they're 17 now, which remember that's not that big of a deal, but you have to remember how much lower this used to be. And it's on discount now. So it could actually end up being like 1% of SPY in the future. Who knows? Or I mean 1% of tech of SPY in the future, not of SPY itself. Not a bad mention though, Maddie. I like both of those. Did you find those on your list, or were you already in these and you were just looking to add to them? I think you already had. I think you already had Oracle. Yeah, 4 more Oracle. Oracle next $1 trillion company if AI actually pays off. Yeah, I've been in. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. You haven't been in Corsair there before, right? This is like your first. This is your first one. Yeah, Corsair's a good one. I used to say that back then, but I always tell people like on ones like that where it's like, because you got to be honest with yourself. Um, it is in the tech sector, but a lot of its products are going to be categorized under discretionary. These are things people don't have to buy, you know? So that one is definitely more like discretionary speculation in the future. But I think at this price, it is kind of hard to pass it up. Back then, when I was saying stuff like that, that's when it was like 20, 30 a share. You know, it was kind of more of like a risky price where it definitely had a lot more to fall if it wanted to. Here at 10, though, it's like, yeah, it's kind of hard to pass up. I'm going to be honest. That's a really good mention. I think I definitely like your Oracle one the most, just because of what it is. This one's crazy because this is a pretty crazy stock price. This is going to be one of those ones where people are like, "Why didn't I buy down here? Why didn't I get anything down here?" This will be one of those probably. You can't really be like, I can't go on Twitter though and be like, guys, if you're not buying this, you're a fucking idiot. Like, no, because it is a little bit of speculation to be in this at this price. You could say there's more downside, but I personally think at this price, it's fucking nuts for Oracle. I'm pretty sure you're the reason I have this charted like this, but this really gives me like not COVID recovery vibes. Whatever the one after Trump, or sorry, the one after COVID, but before the last trade war. I don't even remember anymore. All this damn news got me all fucked up. But yeah, inside bar in the weekly too. That's kind of nuts. Monthly, you'll know in a little bit. Actually, this Friday is the last day of the month, so you'll know then. When are we getting into SPCX? You're the first person to actually ask me this on stream. I've had people ask me in chat. I've talked about it on Twitter. Just to kind of show off like my past opinions, so we're not all just like, oh my god, he never talks about this. I actually have a lot on stream in the past, and here I am again. But oh yeah, I was trolling somebody. This guy is an idiot. You know what I realized too? This is the Zach Morris trading group, and I was calling him out on Twitter because he's an idiot, and he got mad and took it personal. Like whatever, bro. But I said, and remember, this is on the 9th of June. This is not July. This is not last week. This is not this week. This is the beginning of last month. I said this, and this guy was mad because the price rallied for 3 days or whatever. How much did it go up? Yeah. He called me an idiot because I missed out on this when I wasn't even talking about this. I was talking about all of this. Like, actual idiot. I could tell it wasn't actually Zach Morris who runs this page too, because the person whoever runs this page or is replying to me is obviously a fucking idiot. There's no way that's Zach typing all that. There's absolutely no way. But I didn't know that till afterwards, so I thought that was funny. Not to hate, but yeah, SPCX IPO might be too overhyped. I'd be careful at launch. I'd be ready for discounts. It feels like a lot of previous IPOs with tons of hype. It's a no-brainer to own. Don't get me wrong. Like, there's no hate in my message at all. But buying at open or buying at IPO open rarely works out from the get-go. Let the dust settle. Does anybody want to guess why I would ever say something like that? Am I some IPO god or master? No. But I'm a Rocket Lab investor. I was here for the SPACs. Clearly, the person who's running that page doesn't know what the fuck any of that is. They weren't here for the SPAC era, SPAC. The era of things that were just like IPOs, essentially. They weren't, though. They're funded differently. But doesn't matter. The chart and how they pan out, the psychology behind it, a lot of it is very, very similar. But here on like Rocket Lab. Here, let me go back. Here on Rocket Lab, yeah, sure, this is all nice and dandy, but it had to go through this. It had to go through absolute hell and terror to get its move back up. A lot of IPOs are just like this. I know that's a SPAC, but like here's one. Here's Coinbase. A lot of them do get that initial pump, get that initial hype, sometimes even a second recovery pump. Like, that's a very normal thing. And then they fall, They find their true value, and then they come back up. That's it. That's it. That's it. There's no other special sauce behind it. That's it. And there's a fucking dumbass amount of reasons for this. It's insane. You could come up with 20 different reasons for this. I see Data J already posted one here in the chat, and probably the most important one. When people who are part of the PIPE process, who fund the company before it has hit the public markets, the real big money behind the show, right? They are locked up. They can't just sell whenever they want. They can't just sell when the market hits. They're locked up. And there's multiple periods, months later in advance, where these people sell. It's not just some speculation. It's natural. And a lot of the time, some of these people do sell or trim at those lockout periods, or at those periods where they can get out some, or they, in some cases, like the Sophie CEO, they buy more. So the big thing to look out for is, when do those people who got in start buying more? When do you start seeing more money actually get in? So you really want to pay attention to volume when it comes to SPCX. I know I don't use volume, but you really want to pay attention to two things. Volume, when does it come in? When does that rise of volume come in? The low to high. And then size of candles. You'd be surprised how much this helps you. You really want to start to see smaller candles appear, kind of like how it is now. Actually, that's a really good example. As it starts getting smaller, now this is probably because it's headed towards earnings, and I think there's actually a lockout period right after earnings. It's like 8.4, 8.5. I have to go look, but a period where people who have been in since IPO can sell is popping up. So people are speculating they're going to sell. I don't think they will. I think they're going to surprise everybody, and you'll see it reverse back up, and people are going to start chasing this. I don't think it's going to go up like that. But I would honestly love for it to have a period like Rocket Lab and like the other SPACs, or like IPOs like Coinbase and all the other IPOs that came out before it. Is I would love to see it consolidate for a year, 8 months, 9 months, 6 months, like literally any number of months would be nice. On bigger time frames like the weekly, the daily, the monthly, you need to see a continuation of smaller candles as it approaches that area where you think the value is. So if you think it's 110, all right, well, on the weekly and daily, I want to start seeing smaller candles approach as we get around 110. And then volume, you want to see volume step in. But besides that, once you do finally understand that process, you understand, okay, let it drop. Then I'll do dollar cost averaging. That's why I like that strategy the most, because you can just buy a little bit now, not get too oversized. Another week goes by, another week goes by, another week goes by. You'll get more information, and you'll understand if you want to keep adding or not. And then you'll find your true area of value. And then over time, you'll be a long-term investor. If you're a long-term investor, you shouldn't be worried about short-term wins, short-term consolidation. In the grand scheme of things, 8 to 9 months is nothing. A whole year, 2 years is nothing. It's short-term. So you might already be near your area of value, to be honest with you. If I was somebody, considering I'm already in Rocket Lab and have been in Rocket Lab, I've been buying for a while, because I bought a bunch, sold out of fear, bought more, got kind of lucky, low key, sold about 40% at about 110, 120, somewhere between there. I think it was like 112. Ran more. I'm still in it. Like it's kind of like, sorry, I'm not showing the whole chart. It's kind of still up a lot from where I've bought, but it's not like, I'm not at 150 anymore. I'm not sitting here like, oh my god, I'm a fucking genius for owning this. And it genuinely makes me think, like, these are probably near their value. The space sector itself is probably near its value area. But SPCX itself is probably got to go through a whole consolidation first. I would put higher probability scenario on consolidation phase. Then you see the true value come out of it. Then you see it rise up out of the ground. Or you see that earlier than expected, due to chasing and greed. You can never underestimate the greed in a human, dude. The stock market has so much greed, it's insane. People like to act like this thing's beat down right now, and I'm not even in this. Remember, I'm not even in this because I'm genuinely already in a space stock. So I'm already kind of safe because I don't feel the need to get into this. But if I was someone looking to get into SpaceX, again, not financial advice, who am I? I would genuinely wait for like a real consolidation phase and treat it as a dollar cost average position. I wouldn't try to dump 10,000 shares on it right here, right now. I would genuinely just try to get a little bit here, a little bit in a little while, a little bit later. Sprinkle it in. Why the need to dump heavy into this? What if this goes down to fucking $40 a share? You're gonna feel like a fucking idiot for getting all what you did at 110. 110 sounds great now if you're thinking about it going to 200, sure, but it's easy to think about that in the short term, and that's why again I compare it to Rocket Lab, because one, it's a space stock, but two, it's a SPAC. This was from the SPAC era, and this displays perfectly what these IPOs should be doing. And then I'll show you a real one, and you can see it genuinely feels just like SPCX. Like, it feels like that little bit of dip. You'll probably see a little bit of hope. You'll probably see a little bit of hope get shut the fuck down. We'll see the consolidation phase come in, and then the real value will come out of it, right? And if you're someone getting in here, it's just because you're antsy. There is no other word for it. You're just antsy. It's not about greed. It's not about fear. It's not about anything else. You're just antsy. That's all it is. So if I was someone looking to get into SPCX, I would want to see more time on the chart. But like I said in my Twitter post, it's a no-brainer to own SpaceX. I don't think people who are looking at trying to own SpaceX are dumb, or like, that's not the point of the conversation. If you're looking to own SpaceX, like, that's fine. Like, they should be an amazing, one of a kind type company. I mean, I own Rocket Lab, and I'm saying this. You don't understand what Rocket Lab has achieved if you're not a Rocket Lab investor. They've come out of the fucking trenches and are one of the top space companies in the world by a large margin because of the number of missions they've completed. But they're still not doing even close to the level of what SpaceX is doing. And you saw the chart. I just showed you how well they've done. So, I mean, it's kind of a no-brainer that SpaceX is going to succeed. It's probably not going to be as quick as people think. Or, like I said in that little, minority scenario, it might happen quicker than people think, and that chasing does happen. That's still a scenario, because in rare scenarios that does happen. I'm not saying that can't happen. I'm just saying it's not high probability. High probability is that boring explanation. But that's my entire SpaceX opinion as someone who is actually invested in the space sector, because I see a lot of people talk about it and they're not even in anything from the space sector. I've never even seen them talk about it. They've never owned anything in it. And not that I think only people who own it could talk about it. It's just like, when it comes to that sector, I really am heavy on that, because space is a very, very peculiar thing. It's a very particular sector. It's not. It doesn't have to be connected to things, So hopefully that makes sense. And I don't even think Ace was being serious with that question, but just in case there are other people in here who are curious about like what I think about it, just because there are a lot of people who know that I'm in Rocket Lab. And I've actually gone through hell with Rocket Lab. Is Zach still in hiding? I didn't even. Oh, that one post? Yeah, I have no idea. I don't have hate for Zach, by the way, if anybody like misconstrues that. That's not the point of that. But whoever runs that page he supports is a fucking idiot. And that's not even hate. Like, you can go read his post for yourself and see what I'm talking about. And he mistakes everything. So he's clearly not someone who speaks English, which that's not my issue either. But it's just like, it just again speaks to what I'm saying. Like, his lost in translation is insane. He calls out AMC in the $2 range and tries to act like he reinvented the wheel. It's like, brother, you're calling out AMC. And then he replies back to me and he's mad that, like, he calls me like broke or a bum or something, and it was like, bro, I don't even care about your strategy. I don't even care about your win rate. I'm not even calling you out on any of that. It's the fact that you're calling out AMC. It's like, Jesus. And the name of the group is hilarious. Like, it's pure brain rot, pure brain slop. But yeah, that's the whole space conversation. We finally had it, guys. I've talked about it a bunch of times just in pieces on stream over the years about Rocket Lab, more recently on SpaceX. I even used to cover all kinds of space companies. There used to be a company called, I think it was like Relativity or something. Relativity something. I can't remember all the names of them because Rocket Lab is the main one. But that's also another reason I started liking like 3D printing for like not just the future, but like the long term future. Like I think back then I was saying 20 to 30 years. I think it's been almost 8 years since I've been saying that. So I'd say, yeah, in the next 10 to 20 years, you'll see 3D printing become more of a norm for not just like stuff on our planet, but off of our planet. That's going to be like the next big one that like people are kind of overlooking because it doesn't sound like a big deal right now because a lot of people think of it as like the small products people make, but 3D printing is honestly one of the most impressive things on our planet. The number of things that it can be adapted to, the industries it can help out. And guys, it is the end of phase one. Phase one just ended. Phase one of the day just ended. If you guys have no idea what I mean, there's a video on my channel if you want a quick explanation. I'll search for it real quick. Just type in phases of the day. And it's the only video, it should be the main video that pops up. From open to close, navigating the 3 phases of the day using probability. Check that video out, though. Now, at the time, I didn't know this, but now I know this because I've talked to Ace and a couple other people that actually trade more macro, more global market stuff and have used other strategies because I've pretty much just traded the same shit the whole time. Is that it actually a lot of the stuff that we look at there lines up with like open and market closes of different global markets. So that's pretty crazy. I did not know that though. So there is actually thinking behind it. It's not just us trying to split the day up into 3. It is actually a thing. 3D printing with lasers and moon dust. Creating moon rocks with my own 3D printer. People used to think it was going to be like the genomics sector. I think I'm pronouncing that wrong. I think I even posted a genomics doc one time and then it didn't. Actually, yeah, that is a bad one I posted. I do have a loser. I didn't want to just sit here and glaze myself, but I remember being pretty high on this one. I'm honestly impressed it's still listed. I remember this one, man. This has gone through some shit. That has gone through some shit for sure. I said that as well. I said off our planet. Or maybe you said that as I was saying it. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell sometimes with the chat. Not even any kind of delay. It's just my mental delay. Oh, you're being serious. "3D printing with lasers and moon dust is an emerging concentrated light energy to melt and fuse lunar regolith, I don't know how to say that right, and to solid ceramic-like structures, limiting the high cost of hauling heavy construction materials from Earth." Honestly, there's like 5 different methods that they're trying to implement because they don't know which one works the best. That I have heard of that before though. I didn't know it was literally moon dust though. But yeah, they do have a. You're not a bad listener. You're good. Yo, what's up, Cybex? Good to see you. Honestly, your name is really easy to see on Twitter. I think it's your profile pic. Your profile pic is like eye catching. Like it's very easy to see it. But what's up, dude? Good to see you. We're kind of bullshitting now. We just ended first phase of the day at 10:30, so Doing pretty good. The levels are leveling today, though. Kind of felt the early selling pressure because of a bunch of red flags, honestly. The dollar still being green was an issue. Oil being down, that's great. But the disparity between software and semiconductors is a huge scare. Going up to here, that was kind of expected. We knew that from yesterday afternoon. Now, getting over this, that would have definitely caused some better buying pressure potential, but that never happened, did it? If anything, we did a liquidity grab or 90% entry in this area, and then in the open session, it's just been selling. Go over to that software chart, though. It's like a completely different story. Gap up, rallied after the gap up, recovered. I almost bet this is like a golden pocket of the move. Yeah, there's probably a golden pocket like right here somewhere. Rallies back up, new height. Like, that's crazy. Completely different universe. So SPY's in a weird, Triple Q's going to be in a weird position. Still very seller friendly, of course. Our semiconductors are a little more important right now. Do have a lot larger weights in that folder than we do in the software folder. Yeah, crazy gap fill. And honestly, pretty crazy post by you guys in Discord. I was already saying it, I'll say it again. I really, really love all the different posts and updates in here. Even this short-term upside play by React is fucking mental. He did really good with that. And I know this motherfucker has been wanting this for a minute. This was bro at 8:15 in the morning. He was calling the Nvidia outside bar so fucking. He was so ready for this. Pretty sure I saw him on Twitter post something too. Letterbuck is fucking nuts. All right, I'll move that off. Y'all don't need to have Microsoft on your screen. Nobody wants Microsoft on their screen. Not even Miker. Do y'all think Miker even watches the chart when he shorts MicroSlop, or does he just hit it hard? Watch the 736.30s for a continued seller breakdown. You do still have triple Q under the previous day low and a rejection of previous day low. It's also just looking for a new low of day. If it ever recovers here, though, and it builds on top of this, you can draw a fib from the high to the low of that move once it reacts with any kind of buying. And then, yeah, see if it's going to hold there or not. See if you get that. That would be your first sign of, okay, it is trying to build base. If not, then you are still in seller control. And then you guys already know on the sectors what we need to do. Which I did repost all these new charted levels for everybody in VIP because I'm not going to lie, 10 images was kind of crazy to post. So I am sorry for spamming y'all with that. But low key, it was kind of cool seeing everything recharted again. Discretionary still rejecting. Calms are still up doing great, so I really nothing bad to say about them. Banks are still up above the open, but you can see they're teetering a little bit. If they break down under this, you can see some selling pressure on the bank side. Discretionary, still seller friendly. Healthcare up on the day, pretty similar to comms. They're up, but also kind of teetering. Or I mean, kind of like banks where they're up, but they're kind of teetering at another level above. Sorry, I mistook that twice. Staples was another early red flag for us today. We knew seeing this go up was a good defensive for the market. Possible slight rotation out of tech sector. And you could see that today. Semiconductors down 5% right now from the key area. I would like to add, it's not like it's just rejecting from Narnia. It is failing under a known area. I'll show extended hours as well. So you can see they tried holding over, falling under. Like I said, the strongest signal in any kind of trade, any time frame, any small time frame, large time frame, doesn't matter. Your strongest bullish trade is going to be what, guys? And your strongest bearish trade is going to be what, guys? What are you going to get? How do you get these? Or what makes these possible? What brings these to our screens? Nice to see you active on X. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Thank you for always interacting with my posts. I see you like fucking almost everything. You're a legend for that. Failed bearish and failed bullish. He fucking knows. A bearish invalidation. A bullish invalidation. So if we have an area, just to dumb it down again. So if we have an area that we're saying yesterday afternoon, last night, this morning, that if we hold or break this, it decides direction. If we go above said area that we're putting so much value and just impact behind, we see that hold and then fail. What does that tell you? Which one of these is that? Is that one or is that two? Which scenario is that? Who knows? Two, exactly. It's going to be the strongest bearish trade because it's a bullish invalidation. It was trying to hold. They even broke above. They break back down. They even reject. They break back below. That psychology alone should be feeding into your bias. That context is screaming at you. That's what I mean by the chart is screaming at you. It's beautiful how that works. And then, of course, you can't do that all on your own. That just creates, the behind the scenes confidence, the behind the scenes context to kind of give you that bias without making shit up, because you don't want to just be bearish or bullish for no reason. You want to have a reason, right? That's a reason. But you want to add on to that, on this chart specifically. It's under the key area, it's breaking down. But what else kind of triggers that for us? What are some short-term levels that we use for direction day to day? What are those levels? Also, great answer so far. I haven't seen a single wrong answer. Micro senses a disturbance in the force. No need to, yeah. He just feels the force of micro slop chart. But what are some key short-term levels that dictate direction each day? We add this on top of that psychology of, well, this is invalidating, so it should do this. Okay, well, if it should do this, what are the levels that it should break or be under to do that? What is another thing we can add on top of that? Psych levels are good, but the main key levels every single day that you're going to have on every single chart, no matter the chart, are these two levels here. PDCP, it's just a fancy way of saying the previous day control point, the previous day 50%, and CDO, current day open. These are going to dictate direction. These are your most valuable levels that you have every single day, no matter what happens. The third level that you don't have every single day is the gap 50%. You don't have this every day. We don't have a gap every single day, so you don't have this level every day. It's not as consistent. You're not going to have it every single day, but it is as important as these other two, right? So let's mark those. So we got the open. I'm pretty sure one of these is the PDCP, but let's just chart it just to show. So the high to the, where's the low? To here, yeah, it's the bottom level there. And then where's our GAP 50%? Here it is. So here's previous day close, going up to the today's open. So we have like a little area here telling us, okay, is it trying to go down or up? It's breaking that level. It's below that level already. It's breaking this level in the first 10 minutes. That's not really a great signal, is it? Right? I mean, it makes you bearish, but how do you actually get in a trade off of that without chasing it or feel like you're chasing it? Well, you got to wait. In some examples, you are just going to miss that first dump. You're going to feel like you're chasing. But in this example, if it did just keep dumping, you would also have the break of previous. You would have something else to go off of that isn't in the first 10 minutes, because it's not really cool to find a signal in the first 10 minutes and be like, yep, I'm going to do that every single time. But it is still a heavy signal that definitely makes you bearish. But what's that last thing that gets you in, right? If you would have kept chasing, you would have needed to see break a previous day low. That would have helped get you in. But what kind of retest do we all know and love that could have helped us get in, right? Once we broke this area, go from the bottom of this level here, because this is the last level it broke, the last dictating directional level, to the low of the first move. Now you can look at taking a midterm retest. Now you're not making anything up. Now it feels like, okay, I knew to be bearish, but I didn't want to chase. How do I not do that without feeling that way? This is how you do that, by drawing out your fib, by drawing out the area you need to be under. You know you're bearish. You know it's bearish. It's not even that question. It's what's the visual I see to get me in, right? It's seeing that bearish candle, this candle here, the wick go above, and it's insane what I'm showing right here, because this, the invalidation example we just went over, where it's like it's above this, it broke below this, now it's extra bearish. That whole example is all in these 4 candles. That right there is the exact same thing. It's just not as pretty because you have less candles. But it's the exact same. It's another bullish invalidation. So you get the strong bearish trade. Oh, it popped above, closed back under. Oh shit, it is more bearish than I thought. It should not just test previous day low, but break it. And then, of course, you're looking at whatever your next level is. In this chart, it's down here. And sorry for all the extra levels. I just wanted to make sure we all understood that. Now, we set a different area today because we knew from the larger time frame that there's a potential lead test happening here. So if you go from the high to the low of the last dip, you get that top level, and then you saw me just now draw the bottom level, the previous day control point. That creates an area where we know to be bullish above and bearish under. So if I'm starting below it and we have bullish news overnight, I know that we're going to go up and test this. I know that if we fail to hold this, we're most likely coming down on this chart. Why is it so important for semiconductors? Because they're such a large part of the market. They're such an impactful weight of the market. When you go to XLK, you're looking at over... sorry, I was looking at something. You're looking at a very large percentage of SPY alone. Here, I'll just visually show you. Fuck it. Analyze. NVIDIA alone is almost 8% of SPY. That's just one of the semiconductor weights. But look at just tech. Tech is 37%. If the largest part of SPY and the largest part of triple Q, it's almost 2/3 of triple Q. The only other sectors that matter are X, O, Y, and C for this chart. If the only other sector, if the main sector that holds the market up and keeps the market down and is the main driving force of the market, if the main part of the market is split in half, this sector moving up, subsector, and this subsector completely selling off, right? And this is the more important part of it. This is selling off. That does give you more context on this stuff, right? If you see discretionary is weak, it's pulling back right now. I mean, it's up, but it's pulling back since it opened, basically. You see other sectors are going up, like a defensive sector. Staples are going up. Like, these are other red flags that should pop up to you and say, okay, yeah, there is some definite indecision in the tech sector right now. Now, maybe you're not sitting here expecting... Maybe you're not sitting here expecting, after this retest, you're not expecting it to drop this hard. Nobody is. You shouldn't be. You should be aiming for your targets and expecting it to recover from there. If it doesn't, okay, you missed out on a little bit, but you caught a large chunk. Like, you're not looking to catch the entire move. That's not the point of this. But it just, again, gives you more context. So it's like, okay, damn, it is definitely more bearish than we previously thought. Look at that. It tried to go up and hold it. It's failing again. Like, damn, it's just like up here. It's just like up here, where you have that short-term hope for a bull, and then it's like, nope, just kidding. That's all it is. Great answers, though, guys. Really, really good part of the stream. I really like y'all's answers there. Thank you again. It makes it more fun, too, because there might be somebody who's too scared to type or is just lurking, and they see you guys typing all the right answers. And they're like, oh, shit, okay. I get it. I get it now. So you might have helped somebody, and you don't even know. All right, no more questions. We'll just go back to updating and looking at charts. Woke up late and tech threw up now. I just got to watch. I mean, to be honest, Bob Johnson, this isn't one of those weeks where you want to be that person who's trying to trade every day. If you had to chill out any week, it would be this week. As we explained many times previously, it's round 3 of earnings season. It's the most important week, impactful week with the largest weights all in one week. On top of that, on Wednesday, you have the interest rate FOMC. So it's one of those weeks where it's like not that crazy. It's not that crazy if you miss out on some stuff. You're going to get a lot of up and down this week, as I explained in all of my posts before the week started. You're going to get a lot of moves up and down this week. Like if we're back at 748 by end of day or by middle of the week, I'm not going to be surprised. If we're down here at 726 and by end of week back at 740, I'm not going to be surprised. We're going to get a lot of up and down most likely. But I would like to add this has been a very strong earnings season for most of the reported earnings so far. There have been a couple here and there that have been kind of but most of the earnings have actually been pretty strong. So why is 50% previous day good level? First time hearing you mention this, brother. To be honest with you, this is something we've been going over for almost 6 years now. So if that's your first time hearing me say it, then you just aren't paying attention. I'm not trying to be mean, but it's something that Harlan came up with a very long time ago, and I kind of overlooked it myself. I kind of sat there myself and was like, that level's not important. I don't care about that. I'm always dead set on the open. I've always been a CDO guy. Like this always dictates direction for me, but by itself, it does have its flaws. I've just slowly learned over time through like charting levels. The previous day 50% is just a really good like median level. That's something you're always going to have, and I think that's truly the strength behind them. It's not what level they are, it's that you have them every day and that they really do dictate direction. The opening print, like you even said yourself, is just an important level, not just behind how you look at the chart on smaller time frames, but think of the daily time frame, the larger time frames. It's good for candlestick patterns, the opening print, the open level. So clearly it's a level that dictates direction. That's just by psychology, just by thinking about it. No, I'm not mad. I'm not mad, Cybex. I was just saying, like, if that's your first time hearing me say it, like, it's whatever. I was just saying. I'm not mad though. What was I saying though? Oh, so that's with the CDO. So when it comes to the previous day 50%, and honestly, a lot of the same attributes for the gap 50%. The only thing is like I already said, you don't have it every day. We don't always have a gap. Here, I'll do a new chart. You don't always have a gap, as you already know. We're not. Oh, I did not mean to do that. We don't always have from here to here. We don't always have that. Not every single day. But what are two levels that you do have every day? You know me. I've always used the previous day high. I've always used the previous day low. The pre-market high, the pre-market low, the previous day close. All that stuff. Here's the current day open. These are all nice to have for like boundaries, but that's all they really are. These levels here, they're strong. They get used, but they're not the things that are dictating direction. A lot of the time, they really are like boundaries. But these levels are pivots. So they truly do dictate direction just by the nature of where they come from. Now, not this one. Let's remove that now and show you the PDCP. So previous day low is right here. Sorry, I keep having to look for it because I keep forgetting what chart I'm even on. So CDO, PDCP, these actually dictate direction. Now, in some cases, it's really nice because you'll have them really close by. Like one day it's going to have like a slightly higher open. And then next thing you know, it's like we're using it like an area, to kind of help us with not just one level, but two, to give us that direction of like, all right, well, it's holding this. It should bounce up. Oh, it's breaking it. It should fall down. Oh, it's holding previous day low, or sorry. Oh, that is previous day low. It's holding previous day low. Where should it bounce up to? The median, the 50% of the previous day, the median of that previous day. Like that makes sense once it hits that boundary level. I'm just trying to reword this so it makes sense. Did it retake this? No? Okay, well then it should go back down to previous day close, previous day low to retest. Okay, is it holding this still or not? Oh, it isn't? Okay, then where's it going to next? Then you have other short-term notable levels. But just in my experience, these are just the most important. Just by the nature of them, it makes sense that they do dictate direction day to day. So after today's over, you could clear this up if you want or redo it if you want. Throw on this day's, let's say this is the low of day. This is the whole day's move. Draw your 50%. Once the next day opens, throw on your CDO. If you have a gap up or a gap down, throw on that 50%. But that's another thing I really like about the 50%, right? So you go from the previous day close to today's open to get your gap up 50%. And then you go from, where the fuck is 8:30, bro? I keep looking at this candle and this candle. It's almost like my eyes are deceiving me and I don't even see these candles. So previous day low, which actually that's not even previous day low, it's right here. So there's PDCP. But the thing I like about these two levels is, and I'll remove this one for now, when we make large gap ups and we don't continue the direction up and we fail under some other short-term level, by theory, we should go down to what? The median, to the thing that makes sense, an average level. It's not like it's crazy that we go down and break and get to this level, but it's average. It makes sense. It's an average move. When it goes down, where should it go? To the previous day 50%, or to what? The gap 50% of this move. That makes sense. Now, what happens if it breaks this? And this is where a lot of people in my chat start foaming at the mouth. Literally everybody in my chat is a rabid rabbit, hoping to God they get a higher open. Chat, would you like to tell Cybex why all of you are foaming at the mouth when we get a higher open from previous day? Would anyone like to share? Above previous day high, when we get a higher open, why are all of you foaming at the mouth? Please, let Cybex know. Outside bar, exactly, because an engulfing candle can happen. Because these are the first conditions. Sorry, I'm choking on oxygen and grape juice. These are the first conditions that have to happen before an engulfing candle or outside bar happen. And everybody in my chat foams at the mouth when they see this. It's honestly Leland's fault. He turned everybody into chat into little heathens. But honestly, I'm trashing on them, but it's actually a great thing that they're foaming at the mouth over something like this, because it just shows that they know what the stake is. They found the stake candlestick and they went straight for it. They treat every other candlestick like it's salad now. This is like the steak candlestick to people in my chat. So they're foaming at the mouth when they see that steak coming around the corner. But the first thing that has to happen is you have to have some sort of movement above the previous day high. When it comes back down, something that it has to do is not just get to the 50% of the previous day control point. Sorry, that's not this level anymore. Let's restart. Hold up. Price doesn't have to just go to the 50%. It actually has to eventually break it, because then this tells us that the outside bar potential is not just 50-50 anymore, right? As price is heading to this, we know that that's high probability, but it really is 50-50 once you get to this level, if it's actually going to give you that, to even give you a chance of creating that outside bar. Once you get that breakdown, now it's like, oh, okay, shit. All doors open. Now it has the chance of not just being a day that breaks the 50%, but also a day that breaks the previous day low. So knowing this, if you can make the trade to get to here, you can make the trade to get to here. So it's a really big trade in my chat. People foam at the mouth when they see it. They're fucking heathens. But it's just again, it kind of preaches to the 50%. And a big reason that we put value behind these two, not just because of this short-term information, but on any time frame. If you're someone who adores candlestick patterns as much as we do in here, thank God for Japanese rice traders. Thank God for Stephen Bigelow. 50% dictate direction on candlestick patterns on every time frame. And it's a normal rule for most candlestick patterns to draw the highs and lows in the 50% of a candlestick pattern. Whether it's a morning star and engulfing, that's a very normal thing. That's something a lot of traders do. But what a lot of traders don't do is zoom down to smaller time frames and actually remember, oh yeah, that 50% was there. That dictates direction. Why am I not using that short term? So I think the difference between us and most pattern traders is that we actually put value behind those short-term levels, not just for when there's a candlestick pattern, but for any day, going day to day. And I'm not even joking. Watch literally any of my last 10 YouTube videos. Any of my last 10 YouTube videos, draw it yourself, do it yourself. Well, not even the last 10. How to set accurate support and resistance levels. These right here, the ones that don't have thumbnails are the ones I'm looking for. Key levels, how to trade them. It's these two. Most important levels and how to trade them every day. Longer explanation, key levels each day. This is exactly what I just finished explaining, and that's honestly half my YouTube channel is just those short-term levels and going over different scenarios. We have trading playlists going over it, like all kinds of crazy shit. All the way back from 2020 and 2021, and we're still doing it now. There's no difference. If anything, we're probably just better polished. I could probably explain things better than I did then, but yeah. But there you guys go. And that's not even just for sidebacks. That was for everybody. That was really fun to go over. Because it is kind of crazy how simplistic our system has got over time, but it feels like it's more complex because we look at sectors, we look at macros, we look at this, we look at that. But what's really important is that you understand what levels have the most value, which levels have the highest priority, so you can actually have value in them, right? If you just treat every level the same, how do you expect to trade them differently? You're not. You're going to trade them all the same. And that's going to fuck you up because not every level is the same. It just appears that way to you because that's how you're thinking. But once you figure out which levels have the highest priority and which ones dictate direction, and once something happens, where should it go? Once an invalidation happens, what should it do? Once you have that down, that should be dictating a lot of your trading decisions. Finding your entry is micromanagement. Everything else is macro. And good answers, Garden and Letterbuck. Thank you for that. But there you go. That was a lot of yapping. But honestly, that was a good yap. And it was for Cybex. Low-key, Cybex is really cool. He's always on my Twitter and shit. And no, you're good. I think I do have one post on it on my highlight tab. Just to show you something. And then when you see like PDCP, like that's what I'm talking about, previous day control point. I call it that because it makes it sound more valuable, and I want it to sound like that in my head because it is more valuable. If I just call it previous day level, it's like just sounds like another level. Where the fuck is that post? Here it is. Here's a really cool post that kind of just sums it up a little bit easier. Key levels ranked by importance, directional value, like genuinely the things that tell you where it's going. For scalping day to day or just day trading. Most important, CDO, PDCP. Again, these are highest because you actually have them every day. Your other is going to be that gap 50%. I don't think I put that. Oh no, I did put it here. Okay, never mind. I guess I did include it. Yeah, okay. Never mind. I'm saying everything I typed. Why am I even doing that? Extra day-to-day levels. These are nice. I even go over the magnet trade style you can do with trading from one to the other, or if it's still in range, trading from one to the other, that kind of thing. And then just a couple of the notable levels, but just to kind of put them in like a ranking system, I guess, like which ones are most important, which ones aren't. Shout out to y'all for the article, bruh. 8K views is nuts for your boy. Man, I can't tell you how many times I probably misspelled something and then I had to like go back and retype it or just autocorrect that shit. I was trying to type it way too quick. Also, it's like high pressure when you type these because at the top right when you're typing it, there's like a word count. It's like telling you how many words you've typed. I got past word 2000 and I was like, oh God. Like it started setting in that I was typing for a while. Easier to grasp when spoken to? Oh yeah, 100%. I agree with that. But thanks for like bringing that out of me so we can go over that. I know you're only on Twitter, so it's like, can't really expect everybody to catch every little post on there. I do try to keep all my good stuff in the highlights tab though, because I have found that to be like a cool place, not just for other people, but just for me. To remember like what are some like old resources I posted and like shit like that. Guys, make sure to go into the chat into Lay Discord chat and download Lay Documento. Where is it? Wait, did I not drop the FOMC guide in here again? I put 4 different PDFs in here, not one or the one I'm trying to share with you. Oh, here it is. It's in my channel. Go to Levels channel, download FOMC trading guide. It's also free on the trade floor. It's just pinned to the channel. So if you're not like a member or anything, go here. Yeah, it's right here. It's a guide. A lot of people reshare in my chat. When he's like Goku. This fucking guy. The slop will go red, boys. I'm actually kind of rooting for him. Our famous Microsoft bear. This is my favorite kind of post. They never have to be super fancy. They never have to have a shit ton of typing. But what I love about these, just kind of like sharing something before and then kind of updating it after. Like it actually, you get something out of it instead of doing just the after. It's like, that doesn't do anything for you. Like, sure, you could visualize it a little bit, but it's not as impactful. At least in my opinion. Everybody learns differently, though. Oh, dude, you just reminded me I had a new post go up. I was up so late scheduling all those. Yeah, I'll show that one on stream. Dear, actually, YouTube might fuck me over. Let's see. Let's see if it works. It's only 5 seconds. I guess I could show you all the other ones that haven't gone live yet. They're kind of funny. Fuck, how do I do this? Oh, yeah. I have it right here. Music. That. Properties. That. I don't always have to add an audio part to the stream, so this always throws me off when I do it. All right, here we go. Hearing people call a 2 to 3% pullback a market crash. It's not even playing. Did I choose the wrong source?
Somebody get these beggars out of here.
Has anybody not seen this yet in my chat? Who's all the losers that haven't seen it yet? I'm just kidding, of course. I don't think less of you. I'm just kidding. I swear. Bet. I was making sure the audio was working too, because sometimes I'd be forgetting to click the right audio source. And I'd just be listening to it by myself. Looking like a fool. A lot of beggars buying at the top, yeah. I realized I was on the wrong X today and now following the new one. Oh, you're saying you were like following a different account that isn't me? I don't think I have a lot of fake Buellers on Twitter. It's Discord I have a lot of fake Buellers on. Holy God. I don't think I have any on Twitter, but oh my God, on Discord, it's awful. Bet. What's your Twitter? I'll follow you back. I try to follow back all my people because it's not like I got like a million people in here. So might as well follow everybody. Be a tight-knit family. And I can stalk you on Twitter. Unless you don't want to share it, then that's cool. Bro, I saw your username in Discord, I think, today, or was it Twitter? And I was laughing because your name had me geeking, dude. Honestly, your name was pretty good. The No Neck. That's funny. Profile. Fuck, how do I see that? How do I see you? The No Neck. I can't even find you. Oh, here it is. I found you. Jeez, dude, you're a fucking unit. Try to follow back all my peeps. Appreciate you, though. Damn, there's actually a fake Bueller on here, though. I gotta find that now. Though, if they're smart. Holy shit, there's a page called Bueller Fund. Really only here to bolster my dog's college fund. He does credit spreads and all kinds of shit. Wait, he's actually kind of legit. Okay, I don't think it's that one. That's funny, though. Bet. Thank you. I'm trying to be more active on there. I got a bunch of scheduled posts, but a lot of it's just like... I just been doing like fun posts. I've been trying to do a couple of charts. I've been doing like oil dollar updates. I don't do any of my swing posts on there. And the only scalp call out to do are on stream. I don't like type that shit out because I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't have the patience to type all that shit out. I like it more on stream because it's more in the moment. And it's all recorded. Someone can go back and see everything. So it's just, I don't know. I like it a lot more. I would show you all my other tweets that are scheduled for this week, but low key, I'm scared I'm going to fuck it all up. So I'm just going to leave it as is and y'all can see them as they come out, but they're pretty funny. I showed y'all the bingo board. The bingo board's pretty funny. But I don't want to fuck it up. All right, so market update, guys. We know we're bearish. That's kind of no shit. We know we have a lower high end, so we're still definitely a lot more bearish than bullish. It just doesn't feel that way because you do have a little bit of a hold of a short-term support. If we do continue to build back up, it should be towards 741 to 742 area, where we're kind of dictating direction today. So still being under this isn't a good sign. If we don't break any lower, though, we should head towards that. If we aren't even going to get above this lower high, though, then I would just give up on that entirely. To be honest with you, though, we've already used 112% of our range, which just kind of tells us, hey, there's not a lot of fuel left in the tank. Which that doesn't mean we can't move anymore. I'm just saying it's lower probability that we get another move like this. You know, where you get amazing movement, you get another lower high. It's done everything perfectly today. To want more out of this chart after what we've already seen is just is biblical levels of greed. But I would like to say the outside bar has happened, though. And you do have potential of breaking lower now that the outside bar has happened. Like a lot of you are probably already looking at. From the high to the low of day, we have already shit on the previous day entirely. So it should maintain its selling pressure. If you do see it hold, it's going to be above that 736.60s. We'll see it. We'll see if it can make it down to that first fib target, which, if you guys remember, this chart is the bearish scenario chart. That's why I flipped over to it, and then I just added on our short-term levels for today, because I've been going over this for a couple weeks. If we do have a bearish scenario, it's going to be using these levels because it's the bearish fib from high to low of our first change in trend. As you guys already know, we've had nothing but run-ups. It's how SPY works. That's gonna be how it works at the end of whatever all this is anyway. And since then, we've seen a change in trend. You do have a little bit of just, again, lower highs, lower lows continuing to happen. So we have a change in trend. It isn't just going straight up anymore. There is a change in trend. Where did it change in trend just recently, though, to keep picking up the pace? Here recently, it didn't just make a lower high and then pull back. No, we got news with pullback. And then here recently, again today, we have news again. So now that we have news events actually popping up at this one, this does kind of change the scape of everything. So looking to see if we can make it down to these dotted targets. I don't really have any expectations for this, to be honest with you. I don't like to be one of those people that's like, yeah, guys, we're going to go down to 720. We're going to pump back up to 740. Like, that's very possible. It could also just do that right here at 733. You know, it doesn't have to go down much lower. We've made really important decisions back here already, just to kind of show off that other chart. We've already been holding here for multiple dips. You have 1, 2, 3. Is this number 4? Is this just needing to go lower into the discount area? Is there still a lot of red flags across the market? Yes. So, yep. And then honestly, another cool thing you guys can keep watch on are your sectors, like we go over every day in stream, every week in the chat, just because it does give you a good grip on awareness for the market. You know, if you know your tech sector is failing, you know the majority of your market's failing. You know that if something piles onto that, it adds on to that selling pressure. So honestly, banks being up was a good sign for the first part of the day. Now in the second half of the day, it might be the reason we move lower. Here's comms. Sorry, I'm trying to type and think at the same time and talk at the same time. Here's your Google Meta sector. Here's your Tesla, Amazon, Tesla, McDonald's, Nike, Home Depot. Sorry, I'm trying to talk too quick. I just did the Ben Shapiro thing where you speak so fast nobody can understand you. Staples cooled off more. Staples cooled off. Watch 84.79 to 85.12 for signs of life on the defensive sector. And then we like this chart more because it's less levels, but it's all the important ones. This is what it could look like if you guys really want it. There's a fuck ton of levels, honestly. And a lot of them are all like right around that area. It's all around right there. Like whether it's a gap of a short-term one, a further term one, a drawdown fib, previous day 50%. There's so many important levels between like here and here. It's insane. So us falling down makes sense. Just pure levels wise. The red flags that kind of led us to that though were SOX weakness. The disparity between its other counterpart and the software sector for the tech ETF. Other red flags where the dollar was honestly flat / green at one point. They are still relatively flat. And that's honestly something that is definitely kind of pressuring the market a little bit, but nothing super crazy. The thing that was definitely a little crazy, though, that definitely set off our red flags for the chat here in the stream was the XLP Staples sector moving up and seeing that rally, which kind of adds on to that semiconductor pullback. We definitely should have seen a larger red day. The reason we didn't is for a multitude of reasons. Banks did really well as they gapped up and held a new all-time high. The banking sector, at least. Comms have rallied and made really good way into the resistance here at the 108s, 109 area. And discretionary performed pretty well. Even staples performed pretty well. So a lot of your weights have done really well. It's really just your tech sector. So rotated out, rotated into the defensive sector of staples today. Now what we're about to see is are things about to get worse as the sectors settle and bounce and drop? Or are things about to start to work together and bounce back higher again, which will probably be a staple pullback. So a thing I was just saying about staples was if it breaks this, that kind of adds on to that signal of, hey, tech is trying to continue bouncing. If staples hold on to this adds on to the signal of, okay, tech is still going to stay cooled off. Even if it doesn't move lower, it's definitely not rallying back up. So we'll have to see. Which does, of course, bring pressure on your triple Q, your SPY chart, all that good stuff. Yeah, no, you're right. It is a double bottom, 100%. It's just, do we have the sector strength? Because staples still bouncing is still a red flag for me, I'll be honest. Seeing that bounce, seeing the dollar flat, relatively flat. Software is still cooling off. Like, I know they're still up here, but it's not like they've made new highs either since over here. And then semiconductors are still looking like crap. So it looks like we're still looking for some sort of bullish validation to be like, hey, we're here. We see the holding, we see the consolidating, but we don't have that oomph. It is definitely basing though, which is a lot better than what we've been seeing all day. From a buyer's point of view, it's definitely the best thing they've seen all day. This is the best thing they've seen all day. But still a little weak right here. I think the main concern is, again, like I said, just seeing staples just still reacting to this pivot point. If I was to see this dump this area, I think that instantly gives me better confidence that things can pull up. But I think people that are still trying to find a trade in today are going to miss out because you're not going to have the same fuel in the tank that this move had. The DTR versus ATR says it right there on your screen. 9.19 versus 8.22. We're 112% over our average range, the normal amount of movement we see each day. We are well beyond it. Which is funny because we've only used, if you look further to the left, the daily average volume is about 54 million. That's across the last 30 to 31 days. I think it's 30 days. Today we've only used 19. So we've only used 35% of our volume, but 112% of our range. That's crazy. That's the most catalyst stat I've ever seen. That is so common when you're around peak catalyst era. Interest rate, Ukraine, Iran, earnings season. There's a million reasons to be indecisive right now. So honestly, that makes sense with that post. Yeah, you don't gotta press it, nerd. If you do, just it needs to make sense, is all I say. Whenever I feel like that, that's what I tell myself. If I am going to get into something, even when I don't feel the greatest about how the day's been or how the rest of the day could be, that's what I tell myself. It needs to make sense. I just think people who've already missed out on the first dip are looking for the potential in a second move that's just like that first dip, but I don't think they're gonna get a good enough move that's as good as the first dip, if that makes sense. If it makes sense, it makes dollars. I say that a lot. I say, when if it does that make sense a lot, because I always sound like I'm fucking crazy. Because you guys gotta remember, I am literally talking to myself right now. So hearing myself explain these things out loud sometimes it like throws me off. Now you guys know why I blast music in my ears, so I don't have to hear myself. Because it makes you question, like, did I sound crazy when I said that? Yo, shout out to Letterbuck for real. Actually, let's show off who all helped us. Because I am very proud of this post. How do I see? Quotes. My boy Letterbuck quoted that shit. Legend. All these people reposted it. Legends. Yo, who is this in the stream, by the way? This guy has been here for fucking ever, but I don't remember his alias for the Discord or YouTube. Is it straight up just Drake? I have seen this guy in our community for a fucking long time. When I see him, I know I'm looking at a real one. Susan too. Susan's a fucking real one. Alex, of course. Risen. Jatsu always hooking me up. And whoever Trip with me is, thank you. And then shout out to all these fucking beautiful people. Thank you guys. You help someone's post reach people. Who is this? I follow them. Is this SK? I always have to guess at who I'm talking about. That's Netanyahu's son Drake. Oh, there's that pump. And guess who's in chat calling for this? Not me. Oh, he's in Tesla calls. My bad. I thought he was in Spy for some reason. As soon as I saw that pump, I was like, oh, React. I mean, that's pumping too, though. Good for React. And remember, things were about to get really bad right there. Things could have gotten really bad if this stayed under 172.85. If SOX don't retake this level, they're trying to right now. And then our last nail in the coffin for a red flag was Staples. Do Staples get a bullish reaction off of this or not? Right now, it does not seem that they are. Software is still green, too. Software did its job today. Can semiconductors catch up and at least help them out a little bit into this lunchtime? Because remember, we are in the lunchtime section of the day now. As soon as you mentioned Netanyahu's name, the pump can't. Wait, actually, that did happen. Wait, everybody delete today's stream. This is the new strat. I'm gonna go in my room real quick and I'm gonna just say his name a bunch. You guys get a bunch of calls. Ben, don't break. What's up, React? Oh, you've been in here. My bad. Ni hao, new phone, had to log in to type. Just realized. You are crazy and you are talking to yourself confirmed. There's not even a YouTube live. YouTube doesn't even exist. This is all a figment in my head. Did Joe Budding hope? Wait, what? Did Joe Budding hoped K in the chart? The hell does that mean? What's up, Vipo? So say it 3 times and we get a gigapump. Yeah, say it 3 times and we limit up, actually. You guys ever seen one of those? You want to see one of those? You want to see me run to that rock again? You want to see me do it again? uh, that's funny. Not much, man. Just waiting on my food, warming up some pizza. Why'd you say bye-bye? Thought you were leaving. Food, warming up some pizza baguettes right now. That sounds good as fuck. Because I miss you. Your references are on point, have me cracking up. I appreciate that, man. I'm trying. I appreciate that. It's people like you that keep me going. I do it for the people in the nosebleeds. That was a Shane Gillis reference. I think I'm gonna die thinking about that clip. That shit was fucking hilarious. I find all kinds of comedians pretty funny, but that one where was it the ESPYs when he did the whole joke with like his friend's wife saying she's a WNBA player and everybody was clapping, and then he's like, "Y'all are fucking stupid." Like that shit had me actually dying laughing. And I think what instantly made me love that moment more is that I knew for a fact the internet was going to find that clip funny because only his friend laughed. And I was like, oh, dude, the internet's backing this up tenfold. Like, it doesn't even matter what your political views are. Like, everyone's going to back this clip up. That shit's fucking hilarious. Oh, that was so good. I haven't seen it go. Honestly, I think the last person I watched that made me laugh recently was probably Tim Robinson. I don't know if y'all watch any of his stuff, but Tim Robinson's pretty fucking funny. You really have to have your brain off, though. If you're trying to take things too serious, which I think is just the case with anything funny these days, you're not going to enjoy it. But you just gotta relax, and you'll laugh. But I really like Tim Robinson recently, which I've been loving Tim Robinson, but recently I've been rewatching some of his stuff, just because it's funny background to put on. I'm so sorry, I just yawned again. I said I wasn't going to do that, and I did it again. Now y'all have a reason to unsubscribe. Great. I said I wasn't going to yawn again, and I yawned again. 1,000 years shame. I think you should leave slot. Yep, both of those. Literally both of those. I've rewatched both of those like 2 or 3 times now. Oh yeah, and Tires. Tires was good too. I definitely like the Tim Robinson shows more because they're like, I mean, there's like barely a setting for either of them, but it's dude. Like, it honestly amazes me. Like, he really reminds me as like the next like Robin Williams. He has like this like goofy like, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Tim Robinson, in my eyes, is like the next Robin Williams. Like, I don't mean by impact or like he's gonna be as big or as funny as him, but he has the same energy as Robin Williams, which is crazy. I don't even know if that made sense what I just said. I had to go fill up the water bowl and then get a drink. Yeah, tires. Tires is so good. Have you seen Bad? Yeah, I've seen Bad Thoughts. Bad Thoughts is good too. I always forget about Tom Segura. Honestly, he's pretty fucking awesome too. I like a lot of different ones, honestly. Comedians and like writers who are funny, producers and shit like that. I think it always stems back because of how much I used to watch like Seth MacFarlane, like just Seth MacFarlane shit, like religiously, like as a kid and just even growing up. Beyond that, I probably watched way too much of it, to be honest. Way too much. But I don't know. It makes me feel like I appreciate some of the different writing because, like, nowadays, man, everyone turns everything into like politics, dude. It's like, holy fuck, I don't care about that shit. I just want to see what kind of universe this writer came up with. Did the producer do a good job? Did these actors do their job? Like, that's all I care about. I don't care about the rest. It's the whole pilot thing. Like, do I care what race or religion my pilot is? No, I don't. I just care about if my pilot can get me from A to B. Because he's a pilot, that's his job. He should get me there safely. It's not because of a race or religion or political belief that I want that pilot. No, I want the pilot that's qualified. I want to live. I see people get so caught up in that nowadays, though. I think they just forget like basic morals. It's okay though. Odyssey was mid. Honestly, I liked it a lot, but I didn't like it. I didn't like it as much as the internet liked it, though. Like I liked it a lot, but I definitely don't like it as much as the internet seemed to have. It's really good though. I would still tell people to go watch it, but there are a couple parts where it's like, what the fuck is this doing in the movie? Like, I'll be honest, delete Travis Scott from the movie. Like, I love Travis Scott, but delete him from the movie. Delete him from the movie. Actually unneeded. And you know what's funny? I saw people losing their minds about Zendaya, and then she wasn't even in the movie, but for like just a couple moments here and there. Like, it wasn't even that big of a deal. I still liked the movie a lot, though. Don't get me wrong. I don't want people to hear that. Be like, dude, what the fuck? Because I won't lie, that was the first red flag for me was when I saw Travis Scott was getting cast. And I was like, brother, what? What role could this man possibly play? Troy is still better. I do like Troy a lot. I fucking love Troy. I don't know why. Maybe it's just the internet. I think it's just the internet theory thing where it's like 5% of everybody who's loud and has like really stupid opinions is on there all the time. Your people who are like normal aren't going to be online freaking out loud, you know? So when you go on the internet, you do have to remember you are looking at the loud people's opinions. Because recently I've been seeing people trash Troy and say it was really bad. And I was like, huh? Like, I was genuinely lost when I saw it. Because I thought it was genuinely well known that everybody loves Troy. But maybe I'm in the right. What the fuck do I know? But I saw people hating on Troy when Odyssey came out. I'm like, huh? Why can't they just both be good? Why do we have to like demean Troy just because another movie in that era came out? Like, that just blows my mind. Troy was amazing. Travis was fainting on the boat with the Desi. Bro, that movie was fucking. There was a lot of good parts though. You can't lie. Like, the main parts of their adventure was pretty cool. Though there was like one part, I can't remember. I don't want to spoil anything, but there was like one part in their adventure where I was like, why are we even here? The memes are, yeah. You can't lie. The movie did make some good memes. I won't lie though, and I said this at the beginning of the year. Uh, Project Hail Mary was peak, but I'm still mostly excited for Dune 3 because I really like the Dune universe and the whole. I like everything in the Dune universe. Dune 3 is hopefully going to be the greatest thing. It's pissing me off that the three best movies are with two out of the three Tom Hollands, Zendaya, and Timothy Chalamet. I don't mind Chalamet though. I am getting a little tired of Zendaya and Tom Holland though. I really am not getting tired of Timothy though. Young Timothy. But I do feel the internet's exhaustion on that. It does feel like we're seeing them three, Ryan Reynolds. Yeah. He sold out Kalshi. What do you do? What do you do? I'm not quite caught up on it, honestly. Wait, there's a third Grown Ups movie coming out? Honestly, I don't know why that surprises me. That should not be surprising me. That's movies, man. They come up with like a couple good ideas. They just keep beating it till it's dead. Oh, he sold out to Kalshi. Damn, what a fucker. Yeah, I won't lie. That was a big reason I made that bingo board. Here, I'll show it again for the stream. Me and ChatGPT and Photoshop cooked this up. I made ChatGPT make the bingo board because I ain't making all that. But I did type all that. I had to re-add a couple, like that one and that one I had to re-add because they kept messing up. Oh, and this one. But in the bottom right here, paid partnership, Kalshi, Polymarket, prediction markets. Like, I don't know. This shit's crazy how much I see this on my feed. I'm not gonna tell you what feed I was looking at because I'm not trying to hate on them. I think they're an all right person from what I've seen in their posts. But there's a shit ton of like posts where it's just like the most vanilla posts in the world, and then every other post will be like a paid partnership post. And like, let's say Monday, their post will be like bullish, everything's going up. Then they'll post like a bullish prediction on Kalshi paid partnership post, and then they'll do another one just like that, but with just bears. Like 2 or 3 days later. It's like, it's so shameless. Like, what if you're someone who follows these people and you thought, oh, this guy's bullish right now, I need to be bullish. You're going to visually think about that, and your sentiment is bullish. 2 days later, you're going to see that bearish sentiment. You're going to be like, what the fuck? I thought we were just bullish. How did we switch so quick? Like, it's like, I can't take this shit serious anymore. I had a lot of fun typing this up, though, because I kept seeing the same posts, and then it just made me think about it. I'm like, man, I need to make a bingo board of this. That goes up on Twitter at some point, but if you were to turn that into a drinking game, like on a Friday, and be like, every time I scroll through Twitter and I see any of these posts, cross it out, and then every time you get bingo, you have to like just drink something. Like, dude, you'd be hammered. You'd fill up a bingo board 20 times over. Your poor liver turn yellow from all that alcohol. They're making it right now? Oh, damn. Grown Ups 3 is crazy, by the way. Bro, I didn't even realize they were still making Toy Stories till the other day. I thought they had like a Toy Story 5 or something. That's pretty crazy. Which I don't really hate that, honestly. I think I'd rather kids grow up watching repeated Toy Story movies than grow up and watch like some random slop. The lesser evil. Plus, there ain't nothing wrong with Toy Story. Just make a bingo card with how many times don't get said. Oh my god, dude. If you did that, you would actually get liver failure before you fucking finished that drinking game. But you know what's sad? It's like, it's kind of like the only thing they can talk about. Because it's like, what else are they going to talk? What are they going to do? Use their brains to analyze other players on the team? Like, oh my, that would take brain power, FIPO. People that work at Blast don't have brain power. Yeah, that shit's crazy though. Like, a cool thing is how many like flash assist, or not just flash assist, but utility impact everybody has on the team now compared to before, but they don't even talk about that. Brain power overrated, yeah. So overrated. Who thinks for themselves? That's crazy. Only a free person would do that. I like being slave mindset, not thinking for myself. Just kidding. I saw the 13-0 yesterday. Oh, dude. That was nuts. I saw like a part of it. And I remember I saw it go to map 2, and I was like, all right, there's no way this goes to map 3. And then it was like 13-4 or something. And then I was like, okay, maybe map 3 would be close. Nope. Not even close. Donk exists. They forget 2024 Donk, bro. They forget it like it didn't happen. They forget it. I'll be honest, I'm really happy for the Liquid team. I said before that event started to another person on Discord, I was like, I have it in a message I can show you, but I put finally a Liquid 5-man roster I can actually want to root for. What vape flavor you hitting? Oh, I was drinking grape juice. Did I hit my vape? I always do mint. I'm always a mint or green mint, leaf mint kind of guy. Honestly, I try not to hit it too much, but I on stream I feel the need to always hit it. It's really weird. I really don't be just sitting here and chiefing it, but when I'm on stream, I don't know why I feel the need to want to. I think it's because I feel the need to talk and I'm nervous, so it calms me down, but it probably doesn't. It's probably cope. Dun 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 dun. McDonald's. Your recovery will be epic. They'll write down about this recovery. Apple lost steam. It lost steam. Yo, to be fair, this chart is kind of up there. It do be up there when the rest of its counterparts aren't even up there. I mean, just look at Nvidia and Microsoft and then go to Apple. It's like you're looking at a stock from a different sector. But they're in the same folder. To be fair, this one's either got to slow down soon or these got to start catching up more. The software versus semiconductor disparity will be around for a while, but it is still kind of fun and interesting to just watch them like catch up to each other or, keep making the disparity worse. It's kind of cool. We hitting Subaru Reef later? I'll let you know because I don't know when I'm ending this. But we can if I end this in a decent time. I just wanted this week of streams to be good because I've kind of been killing it on stream recently. We got good momentum. We just need to keep the ego in check. Keep shoving positive reinforcement into other traders in the community. If someone's actually doing good, don't just say it to be nice, but genuinely tell them, hey, good shit. Pat on the back. You'd be surprised how far that goes. Stay humble. Keep refreshing your charts. Keep reminding yourself what's your pivot point. What's the key area dictating direction. Go through your sectors daily for your intraday setups. If you're just doing it for your larger time frames, go through it every now and then. You don't have to do it every day. But go through it. Take time. Make sure you're aware of what the market's really doing. By looking at those sectors, you know what it's really doing. You know where the strength and weaknesses lie. You know when something happens. Oh, if tech does this, if semis do this, if software does this, if staples do that, you know the reactions to them. So make sure you're going through them and you're aware of them. Was hoping it would hit an even 340. Oh, okay. What ego? Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I don't really have an ego on here, but I think it all just contributes to the people in my community, though. You know, these people in here hold me to a high standard, so I don't think it's really necessary to get in here and be like, look how good I'm doing, guys. Jerk me off for every little thing I'm doing. Like, no. I know my levels work. I know my system's strong, but I know that if I get too egotistical or you get too far ahead of yourself or you get out of control, we're the ones who will fuck it up, is what I'm trying to say. You know, the machinery's never going to break down the system, but us people running the machinery, we break down all the time. So as long as we keep ourselves, you know, refreshed, keep resetting, keep reminding ourselves not to get too far ahead of ourselves and not let ego take over or fear or greed, remind ourselves. And when we do let these things take over, what is our reaction? Do we just keep trading? No, we fucking chill out. Go reset, go refresh, get back in it. Your system is bussing. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, yo. Hmm. Yo, Kevin, can you hear or no? I didn't see your notification at first. So I was looking at that. But it should be all going through now, I think. If it is still acting up though, it could be something on your end maybe, but I genuinely don't know. So I don't even want to point fingers cuz I genuinely don't know. I'm not going to try to act like I know how X spaces work. I'm still a pretty big noob on this. A lot of my trader friends are really big on here, but I don't really use this a whole lot. Trying to, but yeah. Thoughts on Lance B? You watch him? Lance Berkman, the old baseball player? Lance B. I'm gonna be honest, I have no clue. I'm not one of those traders that watches a lot of other content creators. I have like two people I've promoted since the beginning of time. One is deceased, but I still promote his old content, and one is one of the largest YouTube trading streamers on the platform. Those are the only two people I promote. I don't really watch other people's content. I barely even watch their content. Why is there a dollar sign on X now? Oh, X Money's on here now. I forgot about that. Well, I don't know if that Kevin guy was getting through or not. Who did you mean by Lance B though? I didn't mean to like offend anybody if they're like someone I'm supposed to know. I just really don't watch a lot of other content. If you meant Lance Berkman, I have no clue what the latest Lance Berkman news is. Lance Bernstein Bears. Who's that? Again, I'm not hating. I genuinely just don't know. Feel free to educate me. Here, I'll show you all the 2 people I've always promoted, and then y'all can have time to share with me who the hell y'all are talking about. So one, and he is deceased, but I'm not joking. This is so when I was going through my system and through candlestick patterns, like as like a complete noob, like I thought I had kind of the system I have that we use today. I kind of thought I had that in my head, but I didn't really have a good way of connecting it. Watching a lot of this guy's videos and playlists and just all this kinds of stuff, like it really helped me kind of lock down how I want to approach things. It's not really the strategy I took; it's the thinking behind, like the way he thinks about things. Like if you go watch his videos, he's always like, "Well, if this is happening, then this is what should happen," and it's like, wait a minute, that's all I need. I just need to be conditional. You know, if something is doing this and I have a theory behind it doing this every time it does that, then I should expect that. You know, it's like, it's just simple expectations. And then also, he's like probably the first person to ever promote the 8 or 9 EMA on a professional level. I see a lot of people nowadays trade the 8 and 9 EMA, but back when he first was posting this stuff, nobody on the internet was posting the 8 or 9 EMA. Go back 15 years, you won't find a single person talking about the 8 or 9 EMA. This is the original 8, 9 EMA trader. He called it something else, like the T line or the trigger line or something. But he is the original source of finding value with that EMA, in my opinion. Also, I never learned about the history of candlestick patterns and candlesticks and all that stuff until I found this page. And then I read a book about it after he like recommended a book on one of his videos back then. But this was like the one real inspiration I've ever had for trading. I've never really had a real mentor. I've never had someone to actually look up to besides this. And then the other person, is this him? Why isn't he live? Oh, it's the wrong channel. Hold up. It's this one. This guy. His name is also Josh. I think he's live right now. I think I can get banned for showing this, actually. Hold up. Let me not click on his stream. Let's go like his stream real quick. But I've always said, if I ever perish, if I ever die, I hope all of you migrate to this guy's chat. Or to this guy's community. That would be the person I recommend you guys to migrate to. If worse comes to worse and Bueller is gone forever, that is who you should all go to. If a plane comes through my window right now and hits me. Wait, Bigelow's from Houston? Did I know that and not remember that? You're lying. He was a prop trader, real prop firms, not internet ones, and he made lots of money, but he trades stocks in play and not really index funds. Oh, okay. So he's like a big dick swinging trader then. He's like the real deal. Damn, this shit's deep. I'm like reading some of the obituary condolences from people. This is deep. You can light a candle, add a photo, or plant a tree in honor of somebody. Holy shit, that's cool. Oh god, what did I do? I don't remember that, but if he is, that's crazy. Either way, though, that video, that channel is like, it's got some of the most valuable trading information, in my opinion. I think learning about like how I wanted to go about with my own system helped, and then also learning about the history of candlesticks helped a lot. Learning about the T line he went to whenever helped a lot too. I don't use it the same way he does. I kind of like to use it as like a median thing. That's why I have the 8 EMA for the daily at the top right here, because I want to know like where is that? You know, if price is gonna pump, where is that? It should a lot of the time align with my key areas. So like right now it's 742.38. It's about right. It's about right here. So it's pretty close to this, and that's kind of what I'm expecting to. If it was to ever pop up today, that would be where it goes is this area. So I kind of use it to align with things I already have. But a lot of the time you make really big dips, you're just doing a retention move back up to that. All the time you make really big hot rises, really like very quickly. A lot of the time you're just returning to that. So it's a really good median as well, similar to the 50% and all that. Has a very good strong use. I have an entire playlist of me swinging and scalping with it too. Like I won't even show it. Y'all can just go look at it. But it's crazy. And he was so on that ahead of like the entirety of the internet. Also, put it into perspective for me, because you guys know me. I get really worked up because I see so many people that used to be in my group like run groups now or make people pay them to basically trade the thing I showed them. I get worked up over that. I try not to anymore because, and it's crazy because like half the internet probably uses this guy's strategy and don't even know where it originally came from. You know, so that also put into perspective for me to just like relax. You know, who fucking cares? Just focus on me and win. Focus on the positive, not the negative, or try to. Easier said than done, of course, as a lot of you probably know. What's up, though, stream vibe check? How's everyone doing? Who's still in here? Who's still kicking? Looking to see if this recovery turns into anything. So far, it looks like we are trying to break under recent support. If this happens, we all know that some more selling is possible, but we are also a little bit weary because we have already used 114% of the range for the day. So a lot of fuel has already been used. Not a lot of volume has been used, though. Only 40% of our average volume used so far. The only positive I see is being tested for THC. Wait, what do you mean? Being tested for THC? I'm fucked. If that was like a condition that like to go to war you had to like not ever smoke, I'd be fucked. I'd be negative in war. No, I know what THC is, but what do you mean by the only positive I see is being tested for THC? Like, where did that even come from? Like, what are you talking about? Did that connect to something I said? If so, please enlighten me. I'm just lost. Oh, you said see the positive and not the negative. The only positive I see. Oh, okay. I got what you're saying now. I'm like, what the hell is this guy talking about? Being tested for THC. What are we smoking? Give me what this guy's smoking. Clearly, you need what I'm smoking. But no, that was my bad. I misread that. I was like, what did I say that connected to what he's saying? I was so lost, and I literally just said it. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I'm not really a drinker. I mean, I like a drink every now and then, but I'm not really a drinker. I don't judge people who do, though. I mean, everyone's got their vice. I like to smoke. And then occasionally I do heroin. That shit be busting, yo. Behind the dumpster at 4 a.m. Oh. Just kidding, of course. But yeah, vibe check, vibe check. Who's all here? Who's still kicking? Who's all still present? Who's all still alive? As you guys know, this is a great week to just kind of chill. You don't need to go super overboard. Though I don't blame anyone trying to trade the best day of the week. Monday is steadily the king of each week, and I will die on that hill. It amazes me how many people are like opposite on that. Again, it might just be the whole internet loud thing, but I truly believe Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday is like the best part of the week by a mile. If you're relying on like Fridays to trade, I don't really fuck with Fridays. Fridays are genuinely the worst. Now, not every Friday, but I just mean generally they are. Thursdays, I'm just kind of 50-50 on, but Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Monday especially is amazing. This is for like intraday stuff. If you're someone else on swing trading or you're a larger time frame equity trader, like none of this shit matters to you. Oh yeah, I was supposed to show that. I forgot to show that. I forgot to share my recent results. We're kind of hot, man. We're on a 6 streak. And we're going to do a good job of not taking a single swing trade this week, aren't we? Aren't we, chat? 6 swings in a row. If we get the next, it'll be 6 to 7 swings in a row. Might be a great week to buy. I tried to DCA. I DCA to trade. Let me know when we swing in the VIX. 6, 7. What's up, T-Bone? We got time for OP, right? We're going to watch some live on stream, right? And get my channel taken down, right? Man, what's up with that Cerberus sword, though, T-Bone? Am I right? Also, Luffy, during this arc so far, is doing everything I expected him to do. He's just doing what he does best. Living. And doing what he wants. Like, if you go back, T-Bone, I've only seen it once, so I don't actually know myself, but just from recently watching it all together, dude, I don't even think there was like a real conversation. There was like some bullshit kind of like BS made up deal, right? Between Loki and Luffy, right? He goes to the banquet, whatever, he goes to the castle, gets the key, goes to Loki, right? Bro, there's like almost no actual like plan ahead to any extent because it's only him and Zoro, right? But what I think is crazy is this is exactly what I think the whole anime is about. So you know, like that voice thing where like they can like talk to the sea creature, or what are they called? Not sea gods. What are they called? The ones that the mermaid chick has control of, but she doesn't know it yet. I mean, she kind of knows it, but doesn't know it fully yet. Sea dragons, something like that. I can't remember the names of everything, but I remember everything. Like I could even draw it out. But like, all right, back to what I was saying though. Yeah, Sea Beast. So you know that voice thing I'm talking about, like that voice, like Momonosuke has it. Luffy kind of has it, kind of like the old Pirate King. Like they have it, but they're like more of like the listening type. They're not really the one who sends the voice out. They just kind of hear it. I think this is another one of those like going with the flow moment. That's what I'm gonna call it. That's Luffy's like voice shit is going with the flow. I genuinely think he's going with the flow, and that's like because there was almost no like thinking involved. He just kind of went with the flow, told other people to go with the flow of it, and just did it, you know, and just unlocked Loki. So it just feels like he's just going with the flow. Like it feels like everything that should be happening is happening. Because everyone's like freaking out, like, oh my god, dude, he let him out. Like, what the hell? But he is like 100% going with the flow. No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. When is he not? But he's like fully doing it right during this whole Elbath. But it feels like other people are going with the flow with him more than they were before. Like before, I feel like Zoro would have been like, nah, bro, I don't know if we should do this. This time, but then they went and he was like, fuck it, I'll help you. It went from him like being slight resistance to, nah, never mind, I'll help you. All right, I won't say any more for anybody who might be watching it. I didn't really spoil anything. I mean, nothing that's like super crazy. But yeah, that sword shit, crazy. Everything was crazy. The arrow chick, crazy. I'm so tired of seeing arrows though. The air like from Emu, you saw that. Now you're seeing it from this one. So she definitely has something from that. It's the trust me, bro moment. It really is. Like we're really. I think you're so far into it now. I don't think people realize like yes, they've always trusted him, but now they genuinely are like, yeah, fuck it, just go with the flow, bro. Like he's gotten us this far, like might as well. We survived Egghead Buster Call. We could do this. Like they're actually getting like ridiculously strong. It's crazy, but I don't think it's so easy to realize unless you're like not like if you're not thinking about it. Because it doesn't really feel like some of them grew that much, but when you look at them as a whole, it's like, holy shit, this crew is OP. How the hell did they even get on the same ship? Which is crazy too, because what's her name from Wano arc? Kaido's daughter that everyone says is Kaido's son. You know that bullshit. Um, to think that person could have been on the crew is crazy. I think it's like in the plot. There's like no way that person could be in the crew. Like it's already too stacked. There's no way they would put that person there. I can't say names in case somebody in here is watching. You've only watched the first 2 episodes of Elbath. Wait, why are you watching Elbath? I thought you weren't caught up. What's a buster call at this point? You don't even know what a buster call is, brother. Have you even started One Piece? Oh, Elbath arc. I thought you spelled it wrong on accident. Elbath arc. They have the 10 already. Wait, what was I talking about? Oh yeah. The crew. No more. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Because I mean, I've been spoiled on some people saying like that. What's his name should be in the crew from Elbath, but I was like, how? Like they have the crew set, and now they have people who are like, without permission supporting them. But Luffy's like, fuck it. I'm about to call Buster calling Bob Johnson's house. There's so much more to this arc after. Dear God. Give me something. Give me one edge, dude. Give me a little bit of something. Don't give me everything. Give me something. But no spoilers. Fuck you. Brooke is that. What? I finally get more Brooke backstory. Finally, dude. My favorite character. My favorite crew member. I won't lie though, in the beginning when it was just the first like 5 people on the ship, Zoro was definitely my favorite. But mainly because he was the only one that wasn't really annoying. In the beginning, he was like the only one that didn't really. I mean, Nami, I guess, wasn't really annoying either. But like Sanji has so many scenes where it's like, God, dog, bro. Even now. I don't mind Frankie. Usopp has his moments, but then he also has like he's different than Sanji. He has his upside, but he also has his downside. But when Usopp has his upside, it's like peak. Like anybody who's like a Usopp peak enjoyer, I don't even blame them, honestly. He does have some pretty peak moments. Yeah, can you give me a hint on when Zoro back? Like, when do we get more Zoro shit? Like, we only have some of his backstory. We know where he's from. We know some of the people. We know some of that stuff and how he got to where he is now. But like, that's it. There's no like in between. I need more Zoro shit, honestly. Not just a little fight. I want like a Zoro like, you know. Bro, they gave Sanji all that crap just for me to hate him more. Nah, I don't hate Sanji. That's a lie. But he is kind of annoying. Usopp does have a hater in him, bro. What episode are you on, Bob? Bro, Usopp do be a hater sometimes. He's like a homie hater though. He's not really like a he doesn't truly hate. It's just like one of those like spite out of spite things. Early Usopp was a true hater. If we got 100% of him, it would be called Zoro Piece. Yeah, probably. He is like a main character in disguise. But I really like his character arc because he's really gone from like this guy that like I don't even know really, but now he's like this guy where you can really see like he really respects like being the right arm to the future king of the pirates. I haven't seen any more Zoro background, sadly. Oh my god, we're fucked if T-Bone hasn't even seen it yet. If he hasn't seen it, that means there is no Zoro future content yet. We don't know. I'm caught up. I finished Egg Island. It's the Elbath arc right now, right? Yeah. Okay, you are caught up. Okay. I thought you were actually asking what is a Buster Call because I'm like, what do you mean? We've seen like 3 or 4 of them now or more. Never mind though. Yeah, T-Bone reads. He's ahead of us. T-Bone can read words. It's pretty cringe, honestly. You're gonna love Loki later. Honestly, I said it. Remember, I told you, T-Bone, my favorite kinds of characters. The Hisokas and the Garas of each anime, dude. It's always the character that's like a piece of shit or a demon or a fucking evil character, and then over time they slowly turn into like the main character's like best homie. Like what would die for the main character. I love those characters. They're never my favorite, but they're some of my favorite. I would definitely put them top 2, top 3 every time I see something with that exact character arc. They start out as like this evil, confusing, curious character, and then it like later turns into like peak, and you're like, oh my god, I would die for this character. I love that. I've been reading it, got like 2 chapters in the last month. God. How much is all that, or do you read it somewhere for free online? If I've already asked this before, I'm sorry. That is a lot of reading, though, right? Because I went through the FMA Brotherhood manga. That's the only one I've ever read. And that took me a minute. And that was only 20 books. Or 20 chapters, whatever the fuck you call them. I think it was 20. Yeah, it's 20. So I can only imagine what it's like reading for One Piece. It's probably taken you fucking forever to get there. I guess it just depends how much you like it or not. Some people could probably fly through it. Oh, another update, T Bone. I'm now in season. Oh, I think I said it earlier, actually. I'm in the final chapter or final season of AOT on the rewatch. It's probably my third or fourth time. No, it's my third time seeing it. But the first 2 times I saw it were like when it first like finished. Since then, I haven't seen it, so I wanted to rewatch it. Dude, I have to say something about AOT and FMA. They have to have the best fucking music out of everything I've watched. I think if I was to somehow pick up the dead creature that is Bleach, I would also love to rewatch that shit again to like try to get back into it because it was hard to keep watching. Because the music was so peak though. That's another one that has like peak music. It's insane. I don't remember. Does Demon Slayer have good music? I don't even remember. But I didn't realize it till after. But a lot of FMA music is like classical music. I didn't even realize that. They pulled out classical instruments for this shit. That's pretty insane. I mean, I guess I should have realized that while watching it, but it's just like that's most of it. It's pretty cool. It's Mike 2. What's up, Mike 2? I appreciate you clicking on the space. I don't even know if that helps or not, but if it does, W. I've been getting a lot of new followers on Twitter because I've actually been posting. Ooh, we got a cool new post from Oddstats. He says, "You want to hear something crazy? During the same day or zero DTE era, Triple Q has only twice gapped up 1%, then closed the day with a daily return of minus 1%, while not already in a bear market. The worst 5-day drawdowns are after those events. Minus 0.8% and then 0%. Both were solid bear traps." Then he says, "We're not there yet, though, and we won't be unless Triple Q finishes down today under 1% or more." That's interesting. But then it says both events were up almost plus 4% over the next 3 days. So basically saying, like, probably is a little bit more short-term downside, but if there is any more, there's going to be a very sharp amount of upside. Most likely. Based on just pure statistics. Ever since same days became a thing for Triple Q. Was that Ace's only message? No, he had like 2 other ones. One was rigged, and then he had a message before that, but it was something also pretty trolly. But yeah, that was his like second message of the day, of his 3 that he sent here today. It's there's so few, I can remember how many there were. There were literally 3 from him today. One was rigged, one was that, then there was another one. Demon Slayer got pretty good music. Dude, did you know what comes out tomorrow? T-Bone? On Crunchy? That's cute. There's his 4th message. One more and I can have a whole hand of 5 fingers. Do I know something T-Bone doesn't? Let's see. I know it's just laying in the cut just to drop a banger. I thought it was an ironic post. Oh, that's why it was pinned. That's why he typed it. He's the most ironic, hypocrite, piece of shit scumbag ever, dude. What's coming out? You don't know what comes out tomorrow? Wait, I might know something T-Bone doesn't for once. This might be a first, guys. There's a first for everything, and I might be experiencing a first for this. This man knows everything at all times. Your son? You have a son being delivered tomorrow? From the storks in the sky, right? Infinity Castle comes out on Crunchyroll tomorrow. Watch him be like, "Oh, I already knew that. Fuck this guy." Dude, I was trying to explain it to my mom because she doesn't watch anything anime ever. Like, it would probably give her like a fucking seizure attack for all I know. And I was trying to explain to her this was the first time I'd seen animation that actually like blew my mind. Oh, I know about that, T-Bone. I've seen it that way 3 times. But this will be more clear because all the pirated ones aren't clear and clean looking. It'll be clean looking because it'll be professional. But yeah, that comes out tomorrow for everyone on Crunchy, both in dub and sub. I think in dub. I know sub's coming out, but I think dub's coming out too with it. I think that's why we were waiting on it. You know, us subtitle enjoyers, we were waiting fucking forever for this. All these dub people making us wait, bro. Well, you can buy I think you can buy the Japanese one, but the English dubbed and then them coming out with the subtitle version hasn't come out yet. Trust me, I've researched this like 12 times because I think it's the weirdest thing, but it came down because the studios wanted to milk the movie as much as they could in theaters, and honestly, I don't even blame them because like I was about to explain, when I was telling my mom about this animated movie, I was telling her, I was like, this was the first animation I've ever seen where there was like an explosion happening or fire was in the background, and it genuinely looked like fire. Like, do you remember the part at the very, very beginning when they first get down there, like this huge explosion happens? I don't remember which of the Hashira witnessed it, but I remember this big explosion happens and a big fire's like going across this like building and the Infinity Castle. And I remember it was the first animation I've seen where I'm like, holy shit. I remember I paused it when I got to that part. I paused the movie and I was just staring at it. And I was like, what the fuck? I'm not joking. It is the best animation I have ever seen, and I think we'll ever see until they make a second movie. I don't know what kind of crack they feed those animators and what prison cells they keep them locked in for long periods of time, but it's working. I mean, they are like, and I'm not even hating because like OP and like JJK and like all these other ones have really good too, but like, dude, the Demon Slayer movie has like a disgusting level of like it's it's insane. It's unreal. I think it's the first animated movie you could show someone that genuinely hates anime and animated movies, and they would be forced to be like, yeah, that's actually pretty insane animation. Was it Muzan? I don't know who it was because it was when they got down there, and it wasn't like, I'm trying to remember who did what, but I remember they were in this like hallway, and then this like big explosion happens across the way on another hallway, just like theirs, and they were looking at it. And I remember they were just like watching the explosion happen. I was staring at it like, oh my god, that shit actually looked real. But yeah, that was my main takeaway when I saw that movie. I've seen it like 2 or 3 times, but I want to see it like the right way, you know? So I'm kind of excited for that tomorrow. You might want to back test me on the dubbed part. I just know sub is coming out, but I'm pretty sure dub is also coming out. Oh, yeah, 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 it does. It does, I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Which I'm not hating on anybody who does watch in dub. I get it. It's just how you watch it. But I cannot watch shit in dub, and I'm honestly jealous. I wish I could watch things in dub, but I can't. The voice acting is just, it's god awful to me. And if you're used to it, you don't hear the god awfulness. I've noticed that from people. But if you are used to listening to Japanese and you go to dub, I swear it is the hardest transition. Okay, it says arrives on Crunchy tomorrow. It comes out at 8 a.m. Dear God, I can actually watch it tomorrow. In both subbed and a wide selection of dubbed language versions. Yeah, you should be good. It looks like English dubbed is included tomorrow. That's why we've been waiting. I think that's why I said it like that. No, I don't know Japanese. I read subtitles. But the voice acting when you're hearing someone get stabbed, the Japanese voice actor makes it sound like they are actually getting stabbed in real life. When someone's like yelling in English, it just sounds like they're like, I don't, it just doesn't sound real. It sounds like the most staged scream ever. And trust me, I've tried with multiple animes. Because I tried to put on AOT in the background, just kind of throw it on while I play a game or something. I couldn't do it. I tried to see it in One Piece because I heard people say it's really good. And I was like, all right, we'll see. I couldn't. I think the one I heard people say that is good and I actually agreed was Dragon Ball, though. Because I did watch Dragon Ball. And some of it in English was genuinely, like, all right. But I still watched it with sub. I just listened to sub to act brainy. I don't, honestly. I have to listen to sub because it just sounds better in my opinion. It sounds more authentic. I'm not even hating on people that watch dub though, because like I said already, like I'm jealous. Because I wish I could erase like all my memory of watching it in sub so I could watch dub. Because then I wouldn't be sitting here like, oh, it sounds awful. I wouldn't even know. I'd be ignorant to that fact. And I'd enjoy it and I could listen to it in English, but I can't now. It's just cooked. It's weird, dude. I even like recreate their voices like when I was reading the AOT manga. I like read it with their voices but in English. It was so weird. I wasn't reading it in like an English, like I was reading it in English, of course, because no shit, I can only read English, but I can't read and eat at the same time. Oh yeah, no. When I watch, I don't like. I mean, I'll snack, but like I'm not sitting here eating like dinner because yeah, I can't do that. But I mainly like it because like when it's like late at night, you like get the setting right, and you're chilling, you feel good. You don't really want to play anything or watch anything. You just want to like sit there and watch something you've actually been invested in. I treat it like it's like a ceremony. I will say the one anime I watched in the last couple of years that was new to me, that I was definitely late to, and I was really surprised that I liked it so much was probably Dragon Ball. I thought I was gonna go into that and hate it, and then I went into it and I had so much fun watching it. I remember I got to the end of the very last like canon part of the show, and I started to like slow down watching it. I wouldn't watch it for like 2 days just so I could like squeeze out more time into finishing it. It was genuinely so sad. But damn, was that shit good. I get off at 4, so when I'm up, I'm either trading, eating, or working out. Oh, fair enough. I know a lot of people who watch dub just because of the stuff like that, though, too, where they're like busy, but they want to keep watching it. Can't. That's why I don't. I'm not hating on the viewers. I'm hating on my own journey to through sub and dub. Honestly, I think that's probably the most. That's probably most people's reason, and they don't even know it. Because I see a lot of people hate on dub and people hate on sub. It's like Jesus Christ. It's like people forget these are all personal preference things. We're all different. Of course, there's going to be people who don't like it or do like it. I guess not everything's no shit to everybody. That's some pretty no shit stuff to me though. I've hated on dub people before, but I've learned from my mistakes. I humbled myself. I'm off 2 days, so after watching this show about dragons. Oh, you've been watching House of Dragons? How is the new season? I haven't seen anything on it yet. I haven't even been spoiled. Is it actually fire? The new season? I'm expecting it to be really good because I liked the other seasons and they weren't. Apparently, this new one's supposed to be better. Golden, it's fucking golden. I love to hear that. I love hearing House of Dragons doing well. I love hearing that. I fucking called it too. I remember when everyone was hating on Game of Thrones because of how it ended, which valid. I was like, there's no way they make this mistake again. Like the amount of money and preparation and time and energy that went into the production of all this shit, there's no way they fuck up again. They're not like Disney, where they don't learn from their mistakes for 3 years straight and keep doing it. So I have to say, everything that those people that brand puts out, it has to be quality. It's not going to be bad because they made the mistake once of kind of shitting on their audience. They're not going to do that again. They learned from the amount of hate and pain. So there's no way House of Dragon won't be good. So far I've liked it. I haven't seen any of the new stuff yet though. I still haven't even seen that other side show they did because there's like 3 side shows they've done now, and I've seen all of them but that one. You're a sub watcher? Yeah. Sub watcher is just so peak. Watch after 2 weeks because I need to. Yeah, I feel that. That was me with the Elbaf arc until I fucked up this last weekend. I think it's because I ran out of things I really wanted to watch, and then when I was down to things that I just kind of wanted to watch versus watching something I should just catch up on, I just chose the latter. Yeah, Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. That was the one I haven't seen. There was another one that I had seen, but that was the one I hadn't seen. Wasn't that with like the bald-headed kid and the knight? And he like the knight's like it's like the knight's job to like help the kid or something. That's what I gathered from the trailer. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but lately I've been drinking a shit ton of grape juice. Welch, Welch's, no sugar added. Because that shit's sweet already. Yeah, no, what? Yeah, no. I won't lie. I think my first watch through OP, I kind of fucked up a little bit. I think I was going too fast. Like, I think I watched too many at a time. Because the second time that I went through it, this most recent time, because I stopped at Egghead, like before it started. I stopped there and I was like, all right, I'm gonna restart. I want to get back to this. Not like instantly. That was like after Egghead finished. I was like, all right, I'm gonna start watching it. But then I was like, hey, I kind of want to restart it all to get the vibe again. And I'm really glad I did that because I enjoyed the second watch a lot more. And I think it's because I was taking it a lot slower. I don't even know. I should have timed myself or recorded what dates I started and ended the first time I watched One Piece. I watched it way too quick. I didn't skip shit either. That was the problem. I watched everything. Something I didn't enjoy as much the first watch through was the Brook arc, and I think that's what made me appreciate it more with that second watch through. Was the second time I saw it, I don't know what I was doing, dude. I, I must have been watching at like 4 a.m. and just not remembered certain things that next day, because I literally was binging that shit too hard. And then yeah, what you just said, when I got to the end, it was like, okay, now I'm depressed. Like, well, what's the point of watching anything else? It's really weird how that works. But yeah, I've technically seen it twice. And then I watched Egghead and then just now caught up on Elbaf. And now I'm fucking sad that I caught up. What episode are we even on at this point, dude? I don't even read the numbers anymore. I just be clicking. It's like 1160 something. Are we on 1168? Dear God, please tell me it's not 1167 or 1170. I don't even remember. Yeah, possible bullish retest here. You're correct on that. I'm still a little like weary on all this because when I see this number turn red and go over 110%, I know to be cautious because volume can catch up. But that doesn't mean price is going up or down. Like price could literally just consolidate here, and then volume catch up to more closer to the average volume, which it's kind of doing that already a little bit. And then 117. It's like we've already used so much of our fuel. That's fucking crazy. 1171. That is nuts. So that means I've seen like over 2,000 episodes then of just that. I don't know why people freak out about that either. If you've ever watched Naruto and then Shippuden, isn't that like over 1,000 episodes? Or am I tripping? How many episodes is Naruto plus Shippuden? I don't care about Boruto. Shippuden has 500. Naruto has 220, so it's about 720. Sorry, not 1,000. It's 720. I'm like, what are people tripping about? If you can get to 720 in Naruto and enjoy yourself with the amount of shit that it has, because it has peak, but it does have a lot of fucking filler. I remember that first time I watched every bit of filler just to kind of fully experience it. I'm like, holy shit! I see why people complain about this. Dragon Ball had some too, but it wasn't as bad as Naruto. But Naruto's wasn't that bad though. I've definitely heard people complain about other ones way worse. But I don't know why people complain about that. Like if you can watch 720 episodes, what is another 400? Like what? And there are episodes you could skip if you're like that hell bent on it. It's like it's not that big of a deal. But on your first watch through, you should just watch everything. I'm just reading Ace's pinned message again. Every time I read it, it makes me laugh. That's a perfect pinned message. Wait, they stopped dub? What does that mean? So, like, where at do they stop that? That's evil that they started it but didn't finish with it. That's evil. You can't watch all of it in dub? That's crazy. That was probably the first big one I watched that hooked me. Was that. And you gotta remember, I never grew up on any of this stuff watching it. I watched all this stuff super late. That one was the first, like, that was the first great one that I watched. That was probably what led me to wanting to watch all the other big ones too. Because when I finished it, and I thought it was the great, like, I mean, it is really great. I'm not even gonna lie, but I thought it was like everything. I thought it nothing could ever top it or ever get near it, and that's what made me want to watch the other big ones just to see like what are they like. I could see the Dragon Ball love plus Naruto because of course they were on TV a lot, but it's honestly they're all really good. I don't know why people try to compare and make one versus the other. They're all really good. I loved watching every single one of them except Bleach a little bit. Bleach is hard to digest. I really need to retry watching that again though and restart that. It's really hard to watch that in my opinion though. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. But I was going online and looking too, and I'm like, man, other people are saying the same thing too. Like maybe I'm not crazy, but people say all kinds of shit online. I won't lie though. What kept me going in it for a little while was the music. The music in Bleach is genuinely insane. It is so slow though, dude. I want to like Bleach so bad, but it's so slow. And they're all good. Yeah, exactly. They're all good. They're all different. Or I mean, slightly different. Some of them are pretty similar. Some of them aren't. It's funny too, because like you have like the fan base, like some parts of the fan base is like attacking each other, and then it's like funny because all the writers and people who make it and the animators, like they're all friends in real life. So it's like can't really complain if they're all loving it. I even saw one of the big three animators say, I forgot which one of them said it, one of the main guys, but he was saying like that they actually not that they want more pirated stuff, but they appreciate that there's a pirated community for like pirating all their work. Um, which I think is a big reason why they don't like go after it too hard, but they do, just not too hard. They were saying like a lot of their real big true fan base watches that shit that way, and it's like Jesus, they're aware of it. Like they know how much of their fan base watches their shit illegally. I thought that was funny. They weren't hating. They were just like, yeah, we're aware. But they know like a big part of their fan base does that. I forgot who said that, man. I wish I could remember who said that. If you do it on Discord off topic channel. Don't do that on YouTube stream. Good updates by Letterbuck and good mention here by JC as well. Yeah, I need T-Bone. I need y'all to share all that in there again. You may or may not be in that group. What group? My bad. I've been reading something. Oh, the pirate group. Oh, fellow captain yourself, I see. Dude, what kind of fruit would you eat from that universe? Which one would you want? I've never looked for I've never seen the full like art or display of them. Is there like a full catalog of them? Is that a thing? Does someone have a catalog of all of them? Of the known ones at least? Oh, there's a shit ton of pictures. Who am I kidding? The Pam fruit? What is that one again? Oh, the palm one? Lightning fruit? Oh yeah, that one look, he kind of goes hard. Bro, I won't lie, he has the coolest named attacks in the entire anime. I tried saying some of them while I was watching because I was like, this shit is tough sound. Like he sounds Italian while speaking Japanese. Shit's tough sounding. Yeah, the palm one's pretty crazy, I won't lie. Is there like a better catalog than this? This one I'm looking at's ass. Dude, honestly, you know what would be cool is if we can see who pops up with that one guy's fruit again. Don Quixote's brother. Who's gonna wake up with his fruit? Or who's gonna find that guy's fruit? Not wake up with it. Who's gonna find it? Sorry, I was doing the AOT death thinking for a second. When the Titan dies, someone's born with it. That's not how that works with this universe. Hold up 1 second, and then I'll be right back. And then we'll keep talking on this. I'm back and back and back and back and back and back. I'm back, dude. I told you I was gonna be back. I didn't say when I'd be back, but I came back. We back. We at it. Yo, what's up, Matty Ice? We back. We at it. Bars. Just locked in a 26K job. Jesus. What do you have to do there? Is it like all kinds of shit? Damn, bro. W Matty Ice. You said coin was clean? Oh, I did see this earlier. That was. I'm honestly sad I didn't look at this more. Mainly because of this. Like that alone. That by itself. And then here's PDCP. Yeah, not even helpful. And then CDO. Like you had like aggressive touch, retake, passive, retake. On this chart, I didn't chart it, but like I had it there and I'm like, man, I'm like, I bet you the 50%'s like right there or something. It's crazy. Add the extensions to the overnight gap. Jesus. I actually hit 2 of them already. It even tried to hold on. Damn, that would have been a bad fake out. I promise you, too, like the whole bull flag. This is why you can't just trade. Like, if you ever see someone, they just say bull flag, like that's not enough reason to get into something. You need context of something into something. Just gapping up with no sector strength. Like, I promise you, there are people today that were like, bull flag, that has to go up. No, it doesn't. Actually, it hit targets. It should come down first, and then you can look for that kind of trade. I literally like that chart. Because, yeah, these are targets, not, oh, let me play a bullish flag above this. Like, you and me know that, but not everybody's drawing that extension. Honestly, probably nobody's drawing that extension. Yeah, bull flag. Which, don't get me wrong, bull flags are fine, but again, you need context. If you're just saying bull flag buy calls, like, that's not going to help you. But if you say, like, oh, well, I have context because it broke up above, like, let's say it's a flatter day and it breaks above this, and then you like the flag towards a support, like, that's context. That's something you can go off of. Like, if it fails under it, you're like, oh, I'm out, you know? With this, though, you and me have that extension, but not everybody has that. This is what everybody else sees, whatever levels they have. But they're just going to see up flag in the moment. And I'm going to be honest, it actually does look really good just candlestick wise because you have a really good outside bar for bulls here, inside bar into a bullish hammer. So candlestick wise, too, it actually looked pretty good. I can't blame people for wanting to say bull flag, but I see that so much. Not even just now, but even like 5 years ago, you'd see people like say bull flag, bear flag, and they'd post, and then you'd never see them post again because that eventually doesn't work all the time, and then you do end up taking pretty large losses. Again, that's not to people who trade bull flags. I'm talking about the people who are like calling out just straight up bull flag buy calls, no other thinking or context behind it. Like if you're just going to do that by itself, yeah, you're going to fail a lot more times than not. But yeah. Oh, you're X Market Plumber. Dude, I was laughing at your. Hold up. Where did I see your name before? Was it on Twitter? I'm pretty sure I was laughing at your handle this morning because I thought that was pretty funny. Or where did I see that? I don't remember where I saw that. I think I just deleted Ace's message on accident. Oh, you did, you bastard. He deleted the pinned message. What is wrong with this guy? This guy's a mod on my channel? What the fuck? Alright, I'll unpin it. Seems like it was really triggering you. Oh, wait. Are you the Chris guy? Oh, what's up, Chris? Yeah, that is you. That's right. That's the name I saw. Yeah, your profile pic's super memorable. Like, as soon as I see it, I recognize who I'm looking at. Monster. Ace, right? Hold up, Ace. I don't think I can go up far enough to get the other one. You might be cooked. I can't find your other message. Rigged is on here. Damn, bro, it's too far back. I can't get the other one. Your other message was funny too, but now I can't pin that one either. Damn, Maddie just hates to see Ace winning, bro. You were trying to hide it? Does it pop up at the top or the bottom for you, Maddie? Oh, by the way, what is up, Chris? If you guys don't know who this is on the YouTube stream, this is who this is. If you want to check out his page, check that shit out. Yep, semiconductors down, software up. It's a crazy day. A couple red flags that gave us early warnings for the downside weakness to start the day. Since here, I have not been like, yo, guys, let's trade some more. I was just calling out the downside move. A couple of the red flags that kind of led to that wasn't just SPY breaking good levels, but was also before we even got the break of 743.30s. We were talking about how Staples kept continuing its strength into this resistance, not just stopping at it, actually pushing into it, leading us to believe, like, okay, maybe this does have more strength, which is a defensive sector. So moving out of that for the intraday charts, it does make sense why our, let me go to it, XLK sector, also kind of double confirming that with its downside movement. But what led to this? You know, the subsectors of this, what led to that? You go to your SOCs, your semiconductors, they weigh a lot more. So they're going to be more impactful when they take their dips, even on days that software are green. So when you guys see that, you definitely do need to pay attention, which we go over this a lot of the time live in the stream, so I'm happy to see you tweeted that. I just feel naked when you don't have your sectors or like your just simple awareness, honestly. Feel like you're trading naked. No, you're good, Maddie. I'm just fucking with you. God. No, I'm kidding. Maddie Ice, more like Maddie Berg and Ace is the Titanic. Okay. Maddie said, bro, I can take you on a trip to the Titanic. Just get in this little ship. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. For real, Maddie's normally like one of my best mods on here. Like, I can't believe he did that. That might be Maddie's first ever mistake as a mod. Actually, that's a lie. I actually remember you deleting another post in the past. I don't remember what it was. In defense of Maddie, though, it is kind of annoying when you're clicking on here and you accidentally click the dots. Because it's a little confusing because a lot of options pop up for us. It's not just hide message. There's like 50 options for us. I can see channel activity. Oh my god. I can see just Ace messages. Moderated activities in the last year. 2 deleted messages. That's fucked up. If I go back far enough, I could find your original message, but we're not going to do that. I just went down to a random post, and down here on one of my streams, it says Ace commented saying, Does Oust have a Discord I can sign up? "7-minute is goated." These are definitely Ace messages. Oh, that's too funny. We have Miker, who's like the Discord troll, but like he's like a healthy troll, I guess. And then we have Ace. He's like the professional, pretty much only in stream troll, but not even really a troll. He's just funny. It's when I drive in mod. That's the chat facts. Oh god. Never drink and drive and mod at the same time, dude. Dollar still pressure to the market. We have seen that liquidity and 90% entry above recent resistance. Well, it was support resistance. Now it's support. Which honestly brings it to potentially bringing the dollar up to 102, which is bearish for the market. You have earnings this week on a lot of your big boys. One thing that did help us out, though, let me go down to it. Oil is still falling, which, as we know, it can still hold or get a reaction out of the bottom of this area, but that would need some perfectly timed news, which is very possible. So keep an eye on your 81. I've been saying 85 to 81 when we were going up to this as a target. We went past it to 92, kind of fucking insane. Pulled down, could be seeing it as a support, but again, like I said, you're going to need to see news pop up for that to probably happen for this chart. So if that deal does come, we should see this cool back off to where we were, maybe even see those lows break. Hopefully see some changes at the pump. Probably not, though. The dollar, like I said, still in a spot of pressure for the market. SPY is teetering. If you guys remember the larger time frame chart, we are rejecting a good short-term area, but we're in a larger time frame area where we've seen multiple major market dips hold. Not just this time, but as I've shown in the past examples. Hold up. Zoom out. Even back here in the 656, 659, for some of the people who are here, we saw this happen 50 plus times, dude, or what felt like 50 plus times. And it seems like we're just doing that again. So we'll see what comes from all this. Of course, it's more of a day-to-day, week-to-week thing. This week's especially important because of the 29th with the interest rate and FOMC event. There shouldn't be a hike this week. It should happen in September. That's the expectations for the market. But we'll have to see if that actually happens or not. If it happens sooner than later, you will probably see fear and see a further dip in the market. If we do see the expectation, we should see just, consolidation pick back up until the next event. Unless, of course, some Iran news comes out in between all that. But so far as interest rate, that's what everybody here needs to be looking at. FOMC trading guide is posted for free in the Discord for anybody who's wanting that. That shit's been free. Does Ace have a Discord I can follow? I wish he even used Discord, bro. He doesn't even use that shit. Ace is a busy man. He's working. He's got the girl. He's not just a bachelor. He's genuinely busy. It's honestly a miracle we even see him in the YouTube streams, I'll be honest. I've seen his schedule. It's not pretty. I've seen his trading calendar. It's not pretty. No, I'm kidding. I've told y'all the joke before, but Ace's trading calendar is the fucking funniest thing. It'll be the biggest, greenest month you've ever seen, and then on the very last calendar day, there'll just be this like large red mark every single time. It's like he loses on the last day on purpose for because he likes the practice of it or something. I don't know. I don't understand it. So hike this week and Jim Cramer is king? I have no idea. I'm just going off of what's being shown by the Fed market tool. You know, it's majority says it should not happen this week. And that was the belief going into that, even with everything we know now. But we'll see. There's always that chance that it happens earlier than expected. And you do see that fear step in a little quicker. It is crazy where that would put SPY, though. I mean, it would put it right back where we've seen other dips. So it's not like it's new ground. Like, it's going to feel like it to some people because we've been up for a little while now. But when we get back down here, you'll be quickly reminded that we're right back to where we've been. And that will be where the real test happens. If that continuation down happens, we do see that continued weakness in certain sectors like tech especially, then yeah, we probably will see that pullback continue. Oil was one of the short-term pressures. Now that it's kind of cooling off, if that was to kind of stay cooling off, that'd be nice. You still have the dollar looming. Your yields, you still got those looming. But yeah, I would definitely say the disparity between software as well and then semiconductors, as a lot of you probably heard me say 1,000 times, is very important. Not just on larger time frames, but even as you guys have seen in my streams from the day-to-day. You know, we know that, okay, breaking under this is bearish, but staying under this is even more bearish. Getting down to this low is almost inevitable if we see that retest like that. And we got it to the T today. Couldn't have been more clear that this was going to try to go down. Vice versa, though. You know, you go to your IGV software chart. And they were also in a spot where it's like, well, if they stay under this level, we probably are going to see this low break and probably see this low get tested. We got a higher open. Also, quick question. Does anybody remember the name of that candlestick pattern? It's just the last two candlesticks. Who remembers the name of that candlestick pattern? Remember, it's okay if you get it wrong. You're allowed to be wrong. It's okay. We won't arrest you for getting this wrong. It's not just a gap up. What is it? Don't just type inside buy breakout. Okay, you got it, yeah. Exactly. Bullish kicker. Exactly. Perfect answer. Inside Bart, you son of a bitch. Can't really argue with someone when they say that. But yes, bullish kicker. Good job. So we see bullish pressure. We can see it. We feel it. But still got to bring into question that disparity. Right now, you have tech almost looking split apart perfectly right down the line. So very, very important to keep that relationship on watch because it is very impactful for the market momentum. If those at any point go the same direction, you will see it on this chart. Unless literally every sector fights against it, but that's pretty low probability. Banks all-time high made today on XLF, rejecting the supply of the old all-time high. So you can see a little bit of struggle in the bank sector. Comms, they're still on huge discount in terms of where they are in relation to their all-time high, but they're up and against good short-term resistance. So kind of the same feeling as banks, same feeling as the semiconductors, not the same as software. Software is still kind of by itself. You can see the same thing here, jumping from the 50% of this gap up from over here last 2 days. Also rejecting. So we got some higher opens, but we're definitely going to be getting some lower closes on a lot of these sectors today. Healthcare up, looking to go test the all-time high. Staples got that positive reaction above the next area with room to the next. So we're either looking at that scenario of holding the 50% of this candle, probably somewhere within this range, to see if it's going to bounce and hold to keep giving us that defensive signal like, hey, we're rotating to defensive stocks out of tech. Or does this fade away and does this tech start to rally again? And the rest of these, fuck the rest of these. I'm gonna put this on the 15-minute. We don't need to be on the 5-minute still. Yo, Ace, what charting platform do you use? Trading View / Webull, bro. He knows ball. Webull is actually kind of slipped on. Nice, nice. Okay. Never mind then. I wanted to show you something cool, but it's not even going to matter to you. Actually, I think you were here earlier. What a start to the week, man. I'm just digesting that. Break and retake, potential higher low in the 15-minute. Just typing some updates in the Discord real quick. All right. Y'all have my full attention again. Should we play Contexto? It's 1:30. We did all this today without playing any Contexto. Y'all want to play Contexto? Ace Ventura trade. All right, I think I'll end my spaces there. If anybody is still in here, thank you guys again. Appreciate you all for joining. Anybody who supported. And yeah, I'll save the recording on here. $67 tuned in? What are the chances? What are the chances 67 tuned in? We're never going to escape this fucking number. We will never live this number down until the day we die. What the F? Do they have ice cream trucks in Texas? Why would they not have ice cream trucks in Texas? Is it believed that we don't? They got brisket trucks, bro. If we had, actually, it's funny you say that. There's not like brisket trucks that come around like an ice cream truck would, but there are trucks that are very accessible around the area that do have barbecue and brisket inside. We even there's like some that are parked outside of like a Home Depot sometimes, and it's like a business that works there, and they just give it to people who walk out of there. It's actually some of the best barbecue you ever eat. Wait, why'd you want to know if we have ice cream trucks or not? Of course we do. I remember when I was a kid, I would always get the Bugs Bunny one because I thought it was cool. They made ice cream that looked like that looked like Mickey Mouse, Bugs Bunny, shit like that, Tweety Bird. And then when I grew up, I slowly learned those same trucks had what are those sour candies called? Warheads? They had warheads inside. They'd sell you those shits for free, like really cheap. Trump just said an hour ago that rates should be lowered. Oh, we're just saying all kinds of shit now. One just drove by my house. You asked me if we have ice cream trucks in Texas because you had one drive by you at your house. Brother, if a state in the north has an ice cream truck, a state in the south that experiences more heat than you ever will 100% have ice cream trucks. You're trolling me. Do you know where Bluebell is headquartered? Disrespect ice cream in Texas again. All right, let's play Contexto. Ace seems really keen on helping us today. You son of a bitch. Contexto. Logging in for chumps. Dude, this site's laggy. This site laggy as a motherfucker. There we go. All right, is Gary here? I think Gary was the person who got the word last week. Or was it Ace? You don't know what Bluebell is? Baskin Robbins, brother. If you think Baskin Robbins is good, if I ever had you down here in Texas, if you ever come down and visit, man, don't ever call me up. But if you're ever down here, you should definitely get some Bluebell, my friend. I'm being honest. I wouldn't steer you the wrong way as much as I would want to because of who you are, but you would genuinely love Bluebell. Did you get any ice cream from the ice cream truck, Ace? Did you get Tweety Bird? Did you get Roadrunner? I don't even believe Ace likes ice cream. That's why he's not answering us anymore. Oh, a fudge bar? Holy shit, Ace knows ball. Fudge bars are fucking good. What's y'all's favorite ice cream, chat? Favorite flavor of ice cream, and then we'll start Contexto. I'll hold Ace at gunpoint, make him give us a word. What's just kidding, YouTube. What's y'all's favorite flavor of ice cream? Or favorite ice cream thing? You know, maybe you don't like ice cream. Maybe you like something else that's cold. I don't know. Everyone's different. You know, I'm surprised Ace, you know, knowing him, I'm surprised he even likes ice cream. I thought he was gonna be like, I like lemon ice Italian ice. I thought that's all he was gonna say. That sounds like an Ace opinion. I like Italian ice more than ice cream. You're lying. Handel's Graham Central Station. Ooh, what is that? That sounds fancy. Let's see. Oh my god, the description is insane. A sweet graham cracker ripple. I thought that said nipple at first. And chocolate covered honeycomb crunchies. Oh my god. That actually sounds fire as fuh. Is there an image of this? Oh my god, it looks really crazy. Look at that shit. Oh my god, that looks pretty freaking good. It almost looks like a chocolate chip cookie dough, but it's definitely not like that. That is crazy. Okay, that guy knows ball. Yeah, I'm in Texas. Yeah, I've definitely never heard of that, but holy shit, that sounds fire. I don't eat ice cream. Y'all are weird. Okay. We're just asking for your favorite flavor. California here? Okay, okay. Yeah, people from California are pretty cool. At least the ones I've met. Except this guy. This guy's weird, man. All right, somebody give me a word. The next word typed in chat is starting Contexto. You are starting the game. All pressure on you. Who's typing the first word? Remember, we just got to get a bunch of words on the screen. Holy shit, imagine if that was the word. Yes, Contexto time hook. It's truly time to crack those knuckles, sit the fuck up, and lock the FN. You missed a trade today? Guess what? Make it up by getting some words right on this damn game. Buttermilk? It's one word, Ace. Ice cream is 2 words. He did that shit on purpose. Is wind chime 1 word? No, I'm pretty sure that's 2. Or maybe I typed it wrong. Ice. This mother. He's going to type cream next. All right, I'm starting to think it's not. Oh, wait a minute. Yep. Wait, Ace might be onto something, guys. What even made us start talking about ice cream? To answer my own question, I think I'd have to say chocolate chip cookie dough. I like cookies and cream. I like mint chocolate chip, but I really like chocolate chip cookie dough. Wu-Tang. Oh my god, hold up. Y'all are who said coffee? SF, of course you did. Butthurt. Okay, coffee cream. Hold up, y'all are actually cooking. Guys, let's not fuck this up. Remember, it's not close to the word ice, butter, turtle, or story. It's close to cream, and coffee is even closer. It's something even closer to coffee. Everybody needs to be in the direction of coffee. Creamsicle. He might have typed that before we got coffee. Maca. Or is it mocha? Dinosaur. This guy. Yeah, watch that actually be close, though. Good news. Handles is in Dallas, Houston, and Austin, looks like. Oh my god, I need to try that shit then. Here, hold up. I'm typing this out here so I can remember that, because that actually looks pretty fire. I'm not going to get it now, but, like, you know, if I think about it, I go out and get it, you know. Gonna have to try it. Espresso. I see 2 people type it, so I might as well type it by popular demand. Okay, the types are not near coffee, so someone think of another imported or exported product that's similar to coffee, like wheat. Like wheat. Okay, it's not imported or exported. It's not espresso or cream, though. Like, look how far those are from coffee. So it's not... I don't know how to explain what I'm trying to say. It's not a word that's... like, that would go in or around coffee, but it's something in the direction of coffee. Because, like, cream and espresso are way too far. Stout. Oh, there you go. Breakfast. Who the hell typed beans? See, yeah, there you go. That's what I meant. There you go. Beans is actually closer than espresso. See, that's what I'm saying. It's not a type of coffee. We're in the direction of something. So it's bean, breakfast, coffee. Breakfast and coffee are close ones. Everyone think breakfast, coffee. Come on, stout. No. Toast. Yeah. Bacon. Okay, now I'm thrown off. Okay, it's an event. It's not an item. Wait, what are we doing? Place and thing. I typed in, look. Now you're good. I've seen a few people do that, so you're not the only one. Chocolate. Sometimes my question comes into spelling. You know what's crazy? Sometimes y'all will be like, type Lozinger. I'll somehow spell that right, but then you tell me to type like diner, and I'll somehow like fuck it up on accident. It's always the easy ones you get wrong. China. Oh, like fine china. Morning or sunrise. Oh, good thinking. Giving us context. Morning, breakfast, coffee. What do you think of when you think of morning, breakfast, and coffee? This guy typed dinner. Let's type it just because it was ace. Okay, I wasn't that far off. Cup. Dine. Oh, Dine got us there, dude. Dine is getting us there. We're in the direction of Dine, ladies and gentlemen. Fuck coffee, breakfast, morning. Focus on Dine. We are in the vicinity of the kill range. Brunch. Oh my god, y'all are actually making me hungry. I hate when the word has something to do with food. Supper. You know, I actually grew up knowing the difference between supper and dinner. Juice. Silverware. Hold on, I'm catching up. Y'all are typing the... Okay, Wilverware. New word unlocked. Chicken. You're still typing food items, you rage baiter. It's not gonna be a food item. Coffee. Dine. Think about dine. What do you do when you dine? Fine wine. It's a difference between supper and dinner? Yeah. Hell yeah, there is. Table. There you go. Now we're cooking. Good job, Bob. Eat. Honestly, eat should be pretty good too. Yep. But remember, table and dine are like way closer. So the context of those are more important. Yeah, bro said table. Table, then I start saying the word eat. Eat table. You sit at a table. There you go. Sit. Ooh! See, that's what I'm saying. Who typed that? Of course it was Shack Attack. Good shit. Lay. I'm gonna lay with you. What? Mug. Chair. Chair, sit. Stool. Oh, I typed it. Stand. God, we're on the fucking edge of this word. Recline. Cushion. Chair, sit, cushion. Peg. Leg. What the fuck are you typing in here? Barstool, ball knower, ball knower. We got a ball knower in chat. Ball knower. God, we're spitting on this word. Chair, sit, cushion. Chair, sit, cushion. What else do you do with the chair, sit, cushion? You sit in the cushion of a chair. But what else happens there? Sat? Oh, if it made us type sat after typing sit, I actually would have been pissed. Lounge. Oh, there you go. Ass. Butt. Oh, you can't cuss. Nice. Saves us some time. Squat. Couch. Oh my god, it was wait. Oh my god, Huckett got it. Honestly, I was of no help as soon as we got past breakfast. I didn't know where we were going with that. Because at one point it was like, oh, it's breakfast items. Oh, it's like a meal or something towards breakfast. Like, that's why I say, like, as soon as you get a better word, you gotta, like, almost erase the memory of that word and just focus on the next one. Because, like, I don't know. What was the one that got us up there? It was sit, I'm pretty sure, cushion or table or something, or dine. That got us out of that mindset. Honestly, that was very helpful. All right, let's do Sundays. Who got that one? Huckett. Huckett, you get to guess the first, or you get to start us off. Think of something that you think would work for this. Now, remember, erase everything we just did. It's not going to be anything, or it shouldn't be, in relation to anything we just did. Because sometimes we'll play like a food word, and then the next day we'll do another game, and we'll do food again, and we'll not get anywhere close. It's like, guys, why are we guessing food? It was just food. So I'm just sharing that context because we played a pretty fair share of Contexto now. Honestly, y'all are getting pretty cracked this too. I remember before we'd like get a couple words and we'd like lose faith, and then we just like kind of fade away and like not get anything else. So that was really good. Rocket ship. What a fucking word. What? Duh. Americans deficit on couch for dinner. Yeah, that's true. You guys leave your room for dinner? Wife called, what was it? It was couch. The word was couch. You're good, Huckett. That word didn't work, though. Baby's fussing, mom's tired, said it's my turn. All good, man. I'll miss you, man. Thanks for helping us out with that last one. Bro, it's like a curse. The person who always gets the word can't ever help on the next one. Wait, he just said wife Wife's called, and then we have another person coming in. Baby's fussing, mom's tired. Dude, y'all are living it. Bob. You too, Huckett. Thanks for being here, bro. I appreciate you even clicking on me. Alright, I'm just gonna click the first word. He said baby. Oh, wait, he's right. We should do rocket, because he's... Oh, wait! Rocket. Missile. Huh? Oh, I spelled it wrong. Rocket. Rocket, man. Thrust. This word doesn't count. Huh? Power. Space. Oh, yeah. Why didn't I type that? Wait, guys. We might actually have a cool word for once. Holy shit. Rocket Labs. Thrust, bus, trust. I can't do thrust, bus. Planet. Huh? Moon. Asteroid. Oh, we're cooked. Watch. Space and rocket. See how they're 1,000 away? We're still really far away. Guys, I'm going to be honest. We might already be cooked. I think I can tell this one's going to suck. Oh, this one's going to suck real bad. By the way, we're on the SPY chart in the background on the 15-minute. We do have a break and retake, which is a bearish invalidation, meaning very bullish. We have a higher low of that bullish validation, and now you have a continuation up. So bulls are in control of 736.60s if you guys aren't caught up on that yet. Something that you need to keep in watch in case this gives up early, which is very possible due to our starter using 117% of our movement for the day, is XLK. If XLK continues its move up, there's no reason why SPY shouldn't also move up. Unless literally everything just comes crashing down at the same time. But they're not. Actually, everything's curling up together for once. And then your software is up 4%. Semiconductors, we're going to see if they're going to help us out or not. Because so far, they have not helped out today. Back to Contexto. Wait, let me put SPY in the background. All right, where did I leave off? I typed race last. Speed. Fuck you, Bob. You're going to get us screwed, bro. You type too many materials or too many colors, and we're going to get locked into something. This guy typed water, wood, wind, metal. Just spawn the next avatar while you're at it, Bob. Bang. How's bang not used? Tire. Metal race tire. I hate how many of his words actually worked. Fast. Speed. My imaginary calls are calling. This guy's on that good shit today. Show. I meant to type shoe. Holy shit. What are the chances they were that close? I don't think it'll let me type NASCAR, but let's try it. No way. I can type NASCAR, but I can't type thrust? Huh? Rubber. Oh, hold up. Bob Johnson, you're cooking. I take back everything I said. I take back literally everything I said to this man. What is a race rubber metal? Cloud. Burnout. Dill. How are you even thinking of these words? I feel like Ace is sitting in his kitchen or sitting right down right now. And he's like looking around him right now and he's just saying the shit he sees. Oh, they said bum. Burn. I thought you were calling me a bum. I was like, Jesus. Shield. Holy shit, we're on it. Race. All right, shield and rubber. Sword. Are we in the direction of... Oh my god, I cooked! Spear. Armor. Wait, I'm kind of cooking, guys. Belt. Alright, armor, rubber, shield. Our best three. Knight. What? Knight's so far away, but it's not armor, rubber, shield. Alright, so everyone reset for a second. It's definitely not a knight. Like, look how far that is, right? But we have armor, rubber, shield, spear, sword. What the F direction is that? What has armor, rubber, and a shield that is definitely not about armor or... I mean, definitely not about knights. Because I think all of us go straight to thinking about a knight. Off. Mallet. Toy. Oh, yeah, I guess I can see that. Condom. It's a rubber and a shield, and it protects the sword. Oh my god. That's too good. It's actually... I hate that that dirty joke's actually funny. Because that's genuinely... That actually fit. Wait, could it actually be that? No, it can't be. If we still don't get it, I'll type it later. But there's no way that's the word. Okay, Ace. Some dirty minds in here today. Head out of the gutters, people. Back to my World of Warcraft days. Plate. Oh, yeah. Plate. Plate mail. Plate was there. Plate, shield, rubber, armor. One Piece. Projectile. That's what I want to send to the screen towards fucking Ace right now. We have helmet. It's right here. Helmet, spear. We really need to focus on armor, rubber, shield, plate. Armor, rubber, shield, really. Armor, rubber. Armor, rubber. Armor, that's rubber. Rubber, that's armor. Become the armor, rubber. Become the armor, rubber. Become the rubber armor. Boot. My brain went straight to that SpongeBob episode where, like, they're cooking the boot or whatever and it gets small. Arrow. Dude, I'm actually lost on this one. Because it seems like they line up, but night was, like, one of our worst words. Yeah, 37.99. But I thought you would think that that's, like, perfectly on par with this. It's like a trick. Army. I think we did tire. Yeah, we did tire. You gave me the answer? I did not see it. You actually typed the answer and then deleted your own message? Boot? I swear to God, if y'all say try boot again, I'm going to lose my mind. Rally? Guys, we did boot like typed it like 5 times. Maddie, you typed it multiple times. Okay, Maddie's trolling. You're thinking medieval, but you're typing boot. Gauntlet. Gauntlet was good. Definitely better than boot. Considering you yourself typed it twice already. I like scrolled up and I was like, who typed it first? And I went to look and you were one of the first 2 people typing it. I'll be honest, I'm only making fun of you because I do the exact same thing. I'll sit here and be like, rubber, and then like 20 words will go by and I'm like, oh dude, rubber would be good here. Boots? Yeah, did we try boots yet? Glove. Oh my god, hold up. Who typed glove? Glove, great work. Chains, yeah, unshackle me from these fucking chains right now. Boots, yeah, my bad. You're right. We just did boot. We didn't do boots. You are right. And when you're right, you're right. Blade. Oh my god, we're getting there. Driver. I'm not typing baseball. Actually, I'm going to type it because every time I say that, y'all's words end up being pretty good. Okay, it wasn't. Glove, blade, armor, rubber, gauntlet, shield, plate. This is so fucked. Mitten. This is so fucked. Okay, what do these all have in common? Clearly, we're going the wrong direction with this. Glove. I put gloves on my hands. Blades. Blade. I just think of the Vampire Slayer, honestly. Armor. You put armor on your body. Rubber. Honestly, I'm cooked when I read that one for obvious reasons. Gauntlet. That doesn't. I don't really think of much when I think of. I think of a lot of fighting. These words have nothing in common. These kind of had something in common, because you go on your hand. You hold that with your hand. There's armor for the body. I guess there's armor for the hand. I don't know how that would go to hand. I'm going to type hand. Okay, we're in the right direction. But not by much. Because where does that actually put us? Finger. What? Nail? Palm? Hand, finger. I'm the goat. I'm the Contexto goat. Oh, y'all were typing knuckles in here too. Hands, fingers, knuckles, knuckle, finger, pink. Oh, yeah. You know what's crazy? I almost typed ring, finger, but I was like, wait, it has to be one word. So then I stopped, but ring would have been good. Actually, let's see. We could just see if ring was good. Ring was not even on here. Elbow, forearm, arm. Okay, bro, we were so... I knew we were cooked. Hold up. I'll show you what I knew we were cooked. I knew we were cooked when I said it earlier. When we got armor and we had all this shit. And then whoever typed knight, I was like, all right, this will dictate if we're actually in the right direction or if we're fucked. Because if it isn't knight, it's going to be some crazy word we're never going to get. At least for 60 guesses. Knight was 3,800 away. That's when I knew we were cooked. 61 guesses is insane. Yeah, knuckle. Let's see the closest words to knuckle after that. Elbow. Wait, hold, brother. There are so many things closer to your knuckle than your elbow. What about wrist? What? Bro, wrist is at 10, but elbow's at 3? Nah, we're cooked. Contexto's cheating. Cheating cause dumb. Alright, let's do Saturday. Actually, wait. Yeah, let's do Saturday. Alright, I got it, so I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna cheat, honestly. Oh no, that's what I was fearing. It's scary when you type these three, because if two or more of them are like close, it's like, fuck. What is this? What's also a person but a place? Don't believe a human makes this game. Oh, 100. Well, it's crazy because it's actually humans that are choosing the words, but it's an algorithm that chooses the words that are close to it. So it's like 50-50 on who's making this every day. There are actual people choosing the word, but there's an algorithm they kind of fuck with that chooses the words that go near that word. So sometimes it is a little messed up, but it's mostly good. But yeah, no, it is. It's so I always look for that because some words are like, what the hell? Like I had to connect. What was the words? Blade and armor and I don't even remember the third one now. Like the word grip should have been closer to the word knuckle than the word elbow. That's all I'm saying. Like there are so many words that are closer to knuckle. Or maybe I'm tripping. I don't know. Maybe this game's making me go crazy. I like how cliff was actually kind of close. Mountain, hill, peak, ace, climber. Oh, 6-7. He got the magic 6-7. Forearm didn't make this list. Yeah. Yeah, where was forearm and all that? There's like a million words closer to knuckle than elbow. Is cliffhanger one word? Wow, it is. Cliffhanger's at 60,000, but cliff on its own is 362. Hanger by itself 9506. See, right there, like that's a pretty big discrepancy in my opinion for something that has the word in it. By the way, climber has got us pretty close. Everyone needs to be thinking of climb. Rope. Rock. I did mountain. What did it scroll? I want to see how many guesses we have. Climber, person, cliff. Great. No one in my chat goes outside. We're never going to get this. I just did rock. Did you try rock? I'm going to stab you. Grip. Yeah, try it. Grip has to work now. What? But a climber has to have grip. What that grip do? Climber, person, cliff. I can't stop thinking about that. Is his name Alex Hanold or Hamold? Or something like that? That guy that like free climbs everything like a freaking crazy person? Boot? I'm going to... Golfer. Wait. Are we all thinking about the wrong shit? Climber, golfer. Wait, who typed that? Keep feeding us. Person place combos. Grower. What are you smoking? What is that word? Am I stupid? What the fuck? Kayaker is 13? The way you spelled athlete is insane. Navigator. Boater. Oh my god, y'all are cooking with these. Yeah, what is that? What is the belayer thing you typed? Wait, how do you type skier? Is that even a word? Oh yeah, S-K-I. Bro, why did I want to type two I's with that? I know you typed it that way, but like I wanted to type it that way too. That's a weird one. Sailor? Hold up, y'all are actually fucking cooking. Fisherman? Swimmer? Rower? Swimmer? Fisherman? Sailor? Seaman? No way it's seaman. Oh, okay. I was gonna say. Captain? Diver? It was diver. Who typed diver? Aloha's a genius. Aloha, you were kind of carrying once we got... I forgot what word it was, but you started fucking entering flow state. Bro, half of these words were aloha. Oh my god. You're on peak. I didn't even know what half of these were when you typed them, because like, no way these are like... Because say these words out loud, they do kind of sound funky. Skier. Kayaker. Like, I know they're words, but like, it sounds weird when you say them. You're actually a legend. If we did elements, oh, dude, if it ever comes to the point where there's like elements, dude, we get it in 5 guesses. We're a little too good at the elements. Dude, yeah, you did get us there. Without Climber, we were fucked. When he got Climber, I was like, okay, we have hope. Because our words were like cliff, person, climber, right? And then he said, what was the other one you said that got us up here? Because you said one more than... Oh, golfer. You said golfer. When you said golfer, that's when it was like, okay, we're definitely in the right direction now. Climber, cliff, person kind of throws you off a little bit still. But then when he threw out golfer, it was like, okay, we got to get this. Person in place, yeah. You know what's crazy? I go through that and I still forget it. Because I'm so... My brain's so stuck on cliff, person. But yeah, place and person makes sense. That makes sense why we see that so much then. You know, 305, 317, because there's other instances where I see like where it's like thing in person or thing in place, or just one of them is close. But that makes sense now. Yo, that was a good one, guys. N30 is actually not bad. We'll take our profits there. Remember, SF, you're the first guest for the next game. That was insane. You actually just jumped into flow state. See, that's the whole fun in Contexto. We're all helping each other out, and then randomly one of the homies just starts carrying the rest of us. We were kind of screwed without Chris. And then SF just sent us home. You really wish you didn't learn about it? Oh, dude, it's addicting. Have you seen the other game? Here, I'll show you one more. Excuse me. Connexo. The other two kind of suck. But Connexo is kind of fun. So, like, oh my god. Even with ad blocker, you just can't get away. So you gotta get 4 words. You click 4 words, and if they're like of the same, like if they relate to each other, and sometimes it's the craziest connections. So like right there, guest performer, host, speaker. These are cultural event roles. Like it's crazy how they connect them. Table, curtain, lamp. Wait, no. Wait, yeah. Curtain, table, lamp, rug, home decor. And then I see piano. I saw stage. What the hell else goes here? Wait, I'm actually lost on these last 8 words. And these people who make these are demons. Alicia keys, Florida keys, piano keys. Oh my god, you're fucking cooking. Wait, what's the last one then? Stage keys? Locksmith keys? Yeah, that is the only one that makes sense. I'm not gonna lie, that one threw me off a little. Keys, I mean, yeah, makes sense. I was like, there's no way it means stage, right? Dude, we were never getting this. We were never getting those 4. To fake out, stage, rig, simulate, control. Oh my god, that's insane. Let's do one more. Let's do one more just because this game is low-key kind of fun. I like this one a little bit more because it does make you think. The other one makes you think and it makes you feel stupid. This one doesn't make me feel stupid. It just makes you think. All right, fancy, stylish, classy, sharp. Oh, I almost misclicked. Injection. Oh, all things that Ace loves to do. He loves to inject. He loves drinking. He's so insane with drinking. He loves initiating rage bait. And he loves margin calling. Oh, it's not Ace related. Fuck. Profit ain't Ace related either. Well, that's what I was saying because you don't get it. All right, revenue, expense, profit, margin. Start, engage, attempt, initiate. What? I thought I was cooking with that. Initiate, engage, start, attempt. Am I tripping? Trigger, engage, initiate, start. Oh my god, you're so smart. I just realized my error. The error of my ways. Attempt threw me off. That one's a little far-fetched, but okay. Yeah, Ace. How come there's like a Michael Burry ETF, but there's not an Ace ETF? I would love to inverse your ass. Especially, I would only inverse you on the last day of each month. That's the only day I would ever do that. The last day of each month would be a gold mine. So, like this Friday. Let's see, chat. Will Ace lose everything on this Friday, or will he keep his gains? Tune in next week to find out on this episode of Ace. Don't do it. Oh, I'm not even joking, Bob. If this, the ones that you were talking about, you got into some like mental calls. Hey man, that's honestly a great thing to do, Bob. You ever feel like if you feel uneasy about like the trading situation, or you feel like you're late, or you feel like it's just not the day for you? It's honestly a great thing you could do is just mental rep. I literally just said that to Ace on Twitter. Not this Ace, other Ace. I literally just said, shit, if you don't trade this week and still find good setups, it's still amazing practice. No need to go crazy on peak catalyst week, but still good reps. I literally just tweeted that. Good shit, Bob. How fucked are you for AMKR shares? Well, I don't know who AMKR is, so I can't truly judge you or AMKR. They are tech related, semiconductor. Looks like International Semiconductor. I guess that depends. Where'd you buy? Why can't I? Oh my god, it's doing the thing again. And now look, now I'm in the hand tool. How'd I do that? God, dude, Thinkorswim is truly deteriorating. A year ago, but never trimmed. Let's see, where does a year ago put us? Damn, you bought over here? Low key, you're still sitting pretty. I mean, honestly, bro, this kind of makes me feel like my Rocket Lab position. Because I have shares all in here. I sold 40% at 110. I went up to 150. Now it's down at 66, part of the space sector. So I'm kind of in the same seat as you on that. Except we're in two completely different sectors. I mean, I'll be honest, though. The weekly's really not that bad. You want to see smaller candles as you fall, so you know it's slowing down or cooling off. You have 4 really pretty small candles down here. Around the last higher low, this might be a break retake scenario. If now, this probably does follow semiconductors. I don't know, but this is what most semiconductors look like right now. Shit, though, you're still up pretty nice on it. Rocket Lab would be the only space stock I don't. Yeah, I've been pretty delusionally bullish on it for a long time now. I'll be okay. If the Furus have started talking about this, you're set then. Oh, you're golden. That's all I needed to hear. Earnings for MKR after. Oh, that's today after hours. I didn't even notice that. Wow, good looks. Yeah, I don't really want to chart it and like try to criticize it because I don't know what I'm looking at. I just know that it's semiconductor related, so I know it's definitely down, but not a bad sector to be looking at while it's down though. This would be the sector to look at. Let's see, what else can I learn about AMKR? Manufacturing semiconductors, but what aspect? Product patching and test services provided. The company is Arizona, Pennsylvania. I don't care about that. 6.5 billion revenue as of 2023. Holy God. Wait, didn't I see about these guys in the news? Weren't they partnered with NVIDIA to some extent? Or am I tripping? Am I thinking of someone else? I can't find anything on it. No, Yahoo, leave me alone. They just signed. Oh, it is them. Okay. Okay, maybe I have seen this name before. I've definitely never charted it or like anything in depth though. Well, honestly, I hate when people go online and pretend like NVIDIA isn't like a company that shits differently because it really is. They do truly shit differently than the rest. So if they're partnering with NVIDIA, I'd be happy to own that at the price you own it at. I'd be stupidly confident. It's going to have expectations now, though. That's why you're seeing dips, though. Not just because of the semi weakness, because its sector is weak right now, but you're going to see it dip because of expectations. And then it's going to do what it should do, rise over time as social sentiment goes away from it, as the hype kind of dies down from it. That's probably when you'll see it rip again. They spent a ton on their Arizona campus too this year. That's pretty crazy though. To be partnered with NVIDIA is no light feat. Like that's kind of insane. But you can see too, like NVIDIA, like look how they're doing. Like it's performing pretty accurately compared to that chart that we were just looking at. So it's in good company. You have RDW still? Which one is that? Redwire. Which one was this? This is the meth? Space meth? Which one was this? Defensive tech in space? Is that what I'm reading? I do remember the ticker, Maddie, but why did we like this? Or why did we look at this? Or why did you say look at this? Honestly, I have a whole list of all that bullshit we'd be talking about in here. Here, I'll pull this one up. Here's a whole list of shit from people in my stream or me or speculative stuff. Some of these are things we own, like we own this, we own this, we own this, we own this, we own this. Maddie owns that. Maddie and Leland are looking at that. Sand Dollar was looking at that. I own that. Owning that. A lot of people in chat own these two, actually. Speculative, still kind of looking at that. Still haven't really. Same thing for this. This is the Trump stock. And then Kimberly Clark, which honestly, this one is pretty promising. These are all the cool ones, though. The best shit ever, as we deem this watch list. Oh, and you have UPST. Yeah, legend. Okay. Because I remember Leland way back in the day put me on UPST. But mainly because it was so, like, heavily connected to the interest rate. And now I know here in the past, like, year or so, you've talked about it more. It was supplying key parts for satellites. The satellite part sounds familiar. Was up fat on it? Should have sold. You cashed out on Upstart and re-entered. Every time I say the name, I can't stop thinking of that clip. What does Upstart do? I'm sorry, I can't. What does Upstart do? I'm sorry, you're breaking up. I can't. I can't. I can't. What does the company do, sir? You were just talking up a storm before this interview started. Get to talking, boy. All right, I included like 50% of that, but that was pretty accurate. Gotta love those interviews, man. Well, good shit, Maddie. It started the up. It sure tried. Tesla's a crazy one too. Post earnings Tesla being down like this is kind of nuts. What the hell was I doing on that chart? I was gonna say I'm pretty sure I remember there being like a lot of like I think these are emerging candles, or I don't really remember. I do remember there being historical levels down here though. Look, I didn't even chart past that because I'm like, there's no way we see that in the next few months. Oh, they are emerging candles. Holy shit. Dusted these off. The easiest charting method in the world. A child could chart like this. We just called out a really awesome move to the downside today, Chris, on SPY. Mainly just because of the red flags we saw across the market, with staples getting some movement to the upside, semiconductors having so much weakness to start the day. That just led to us having to be bearish short term on SPY. And then we went over to SPY and we utilized certain levels. We use levels like the previous, or sorry, the previous day control point, which is just a fancy way of saying the 50% of yesterday. So we go from the high or to the low or low to high. It doesn't really matter when you're drawing just the 50%. And then the current day open. These are two levels that dictate direction for us on smaller time frames. One more that these are two that you have every day. The reason I'm throwing this one on last is because you don't have this every day. Today we did have this, so it helps us out. Whoops, I drew that wrong. Previous day closed to today's open. And this gives us kind of an area here to kind of aim towards or look towards testing. And if it breaks, we kind of understand that more selling is needed into the previous day close, into the previous day low. And if so, beyond that, then we'll look past for more levels. But for short term, that's what we're looking at. So we need to be bearish pretty much about this candle, just because we know that we're under CDO. We're fighting the previous day high. And then the other red flags, like I said, with staples popping up, the XLP popping up, showing that defensive sectors are being rotated into short term on the intraday charts. SOX being rotated out of, so we know that, okay, tech's cooling off. That's a really big part of the market. It's not just part of the market, it's the majority of the market. So it's a very impactful part of the market. If it falls, we could see that drop on SPY. We will see that drop on Triple Q just because it is such a large part of Triple Q and SPY. Something else to back that up too, which there's so many defensive sectors popping up to start today. Which is kind of sad too, because banks really did a good job of opening at all-time high and holding. Comms are finally getting a good green day to kind of add on to this support down here. They're really down in the trenches. They're on huge discount. Discretionary did such a good job today too, but didn't really add on to that higher open as much as it could have. Healthcare went up as well, kind of fizzled out. But seeing this rotation here out of something that's not even that large part of the market, and seeing them rotate out of something as big as this. And that was our other big thing too, is our bias. We knew to be bullish above this. We knew to be bearish above this. Here, I'll show you what extended hours did. And this is something we went over earlier in the stream, but I'm happy to repeat it. The strongest trade, and feel free guys to answer this. What is the strongest bullish trade? And what is the strongest bearish trade? When do you get those entries? When do you get that strongest? Here, let me type that. When do we get the strongest bearish and bullish trades, though? God damn, I can't type. It happened here on SOX. We covered it earlier in the stream. Feel free to answer it again if you guys did earlier, too. You don't have to hide from answering it. No, not kicker, silly. It starts with the I. Come on, Aloha. I believe in you. IGV. I'm going to stab you. Liquidity grabs wasn't wrong, but it was not what I was looking for. Word of the strongest. I don't want to say the word because then it gives it to you. Exactly. Invalidation. If we have a strong bull trade, we have a bearish invalidation. If we have a strong bear trade, oh, I almost mistyped that. We have a bullish invalidation. What do we have on today's chart? Do we have number 1 or do we have number 2? What did we have in today's case? Exactly, a failed bullish trigger equaling a strong bearish trade. So not even just in extended hours, but even going into the start today, we can see we're losing support of an area that was taken in after hours, was an area, if held onto, could lead to a rally short term for these trying to recover prices on semiconductors, right? So if it loses this area, then it gives us that instant bias of like, okay, it should come down. Now, does that give us an instant entry to just go short? No. You still want to go look out for that. In this instance, level that it broke to a level it fell, look for the 50% of that, blah, 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 midterm retest. You guys know that. But that helped us really big time with like early bias. Also, I'm really loving this. I'm really loving this style thing here. I didn't know you could add this here to turn on and off extended hours. It's insanely helpful. It's not even funny. And just to remind everybody, what the hell are those levels? One of them is the previous day control point. One of them is a lead test fib, I believe. From here to here. Yeah, it is. So from the high to the low of the dip that, got this lower high end. And then of this day. Why of that day? Because that's the day that triggered below that gave us that previous day close. So we know, okay, higher open, as long as we reject that, should fall. Higher open retakes that. Okay, well, we're trying to go up then. It doesn't even get near that, and we're just breaking lower. Okay, well, then you don't even need that, to tell you that. You already know that. But that gave us short-term bias for direction, because it's of the lead test and of the 50% of the day that gave us that signal of like, hey, bears are showing up more. It's not just at a support. It's genuinely trying to break said support. We rejected it all morning long. And then you add in your extra levels. You add in, I mean, you don't have to, but, you add in like your CDO. That doesn't really help us today in a lot of charts, to be honest with you, but it does still give you that little hint of like, hey, we're not above that level 2. What's next? Turn it around. What's next under you? You have this, the 50% of the gap up, the previous day low. Like, there's a couple levels here. So even if you weren't like, oh, I don't want to be bearish right out the gate, you don't have to be. There's still another area to watch out for. Then we started seeing more bear signals pop up. It's like, okay, now that should be naturally giving you confidence, not is Trump going to tweet or not, or did this guy and this guy say this or that? It's not about that. It's about key levels. What do they mean? Do you value them? And then what kind of price action is taking control of them or losing control of them? And validations. It's insanely helpful. If you guys still struggle with any of that stuff too, like I honestly cannot recommend some of the playlists on my YouTube enough, because we have gotten to the point where we've made 1,000 videos for this channel, and I literally have made the same video like 100 times. So I genuinely do hope you guys check out the playlist of the channel. I don't even think most of these are even monetized. But like, welcome to BB. Check that out. Road to Consistency. That's like the old version of this. Check that out. There's live trading playlist, practice trade playlist, fib playlist. There's all kinds of shit on here. So I definitely urge you to go check that out. All kinds of stuff in there. The different styles of trades that people take in my community, the system, all that stuff. Some of the recent videos that are public on the channel go over that in a lot quicker fashion. So if you just want to skip to the end, you can do that as well. But yeah, I definitely implore anyone in here who's interested to check that out. Wow, someone ruined it on Twitter. We had 67 tuned in and someone watched the recording, so now it says 68. Man, this is why we can't have nice things. And honestly, I never planned today to be a full day stream, but it's already 2:40, so we might as well push it to the end of the day. Fuck it, why not? How was everybody in stream doing, though? Let's get a vibe check. How's everyone doing? What y'all up to, yo? Did that make sense, though? Anybody who was wanting to go over that we actually went over that twice now in today's stream, but I think that that's such a crucial and impactful part of everything we look at in here that I don't care how many times I go over it. It's just, it's what we do. It's what we're focused on. It's what we go off of. People keep walking into my office right when the good shit happens. It's all good. If you want to go back, you can. But you're all good, dude. I kind of covered everything in our system really quickly, but try not to yap too much. Yeah, you're good. It's recorded. If I have the time today or sometime during the week too, I'll go back and I actually bookmarked the first time I talked about it. So I'll try to go back in the stream when it goes public. If I wait a few hours, it'll let me create a clip, and then I can turn the clip into a video. So I can do that as well, so people have that in case they were like, "Yo, what the hell? I missed that." Plus, I just like to re-upload this sometimes for some people, because some people are only on Twitter, they don't care about YouTube or Discord. Some people are only on YouTube, they don't care about Discord or Twitter. And then some people are only on Discord, they don't care about YouTube or Twitter. So it just depends where everybody goes. But yeah, I can do that as well. If you don't go back and find it yourself, whatever, I can do that. Actually, y'all need to go check out the latest video. I forgot to like I didn't even really have time to promote this video. It's kind of doing poor, but I don't really care about views. But I did forget to promote this more. But this was from one of the streams. Holy shit, what is that quality? I actually added some memes in this too. You have to get like 10 minutes into the video to get to them. Oh wait, y'all probably can't hear that. $208. Hey, this is where we should take profit. We bitch slapped the market last week, dude. I don't know if y'all were here or not, or who all was here. I know my regulars were here. We bitch slapped the market last week. The hell? Oh. Look. And bear in mind, I'm only ever here on Mondays, Monday, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. I'm like sometimes here on Thursdays, not really. And I don't trade Friday. And we did a SPY scalp. Then we got J&J short-term swing. Next day we closed it. Didn't take any scalps. We just kind of chilled with that. Wednesday got into 2 different coin scalps, and I called out a third one, but I didn't want to type out the contract because that was low-key like just like a mental trade for me, and I felt like I was like triple dipping. So I just called out that it was dipping, but I didn't like go in there and be like, buy this, buy that, do this. But we did all this just in one day. The day before, we'd done the week before, we had done something a lot similar to this, honestly, just with different tickers. But last week was literally our bitch. It was pretty nuts. Should be where we take profit. $211, $216. Holy shit, there. It's still, dude. We are 3%. I can't tell you how annoying it was to cut this one. This was originally 32 minutes, and it turned down to 13, and that's with me adding shit to it. This thing had so much stuff, like so many like moments where I'd like cover something, and then I'd read or type, and then I'd come back and I'd talk more. I had to like cut each, and it was insane. This week, I need to start eating metal more. Huh? Let's go, chat. All right, I'm gonna go post result. 5%. I'm just gonna put 46%. I don't need to do all that extra typing. All right, I have to ask for the one time. Did anybody take coin with me? Because this right there was really, really big. It's all about control. Because it did get. Dude, this is literally identical to what we just did on the whole market today. This whole setup here. Sketchy there for a second. And honestly, I liked it a lot because of this like hairy situation. This is very important for like candles. This is why I love candlesticks the most, because we know we're down. We know initial momentum is down. We know that we're going up a little bit into resistance, So what is the deciding factor for this to go up or down, Timmy? Other people can answer this too, but don't answer in front of Timmy. And then I answered anyway. What is the deciding factor for this to go up or down? We know it has initial momentum down. We know it's trying to go back up against this. So if we're trying to short against this, what's our deciding factor for staying in or getting out? Whoever has control of this. Dude, I couldn't believe I found the original source to that meme. You learn a lot in the back streets of memeology. But yeah, definitely check that out if you haven't already. Drop a like on it, watch it. Drop a like on the stream you're in right now. If you're in here right now and you haven't liked the stream, make sure you guys like it. Stream ends in about. Oh wait, y'all need to go vote in polls, dude. What am I doing? I'm the worst fucking Discord owner there is. Let us know how y'all did in the chat today. Oh, did not mean to do that. How did the blood get between the red dot and the yellow circle? Pretty good results from the chat for the most part. There's that one day I didn't trade. We've kind of been killing it. I was red that day. Didn't trade. Look, I finally got to vote. Look, D-Touch did it. I finally got to vote. I finally got to be one of the people. Dude, you know what I never updated all day today? I just realized was SPX. I just said look at direction from here and I left it. Damn, that shit printed. That shit printed. I didn't get to look at that today. That shit printed. I didn't even touch it. I didn't even add anything either. That was it. That had to be the easiest chart of the day, and I didn't even look at it. Damn, I said 690 was the trigger. Holy shit. I mean, not like you would have shorted from there, but... Okay, here's a good quiz question for everybody in here, because I know over 50% of you are going to get this wrong. For a fact, I know you will. But what could I do with this level to somehow get a trade out of this without catching the first 15 minutes, right? I don't want to trade the first 15 minutes. What can I do to chase this without chasing it, if that makes sense? How can I still get that opportunity without chasing? How can I reasonably still get into that chart? Because we know if we lose this level, it's bearish. But how can what's the thing that gets me into that though? What's like the what can I do here to get me prepared for a trade on that? Does anybody know? And just throw out some guesses if you don't think you're gonna get it right. If you think you can get it right though, help your friends out. But what could I draw here? What could I look at here? What could I zoom in on? What could I do here to get a trade out of this? Right? We know the bias. We know to be bearish under this, but what do I do beyond that? You guys see me do this a billion times on stream. Maybe not a billion, but I'm probably pushing at least like 100,000 fib tool draws just on this. Who knows? Remember, it's okay to be wrong. What was the question? Sorry, I walked away. So I was just going over all the TA, honestly, and was just saying, we know this is bearish because of the plan I posted in chat. what can you do from here to still catch this without trading the first? Maybe I don't want to trade the first 15 minutes because I don't want to chase. But how can I still catch this opportunity without chasing? Or I guess what I'm trying to ask is, how can I reasonably chase this? In a logical fashion instead of just randomly buying puts and trying to get lucky. What could you have done here, or what could you have drawn here? What could you have zoomed in on? What could you have done here? And then I was explaining how I've done this on stream a million times. It's got its own video. It has its own entry type. I chart this a lot on streams. I was just seeing if anybody want to throw any guesses out before I just give y'all the answer, and then I'll gladly go over it here in a minute. Just a good little last end of day conversation. We do only have about 7 minutes before the close, which honestly I didn't think I was going to make it to the close today, but I'm happy we did. I think today went so well, I didn't see where the time went because we were talking the whole time. We normally play Contexto like at lunch. It was like 1:30 and I was trying to play it with y'all. So that was good timing. And then, yeah, and I was still there before open, so it's going to be a pretty long stream. How long is it? Yeah, 7 hours as of right now. $15-minute orb. Open to first hold and looking for a midterm retest. What the fuck is orb? He's just joking. I'm not going to say Garden's wrong, but she's definitely closer than everyone else because most people didn't even answer. But so if this is where we're bearish at, I'll tell you why you're wrong, but also why you're right, Garden. So from the level is what I wanted you to say. From the level that broke, right? That's a good 50% to draw because it gives us the midterm retest. If you draw from the high to this as well, you're going to a lot more times than not, you're going to end up with something you already have drawn because it's going to line up with the thing you're being bearish under just because of math. Because, if it has a bit of move up here and a bit of move down here, middle is going to be around where that level is. So a lot of the time you'll end up drawing it from level to the first move's low, right? Now, why are we drawing that? Why the F is blue? Why are we drawing that? Why is that the midterm retest? Let's zoom in more because it looks nicer. So if we know to be bearish from this level, right? We know to be bearish from here, right? What initiated us breaking this? This candle close, right? But that isn't the low of the move. Technically, it's the low of that candle before they bounce, right? So of the move that initiates bearish pressure under the level we're saying, hey, we're going to be bearish under this or bullish above this, right? We're going to go from the level, I'm grabbing from here because my OHLC will fuck it up, to the low of that first move before it popped up a little bit, right? Now, some people like to look at the golden pocket, and honestly, those people are amazing as well. If you want to turn on both, you can. If you just want to watch one, you can. I just prefer the 50%. It's just what I'm used to. But to be honest with you, both are fine if you want to have both on. The golden pocket is the 0.618 to the 0.65. I only marked the 0.65 because it's the furthest extent of that golden pocket ratio in either direction, so it's just helpful. So what were we saying? Oh, midterm retest. So you were right about the midterm retest, though. So because we got the break of this, here's the low of it, it comes back up. What are we looking for? In any situation in a lead test, when you're looking for a lead test, and you get that lower high, a lot of the time when we initiate that trade, we're just looking for the bearish candlestick pattern to give us that last signal, that last voice to tell us, hey, it is going down. It's not just under your level. It's showing more pressure under your level. It wants to go further, right? So we see a bearish hammer against this. We know to be bearish on this. We need to be getting in on one of these two candles, honestly, really, preferably this one, because it could have also just bounced after this level. This is still a 50-50 candle. Long legs on both sides, small body candle. You have the same thing here, but it's favoring sellers as you have the longer leg on the top side. So you have an 80% entry or midterm retest, which is, again, my favorite type of retest because it's the easiest to understand. It's the most simple. And in my opinion, it's the most effective because it's not like you're a single candle retest where you're just kind of getting in after one quick little signal. It's like you're getting in after like two quick little signals that turn into like one really big signal. At least it's what it feels like. So right there, that candle right there, that is the answer to our prayers. How do we get into this chart without just trading the first 15 minutes? Without chasing this, right? We know it's bearish. We know it's leaving the train station without us. If I entered here or in this candle, I would have been pissed because at that moment we'd be down right at the start of our trade. We're like, fuck, how do we do this? Should we just exit if it goes up to this again? Now you don't know what to do. This gives you an extra level of risk where it's like, okay, I need a bearish candle under this to get in, and then I'm in. That's my trigger. If it ever gets above this or closes over this, I am out. Not at the level, at the midterm retest level, where we're now basing our new position on. So that's where we need to be bearish on without making shit up. And if anybody wants to watch that video, it's been out for a very long time. Did I just tab my own screen? Go to my channel, just type in the word retest. The 3 types of retest and how to trade each one. I actually uploaded it twice. If you guys want to, and this is actually one of my favorite videos on my channel because I don't do a lot of events with other people because I just don't really fuck with people. But here's Ace the Kid, Zeke, AK Investings, and then of course Champions Vibe, who's now working at the stock market exchange. So it was with some pretty cool ass people doing one of the very few events I've ever done, and I talked for almost 50 minutes. I even made a funny image at the end for everybody. So if you guys want to go check that out, this is the 3 types of retest. If you're one of those people that's like, I can't watch slideshows, I need to see it done. Well, guess what? There's full playlist done just for you. Scalp trading series with the trade log, live trade series, lead test, swing trading videos. Maybe you're into swing trading. You don't really fuck with day trading. That's cool. Like, it's all here. We do this live on stream, update it live on stream. We go over it. We make mistakes. We get reps. Weeks like this is a really good get reps week. You know, you don't want to overtrade on a week like this today. Like me, I'm just trying to go through reps, get some good call outs going through, get some good analysis, trying to keep the reps going through because I want to be ready for the next week. You know, I just had a stellar like 2-3 weeks straight. Why would I want to push my luck on the peak of Catalyst? That doesn't make any sense. I'm still going to get my reps, and I'm going to be ready for the next week I'm ready. Or for when it's not the peak of Catalyst season. Holy shit, coin. I wish I had looked at you today. No, you don't want to trade options this week, Chris. This is not a good week for it. A lot of us are just here going through the reps, going through the motions of it, because we don't want to get rusty. I'm not trading shit this week. I'm not getting into swings. I'm not calling out scalps. I'm not calling out day trades. We're not doing none of that. Now, if people in my chat are still comfortable enough to trade, that's fine. I'm not going to negatively impact them, you know. I'm still going to support them if they kick ass. But most people in chat are just getting their reps this week. We just don't want to get rusty, like I said. That's cool. Perfect week to sit on. Yeah, I know. This is a great week for that kind of thing. On what, Maddie? Oh, on a PC. I was like, is this a ticker? My brain could not translate that sentence at first. I don't know why. Oil getting closer to that bottom of support. Oh, market's closed, guys. What are y'all still doing in here? Damn, you're getting a 5060? Dude, your setup shits on mine. I don't know what half of that other stuff meant, but I knew what that one meant. 1 terabyte SSD? 32 gigabytes of RAM? Oh, I mean, dude, you could run fucking CS on a potato. That would run CS at like... You need a good monitor too then, huh? Because you could probably run, what's it called with that? Like I have a 240 hertz. You could probably run whatever the highest is now. They have like 1,000 hertz, but you don't need that. Or not 1,000 hertz, the 600 hertz or whatever it is now. I forgot what the peak is. Oh yeah, that your 120 might not, like, you're not gonna get your pixels out of that. Like, it'll work, don't get me wrong, but you should get a different monitor just to like actually take advantage of your graphics card. And it'll look better when you're actually doing your design, since that might actually be important for that. Put that in Discord as well, and if nobody answers, I'll tag it later or tomorrow, because I do want you to not. I want you to like know what you're getting. But I don't know what to tell you because I don't know what I'm looking at either. Costco has a fire sale for $500 off for the monitor, or for the whole thing you're doing. Oh, is it a pre-built? I know I need a 4060 minimum, i7 and 16 gig. Yeah, you definitely, the 32 gigs of RAM is like really good. That's why I was like, I know that's good. For the tower, yes, it's a Dell tower. Oh, okay. Damn, you're getting all fancy on us now. Honestly, though, good for you. I mean, honestly, with what you're doing, you kind of do need it. It is fun to play games on, but like low key, it probably would make like all the design shit like 6,000 times easier. You could tinker with stuff too. It's like kind of fun. We can teach you how to illegally download Photoshop. You didn't hear that from me, YouTube. Ha, wink, wink. Satire. It's all on GTA YouTube. We would never do that in real life. We would only give each other free Photoshop if it was in GTA 6. We would never do that in real life. Ever. Ever. That was satire as fuck. Came back because I forgot to like. Shame on me. You remembered that you forgot to like? Am I hearing that correctly? By the way, Data J, you were looking mighty dapper today. Did you do something with your hair? All right, guys, let's go drop some end of day update posts for the chat, and then I'm getting the fuck off here. I'm tired of looking at y'all. Y'all wish we were at 750. Right? I'm not tripping. Yeah. Dude, look at the number of charts I posted yesterday. I mean, I was on some crack last night. I don't know what got into me. I was like, must be productive. Started posting a bunch of shit. Oh, Letterbuck already beat me to it, that bastard. And Amazon. Good looks on Amazon. All right, stream. I think I'm going to end it there. Get the F out of my stream. Everybody out. Or I'll make you stare at yourself. Everybody out. All right, thank you guys, though, for real. Thank you for the likes on the stream. Thank you for everything. I think I just doxed myself. I'll see you guys later on.